pregame.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, well, that stunk. There's not even a highlight to play. Not even a highlight to play.
Is this because of your song?
Stop that, Twitter. You people are morons. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to repost it again.
Yes.
Just to show you that I don't care. And I think you're all you idiots out there coming at me for writing that. So I wrote the same damn thing before the Baltimore Game 3. Pretty sure they won that game.
They did.
Pretty sure they won. So take your stupid...
If you would change anything, would you make it a Creed song? Do you think the fact that it wasn't a Creed song was the jinx?
No, if I had to change anything, I would have rewrote the last lyric instead of "and we'll be home." So I would have done I would have repeated "the stick goes boom."
Oh,
that's the only thing I would have done. Is I would have repeated that because it was a great line, and I'm proud of it. And I don't care. I don't care if the song makes them lose anyway. I'm about myself. I'm about my own fame. Okay, that's what I'm about. By the way, they were going to lose anyway. The way the Astros play on the road. The way the Astros own this stadium. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. Sean is out today. Sean takes the bye weeks off. We don't take bye weeks off.
No, we don't. I don't take any days off, period. But I'm going to. I was talking to you on the walking in. Yeah. I was like, coming in at this hour really reminds me that I need to fill out a vacation sheet and drop it in Tim's box to say I'm not going to be here.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing today, too.
I don't know when, but I'm going to fill out a day.
Yeah, that's right. This was a bummer. I was in the yard.
Because of the song. Because of the song, you were in the yard.
That's right. Because of the song, I got invited. By somebody who's not an idiot. Who said, "Man, what a great song that was! I want to invite you out to our suite."
Well,
went to the suite yesterday at the ball game. And there were like, the suite was probably 50-50. There was about 75 people in the suite.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about 50-50 Astro Ranger fans.
Ugh.
And there was one Mets fan in there wearing a DeGrom jersey.
That's silly.
And I was like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I'm going to root for DeGrom." I'm like, "DeGrom's not playing, dude."
Yeah, go to the training table if you're rooting for DeGrom.
But he was a nice kid. But it was, man... I think the fans knew going in. There was not a lot of juice in there.
Look, that's going to be something we're going to have to talk about today is if you're going to go to these games, you guys need to step this up. This is not acceptable.
I know.
This is not. The Diamondbacks crowd was more intense than you last night.
What bothered me, and this was before the game started, walking into the park. You've been to other stadiums in the NFL. Walking into the park, there was not a single chant from the fans. Nothing. It was just a bunch of people walking into a game like they were going to church. That's all it was.
Even Peyton gets a "Let's Go Stars, baby."
Go Stars, baby. Well, that's the problem. Everybody there is like Peyton. No emotion. Dead inside.
But that's what I mean. Even Peyton dead inside can create
Stars,
something.
Baby.
He can bring something
Stars,
out.
Baby.
Let's go Stars, baby.
Yeah. Go Stars, baby.
Which, by the way, he lost $200 last night.
Oh, he did.
He sent us his betting slip of $200 on the money line on the Rangers. He lost.
When they instead of handing out those red towels, they didn't hand out vuvuzelas because at least that'll make some noise. At least I don't think the people realize that you can't just wave the towel. Like the towel doesn't make any noise on its own. You've got to yell. It was very quiet in there. Now there was nothing to cheer for from the beginning. The Astros really took just like in game 2.
Yeah.
Rangers took the Astros crowd out of it, and the Astros took the Rangers crowd out of it. And it got back into it a little bit when they tied it up. Quite a bit when they tied it up, but before the game, it was just like, man, there's just no juice tonight. I was very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a constant criticism of DFW crowds, isn't it?
When you get to the playoffs, they just, the corporate seats take over.
They're tourists a little bit.
That's what it was. This was people that were going to, they were going to try the state fair food.
Yeah. They
just wanted to be they wanted to go. It wasn't, these weren't diehard fans. These were just fans who just wanted to go to the game. The real fans are out there. This place can get loud. We know it can get loud. The real fans are at home because they can't afford it. Simple as that.
And look, I don't want to. There reaches a point where it's like this also has to be on the team. The team's got to perform, and you've got to keep the crowd engaged. And I understand all of that, but man, it's there is a responsibility on the fan base too to be engaged and loud at the very start of these games, and they're not. They're not locked in and like Altuve before, like when he steps up to bat last night, that stadium wasn't loud enough. They needed to be more engaged. They needed to be louder. They didn't have to be taken out of the game because they were already out of it at the very start of it.
Yeah.
They wait for something to happen before they become engaged, and that's what I don't like.
And I wonder if some of it is, like I wonder how many people that were at this game, really are like diehard fans or they just got tickets through the company.
I mean, that's a lot of playoff games. But the ALCS in 2010 and 2011 was incredibly loud.
Yeah, it was.
So what's going on with this crowd?
It's a good question. I wonder if, because the roof was open. I mean, it should have been a party. It really should have been a party. And maybe the roof being open decreased some of the noise. I don't know. You would think you would have thought it would have been a party out there, but man, they let them off the hook. They let that team off the hook. They opened the door. They cracked it. They cracked it on Wednesday, and now it's wide the F open.
So
the door's off its hinges now.
Yeah, are we looking at this and saying this is now the Astros series to lose?
I would think so. I mean, they don't lose here.
No.
Let's be fair. They don't lose games in this state. The Astros don't. And then you would think they would win one game at home. They got Verlander going, and they're going to have Javier. And now you've basically guaranteed that, if you lose today, if you want to win this series, you got to go through Christian Javier again. And that didn't look good.
Yeah, I don't know. This definitely feels like it's advantage Astros at this point. The fact that it's gotten back to 2-2. And look, it felt for a while here like this pitching was unsustainable. Like that they weren't going to be able to continue to pitch the way that they had through the first several games of the playoffs. But, man, Heaney was just awful in that first inning. And Dane Dunning came in, and to his credit, got out of the jam. And, he looked solid early on. And then you load up the bases, you get the Alvarez sacrifice fly, then the Abreu home run. And it's just like, all right, this is that felt like it took so much to get back in even.
Yeah,
it was just a 3-run deficit, but to get back to 3-3 felt like such a mountain you would climb.
Yeah. That
then to just immediately have it, you give up 4 runs the next inning, you can't, get that shutdown.
No,
was
you can't.
Really frustrating.
And I thought Alvarez's ball was out. We were out in the outfield, like by the foul pole. It was sweet.
Oh wow! Always by the pole.
Always by the pole. And when that thing hit the bat, when that left the bat, it got to that height where it's like, okay, that thing's gonna carry, and it just died. The ball just died. I don't know if it was the open air stadium aspect, but that ball just died. I'll tell you what didn't die is Abreu's ball. Holy cow!
Nope.
Ho ho ho!
Oh, and I heard the call from the Astros radio team. It was something like a student because it was a 3-run homer, obviously, and when it hit the bat, it was like, that ball's hit deep, 3-point shot, swish, or something like that.
What?
It was awful. It was so bad.
God.
Your city sucks, Astros fans. I just want you to know, if you're spying on us this morning, I hope to God you're spying on us so that I can tell your city you are such trash. Your city sucks. Your baseball team sucks. It's your food sucks. Like, everything about Houston is so damn awful, and I'm embarrassed that it's even 2-2 against such a trash city like that.
Terrible performance. The fact that I'm still like, this series was over. It was over. They had it. They had it won. And Max Scherzer, man. Max Scherzer let him off the hook.
Is it Scherzer?
Yes, we're blaming Scherzer for the entire thing.
Are we not blaming Heaney?
No, the entire series is on Max Scherzer now.
Is it just because you don't want to take responsibility for your song?
That's exactly what it is.
That's what it is. I will say, I know I got accused of being a jinx for Stars games a little bit last year.
Yeah.
They're 1-0 in the playoffs with me in the building.
Yeah.
They're 0-2 when I'm not.
Yeah, I go to enough games where it's like I've got losses on my ledger. I go like, we go to quite a bit of Stars games. So
What a flex.
Wasn't really a flex. Like, I just, I got buddies over there.
Another flex.
like during the regular season, we go to enough games, so it's like, all right, they're going to lose enough. So I can't say I'm like the jinx or not, but this is my first Rangers loss in like a long time. And it's the first loss I had wearing my Red Rangers shirt.
Just all I know is that when you, me, and Will Chambers are all in the building together, they win.
Yeah, but you and Will can't go anymore.
No,
apparently.
we can't.
You guys aren't allowed in. I'll leave that one at that. I'll leave that one alone. My gosh. All right, Rangers lose 10-3. Series tied at 2 games apiece. What else happened in the sports world last night? And I found the best way to save money at dinner. That has been discovered, and that is next.
It's the Battle of the
Heiskanen back forward. Well, it's been a precarious lead since the Ducks went ahead in the first period. And this game up for grabs. A chance to score, and they do. They take advantage of the minor on a fast skating move towards the front of the net. Rope Hintz, a big part of that, scoring the tying goal, and it's a 1-1 hockey game.
All right, so we got one
Somebody
victory.
won.
Look at that.
And they won in regulation.
Yes, they did.
Finally, 3 games in. Regulation, they were asleep at the wheel last night at the start of the game. That was like me coming to the Firehouse tour. It was they spent the first 40 minutes asleep. It was not great. I think they were 7 minutes into the game, and it was 11 shots to 1. I mean, honestly, it felt like the Ducks should have had 6 goals last night in the first period. That was about as bad of a first period as you could have seen them play defensively and just all the turnovers and everything else. That was a brutal game, but they finally score on the power play. They'd been 0 for 6 the first couple games. They get 2 power play goals in the second period last night. So you start feeling a little bit better.
Yeah. So you've kept down. You are the hamster, the hockey
I am
hamster.
the hockey hamster, huh? Exactly.
Give us your.
Wasn't that a little more Anthony Hopkins, Silence of the Lambs?
I figure both would just gnaw at people's faces.
I ate his what was it? His liver with fava beans and a nice Chianti. And
Yeah.
then
Give us your early assessment of the Stars.
Look, I mean, I thought the first 2 games they played pretty well. Like, I mean, I think it was a carryover from the team that we saw at the end of last season. You know, the first game against the Blues, even the game against Vegas. Like, that was a game that against Vegas that you felt like they were competitive enough and that they could have stolen that one. But ultimately, you know, getting to the penalty shots or getting to the shootout at the end on both games, they played those games tight and competitive. Last night just seemed like a team, you know, going against a bad Ducks team, or a team that was bad last year. I mean, we'll see how competitive they are this year. They have 6 rookies on that team this year. That's a Ducks team that you're significantly better than, I feel like, and they really struggled getting out of the game. It felt a little bit like Cowboys starting the game against the Cardinals a few weeks back, only they actually turned it around. The Stars are a winning organization that don't struggle with bad offensive play calls, and so they're able to come back from that. And like I said, the power play was huge for them last night. They'd been 0 for 6 through the first 2 games, and the power play had been so big for them last year that it was nice to see them get back on track, get those 2 goals in the second period, get up. And this is also the debut of Leo Carlsson, the number 2 overall pick, one of the big stars heading into this season, one of the big young stars in the NHL, and he played well and had an impressive goal last night. But ultimately, all was righted in the final 2 periods with the Stars.
All right, good. Because last year they have a lot of momentum going into the season from last year's playoff run. A lot of momentum. So that's good. It's good to see that they're sticking with it. We'll get to the NFL game here in a little bit.
It was boring.
Was it?
Yes. I mean, it became a little more fun down the stretch, but it's 2 of the most boring teams in the NFL to me. Jacksonville and New Orleans are just gross.
Okay, because New Orleans is. I was thinking like Jags. The Jags might have. Like, where are they on the AFC pecking order? I'm going to ask you that a little bit later.
Oh yeah.
So just get that in. Just noodle with that.
I mean, even though they're 5-2, it does feel like
they won 4 in a row.
Yeah, Jags off to a slower start than you want.
Jags are off. Yes, yes, they are.
They're off to a slower start than you want.
All right, let's go to Spain.
Okay.
Now. Yeah. So this is a Lithuanian man who lives in Spain. He's known as Itis J. AIDS. I assume that's itis.
Got that itis.
So this is a con man. And he would go to restaurants and then he would fake a heart attack to get out of the bill. This is amazing. He would fake a heart attack to get out of paying the bill. My nephew sent me this like yesterday, the day before. He's like, what is wrong with people? And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, like what is wrong with people? But my gosh, that is evil genius. That is evil genius right there. It's terrible. I hate that he's doing it. He's ripping people, small businesses and all that stuff.
Well, we don't know that they're small businesses. It may be.
My assumption is there's no chains in Europe. That's my assumption.
No, but I mean, he could be going into like one of these like Michelin 4-star restaurants or whatever. He could be going into there.
Yeah, he could. But this what a evil genius of a scheme this is. Very innovative. Great execution.
I mean, is it that innovative? It is if he's able to if he's gotten away with it that many times, good for him, I guess. But is it that innovative? Just go, oh, my heart, and then just leave. That feels like something that feels pretty basic.
Yeah. I mean, but like the whole process of,
I mean, you have to effectively sell a heart attack.
Like, how many times does somebody try to give him CPR?
Well, maybe that's how he's benefited, is because you're not supposed to like give somebody mouth to mouth anymore.
Yeah, this is an amazing story, I think.
Have you ever done anything, not to like skip out on a bill, and maybe this is sort of just like unethical life hack sort of thing, but have you ever had any experience trying to like manipulate something a little bit, fake stuff. Like obviously we've all had the fake illness to get out of work or the fake illness to get out of like a social event or whatever else.
You know, I haven't really done the fake illness.
You have to have done it.
I've called in when I'm not like dying sick.
Not here, of course. Your previous job.
The previous job was hourly. I definitely didn't do it there.
Well, you called in other places. You certainly didn't do it here.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
Because it's like, my thing is, if you call in sick, you can't do anything that day.
You can't put anything on social media. It doesn't mean you can't do anything.
Wait, what if you get seen?
By who?
What if I go play golf? What if I go play golf and somebody sees me?
Who's gonna see you? Who's out on the golf?
Other golfers.
What? So like, so you're saying Tolos will see you, and then maybe be like, I saw Choppy on the golf course. He wasn't sick at all.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Ever since the song came out, man, I can't go anywhere.
Oh yeah,
I can't go anywhere now.
You're getting swarmed.
They bring it. I'm gonna post it again. I'm gonna repost it today.
You should.
Yeah.
It's a great song. They need the motivation.
Yeah.
No, I think that, look, honestly, when I fake an illness, which I haven't done since I was probably 21, or I didn't fake an illness. I had a massive hangover that I said was an illness. And I was just like,
Hangovers that's an illness.
But I could not claim that it was, I could not say directly it was a hangover. I had to say, I think I have a stomach bug.
Why not?
But whenever I am.
Why can't you claim it's an illness? If you're hungover and you got a headache and you can't, like, the lights, you can't even look at the lights, and you're wanting to throw up, you're not gonna get anything done at work. Just call in.
The next time you have a hangover, call in and tell them, like, tell Gavin and Tim, just be like, hey, I can't come in today. I drank too much last night.
That's hard for us to do because we like. You wouldn't know that until the morning, and I would just like call Sean. Hey, by the way, I'm not coming in today. And you can't like leave your boy out like that.
You could just call like as you're drinking though the night before and just be like, "Hey, I'm going to be hungover tomorrow morning." But you don't get hangovers. See, that's the problem, is that you always claim like, "I don't get hangovers." It's
true.
I don't get them, and so you don't get that excuse.
I know. Sarah will have a glass of water, and she'll have a hangover.
Oh, real sensitive to those sorts of.
No, literally, she just drinks water. She's hungover every morning. Whether we drink or not, she is hungover the next day.
I feel like I wake up with a hangover every morning because my allergies are so bad.
That's probably what it is.
And I poured. We got this X blower. It's like this giant like AC unit, and I pop it onto the highest power setting, and I've got to have that sitting on the nightstand, pointed at my face, just like blowing cool air on me because it's never cold enough in our house for me.
Right.
And I feel like I wake up with my ears and my sinuses full every morning, probably from just blowing a fan in my face all day.
Just dry throat.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I do have a tendency to just kind of, and so because of that, it's just drying everything out, and my sinuses get full. And my.
Are you a CPAP guy yet? I could tell. I could see you as a big snorer.
One day, I'm sure. Now, see, I don't consistently snore though.
Huh. Like
the wife says that I will have nights of snoring, but it's not like consistent. I don't do it all the time.
Yeah. I do.
Every single night. Do you have the CPAP?
No, I got a mouth guard.
Oh.
It's like a mouth. It's like one of those like anti-bite, teeth grinding things.
Have you done the mouth tape before?
Mouth tape?
Yeah. It's a little piece of tape you put on your lips, and it keeps your lips sealed all night.
No.
I've done that before.
With a goatee and a beard?
Yep. It goes on your lips. It's just this little piece of tape that sticks on there and keeps you from snoring.
See, I don't want to have a CPAP because I think that will get that'll interfere with with nighttime relations. Like if she just wakes up and wants some, she has to take the CPAP mask off.
I don't know, it might be a kink for her.
By the way, all right, all you idiots out there coming after me for this song, you calling it cringy? No, cringy was Sean not knowing that video that we posted yesterday. Pegging.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, where you thought nutmegging was something completely different.
That was amazing.
Which somebody to ask them, they're like, well, what's pegging? I was like, it's where you kick the ball between somebody's legs.
Absolutely.
Sean just told you.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Oh, my gosh. All right. Man, Rangers lose 10-3. Series is tied at 2 games apiece. We'll get back into that next. Did they lose the series last night? They might have. Next to the Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean Sharif is out. He'll be back on Tuesday.
That's when his suspension ends for all that talk of pegging yesterday.
Yeah, that's when the suspension will come to an end. Last night out at the Globe for Game 4 of this Rangers versus Astros ALCS, and Bobby was not good from the start.
Nope, this was bad. This was 10 pitches in. It was already 3-0.
Yeah, it was 10. It was 10 pitches.
He got to 1-1 on the first 3 hitters. Third pitch of each at bat was smoked. It wasn't even smoked. It wasn't even like these were like hard hits.
Right.
In the first inning.
No, you get a base runner here, base runner there, and then this took place.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air, right center field. Carrying well. Tavares on the run. He won't get this one. It bounces up against the wall in front of the Rangers bullpen. 1 run is home. Here comes Dubon. He will score. Throw to third. The tag. Safe diving in with a triple is Bregman. And it's 2-0 Houston in the first.
Eric Nadel call, a game you heard right here, 105 through the Fan. Astros get out to a 3-zip lead in the first inning. And, the Rangers, they battled back to tie it. And that was short-lived.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was, again, it felt like such a, like 3-0 in the first inning. That feels like such a mountain to climb that the fact that they fought back and tied it up, you felt like, okay, hey, they've got a real shot here. Because it was 3-3 going into the fourth. And you need that shutdown inning and you can't get it. And that was something that was really frustrating to watch, was just how, like, they get in there, they load up the bases, nobody out. Alvarez hits that sacrifice fly, which, as you had mentioned earlier, looked like it was going to be a home run. Then Abreu comes up and knocks it out. And that was where it's so demoralizing. It takes out the crowd. It takes out the players, it felt like, where it was just like 7-3 at that point. It's like, man, it took so much just to get to a point where you were tied up at 3-3 again. That felt like scaling such a mountain, even though it's a 3-run lead, that for you to fall down immediately down 4 was just so depressing, so depleting. And it sets up for today what is going to be a really, really tough game, I think, just from a psychological aspect, having to bounce back and play this team again.
It's tough. I don't know. I think this thing is over now. They've lost the last 2 games. Houston seems like they do not come close to losing here. What is it about their offense? They step into that building and they're murderer's row. They go home and they can't hit. Now, to their granted, they did score 5 runs. Right, it was 4 runs in their loss. They scored 4 runs in the loss in Game 2. They lost 5-4. They were down 4-0 right away.
Like the Rangers were last night.
Like the Rangers were last night. And, the Astros, they came back a little bit. And, basically since that time, they've completely dominated the series. Since the first inning of Game 2, this series has been all Houston. All Houston since the first inning of Game 2.
Yep. I mean, that's exactly what's happened, is that they went station to station in that first inning, just a bunch of chippy singles here and there, put up 4 runs. You feel like, all right, this is over. But I mean, yeah, since then, if you look at the last, what would it be? The last 26 innings or whatever it is, it's been all Astros. And I mean, like, this would be, you would be at, this dire state if Young, misplays that bobble at third, or if one of those warning track fly balls they hit in Game 2 actually gets out. This is definitely nut cutting time.
Yeah, it is. It is. Now, it's come to the point where if they're going to win this series, it's going to be because Montgomery and Eovaldi won every game. Yeah. If they're going to win the World Series, it's going to be because Montgomery and Eovaldi won every game. I don't know that you're going to get a Scherzer win, a Heaney win, a Dunning win. And if you do, you're probably like, holy cow, that got lucky. That is a lucky day.
How big is, like, I mean, you're going to need Montgomery to be pretty dominant today, right?
Yeah. He's going to have to be incredible today. This Houston's red hot right now. Their bats are litty.
I'll tell you one thing I'm not doing again, and I swear I don't want to hear anymore. Boy, Boch just pushes all the right buttons, and I'm not going to be critical of Boch. He's like, I'm just saying, I don't want to hear about Boch pushing all the right buttons when he's starting effing Andrew Heaney in this game. Dunning deserves the start over Heaney.
I mean, look. Neither one of them are any good like right now.
Dunning was not great yesterday, but I also think that there's a difference. Again, it's the difference of the mentality of stepping in and having to come in and relieve versus starting. Let Dunning do. We've seen that Dunning has, when he's able to line up and prepare like a starter and go out there and pitch, he's been pretty good for you this year. We talked about him all year as one of the big MVPs on this team because of how he stepped up and performed when you started losing your pitching, and now you're swapping him out for Heaney. And I don't understand the move. I don't get what he's doing. It has not been every button pushed correctly during this playoff run. Grossman has still gotten at bats for some bizarre reason at times during the playoffs, and you're not starting Dunning. You are going to Heaney, who has been wildly inconsistent.
The worst part of yesterday, is either the Astros made a mistake in Game 3, pitching Abreu and Presley, because they had it was technically a save situation for Presley at 8-5, but it wasn't for Ed Abreu at a 4-run lead. I don't even think he got a hold in that one.
Look at that. The Astros this year have a plus 41 run differential at Globe Life Field.
Is that good? Is that generally pretty good?
Word.
Yeah, it's generally pretty good. So like, Houston didn't have to use Abreu and Presley last night.
No.
And had this game been closer, they would have. And that means that those guys would have been barely available today. Barely. And that's a huge difference. Like, now they're back into their bullpen, which is a massive strength for them. Massive strength. Is completely rested, ready to go today. Yep. Completely rested. I thought they made a mistake pitching him in Game 3. I don't think they needed to. At least Abreu. I mean, you want to throw Presley because it's a save situation, go ahead. But a 4-run lead, you didn't need to use Abreu. But they wanted to get that first win. They wanted to lock it down, make sure the Rangers were done. And then, now today, they didn't have to use them last night because the thing was a blowout. You let them off the hook. The Rangers have completely let the Astros off the hook here. And I looked at, we said yesterday, at least, and you and I agreed on this one. The winner of Game 4 was going to win the series. If the Rangers won, they'll be up 3-1. That was over.
Yep.
But if the Astros won, they tied it at 2. You got Verlander coming up. If you get to Game 7, you got Javier. Like, that's and I know Montgomery and Evaldi have been nails. Something about Houston, this ballpark. And then you're going to have to go back and win 2 in Houston. And one of them is going to be when Scherzer throws against Javier. And we saw what happened the other day. I don't know, man.
So you're picking Houston right now?
Yeah, I think Houston will win in 6.
Oh, you think they're done? You don't think any more victories?
No, they're done. But what the hell? What the hell do I know? They're wrong. I hope they come back and win. All these idiots on Twitter will shut up. I still can't. I start like I didn't.
Do you think here's what's possible? Not that you jinxed them. Do you think you motivated the Astros?
No, I don't think the Astros have any idea who I am.
I think Altuve knows.
You know what? And guess what? I don't care. I care about my fame. This is great.
You want clout. So it would actually be great to you. If
Do you know how hard it is?
If the Astros were motivated by you, you'd experience a Creed-like renaissance.
Do you know how hard it is to be the main character on Twitter and not get canceled? Do you know how hard that is? I've done it.
You've achieved something special.
I've achieved specialness. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I'm the main character on Twitter and I'm still here. This is fantastic.
That's impressive. Now, if they were to win today, if the Rangers win today, does it change your perspective at all, or do you think Houston goes back and wins both at home?
The Rangers, totally change. Yeah, if the Rangers win today, then the Rangers win the series.
Man, the ebbs and flows.
The ebbs and flows that are in my brain.
The emotional roller coaster.
My whole life is an emotional roller coaster. Actually, not anymore. Sarah's really has leveled me out. Prior to her,
well, the Rangers.
I was the Judge Roy scream.
That's exactly what it is. The Rangers have us on an emotional Judge Roy scream right now. Just hill after hill.
Yeah. Sometimes we're on the shockwave. Is that the one that goes upside down?
Yeah, the back-to-back double loop.
Back-to-back loop. Sometimes we're on that thing. It feels like, at least.
Man, this is something where the Rangers right now. And look, this is a direct plea to you, Texas Ranger fans. if you are going to the game today, and look, it's 6:10 in the morning right now, Chop.
Yeah.
So I know that the people who are going to this game tonight, it's the suit and tie
Today.
today. It's the suit and tie mofos who are heading into their office jobs right now. Their 1%er jobs. So I know that they're up listening.
Oh, you think last night's crowd was bad? Wait till you see today. Because the only people who can get off work for a 3:30 game are the people in the ivory tower. The people who punch a clock, they can't get off work at 3 o'clock.
Every single person in that building needs to be standing at first pitch and not sit down until the first inning's over. And I know that's look, I'm standing right now. Standing. I'm not taking a seat. I'm standing for the Texas Rangers.
Look at you.
RJ Choppy.
Look at you.
And we need that, honestly, we need that at the ballpark. Look, just flat out, the ballpark energy has sucked these 2 games. You have been awful in comparison to the energy that was in Houston. It's been bad. And this is nowhere near the energy we saw in 2010 in the ALCS, 2011 in the ALCS. And I understand that the Rangers have to do something to get fans engaged, but at the start of the game, you don't need to wait for something to happen for you to be engaged and loud and affecting the game. You need to be up and loud and impacting things right from the start. That's what the Rangers need.
You hear that, Tolos? Bobby Bell's calling you out.
Yeah.
He is. You got called out by a guy who can't eat seafood. You just got called out. You got called out by
it's
can't hold his liquor.
What you're doing right now is you can never again. I don't ever want to hear anybody mock Josh Hamilton's not a baseball town line if you guys don't show up today. If you don't show up today for a big game 5 like this, if it's a quiet crowd, if they're sitting down, you are proving correct everything that you've mocked and derided Josh Hamilton for saying when he left here. You are not a baseball town if you don't show up today. Prove him wrong. Like, show up, be loud, impact the game from the very start. That's what is needed out at the Globe today.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's part of the problem is there was a lot of Astro fans there yesterday and in Game 3. And part of that is that there's a lot of them that live amongst us. And that's what makes this series so fun, just on the side, is that, when you play in the playoffs, let's see, teams they play the playoffs, they play Toronto or the Yankees or the Cardinals. For the most part, now the Yankees have a following here, but for the most part, you don't live amongst those fans.
817, make a plea to employers to let the blue collars off. Yeah, it's on you too. It's on you too. Managers and bosses, let your employees off early on a Friday to get to the ballpark.
That's right.
RJ Choppy,
I'm standing, Carter. I'm standing now. Follow my eyes. See my eyes.
My eyes are up here.
You got to let your people out of work today. You got to let your people leave early. Now, I'm sure they don't have tickets yet because they don't think they're working. But they can find them.
Yeah. Look, if you're one of these bosses, if you're going to sit there in your suit and tie, drinking your cocktails, drunk off your ass in the third inning, hitting on the chick next to you, give your tickets away to your blue-collar employee and let him off work early.
Let him off work early.
Damn it. And then if you show up and you are, here's the thing. If you are one of these fans in attendance today, be loud, be engaged. Give this team a GD home advantage.
You got a Let's Go Rangers chant on the way into the stadium. I walked in last night. Everyone's just walking. People were just walking in, talking. Oh, so we're going to go to church this weekend. We're going to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go to church.
Where are we going to go to church this weekend?
I know.
Like it's a club.
It's a club.
What church you want to go to?
Sure, which one do you want to go to? You want to go to the off campus or on campus? What do you want to do?
We
you want to go watch it on the screen? You want to watch it in person? Should we get there late and just watch it in the other side room?
That's it. That's the crowd that was shuffling in last night.
Yeah. That was basically it. I was a little disappointed. I was a little bit disappointed there. But again, 10,000 Astro fans, and that'll suck the juice out.
But that's 30,000 right there that can get loud.
It is, but it's gonna suck the juice out. It is. You won't see that there's let's just say the Diamondbacks had a big following. You wouldn't see 10,000 Diamondback fans in Philly.
I mean, I would bet there's more Philly fans in the Diamondbacks ballpark than there are. Astros fans in the Rangers, and the Diamondbacks ballpark was loud last night.
Did you see what Philly fans did?
No.
So the tickets for this game, because it was at 1:00 Arizona time, Philly fans bought up all the tickets. There were like a ton of empty seats in this game because Philly fans in Philadelphia who had no intentions of going to the game just bought these tickets. So Diamondback fans couldn't use them. That is so sinister.
Cold-blooded.
It really is. It's remarkable. I thought that was one of the top 5 all-time moves I've ever seen in my life. All right, Rangers lose 10-3. We'll get back into that here coming up at 6:40. But are the Jags part of the AFC elite now? And would you make this Cowboys trade? Would you make this Cowboys trade? That's next on 105 through the Fan.
Fan. This segment brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss or Soda and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Shotgun, empty backfield for Trevor. 3 right, 2 left, he drops. Checks it down underneath. That's a crossing route to Christian Kirk. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Christian Kirk to the goal line. Touchdown, Jacksonville. A crossing route to Christian Kirk. And the Jags have retaken the lead.
Jags radio with the call. Thursday night football, 31-24. Jags win on the road. This is a game that they were in quite control of.
Yeah,
it was 17-6 at half, and 24-9 going into the fourth quarter.
Jags off to a good start in this game.
I see what you did there.
And
appreciate that.
They ended up. It was a near collapse there until you got the Christian Kirk running catch that you just heard about there. But Trevor Lawrence again, not super impressive.
He only had like 200 yards passing.
It's the Mike Bassick jinx.
Is that? I mean, he's a Mahomes fan.
But he's T-Law, man. That's his guy that he's got a jersey for. That's his.
Yeah, it is.
All the rookie cards that he buys. I don't think. I think he's more. The Mahomes thing is just a Texas Tech thing, since that's where he considers himself an alum from, even though he didn't go. Just like I do the same with Texas.
But he got in.
Yeah, but he didn't go.
But he at least applied.
But he didn't go.
He at least applied.
Yeah, but I would have gotten into Texas.
Really?
Yeah. Ross, I would have gotten into Texas.
What was your class rank at homeschool?
First. B. I was first. I would have gotten in, right, Ross?
I think so. I mean, I transferred to Texas after 1 year, so.
Wait. So where'd you go to start? Where'd you start at?
So I was, they had this program called CAP. I don't know what it stands for anymore, but basically it was just like if you had like a 3.5 GPA your freshman year, you could transfer in. So that's what I did.
So where were you at before?
I was UTA Maverick. Mav up.
Oh, look at that. We got a lot of UTA, because that's Alec and Ruben are both UTA.
Sarah
guys.
went to UTA.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Did you know Sarah?
No, I can't say I did.
How old are you? 24?
I hate that I have to think about it now. I just turned 27.
Oh. Yeah, you wouldn't.
Could have.
Because
how old Sarah? Sarah's like
34.
16 years younger than you?
10 years younger than me, dude. She's 34. What, my Leo DiCaprio? They had somebody like
almost
early 20s. My goodness. Oh.
But this was a painful game. There's I mean, it became entertaining late, but these games were just like dominant early, and then you get these sketches. It's just it's another bad slate of Thursday night games this year, it feels like. And there's just nobody. I think you'd have a tough time coming up with two more uninteresting teams than the Saints and the Jaguars to go up against each other.
Yeah, that was blah. I'm glad I went to the Ranger game and missed this, even though the Ranger game was a dud. I'm glad I missed this game. This game sounds like it was just awful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just now. Here's the interesting thing. Could you imagine? I was there was an article a couple weeks ago from, I think it was Bleacher Report or somebody, that they were talking about the Super Bowl matchups we really want to see, that we'd love to see, the sexiest Super Bowl matchups, and they listed 5 of them. And do you know one of the ones that was up there?
No.
The Jaguars versus the Lions. I think that might be the lowest rated Super Bowl.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm trying to think, because like Detroit's they've kind of taken over the league this year.
They've got a big fan base and stuff, but it's still,
there's not a lot of,
there's a mental hurdle you have to overcome of the Lions are in the Super Bowl. Like, I had this feeling that when the Seahawks were first good, like, it was a tough thing to overcome for people, I think. Where it's like, I've got to get used to the Seahawks are good and they're in the Super Bowl.
The Lions are like the Browns. Like, they're that bad. The Bears are the same way, but the Bears at least had some success every 20 years. The Lions are like the Browns, though. Like, they've neither team has done. The Browns had a cool run in the 80s, but other than that, they've been just bad.
A run where Elway just broke their heart every time.
Yeah. Since Jim Brown and Paul Brown left, they've been just bad.
Not a lot of success since Otto Graham.
Not a lot of success since color TVs came out. And the Lions have been rebuilding since 1957.
That's an awful way to think about it. As soon as television turned to color, the Browns stopped being good. What a terrible existence Derek Holland lives.
Oh my God, an awful. And as a Michigan fan, who's they're perennially like 8-4 until Harbaugh.
Well, and they're what? They're about to not have Harbaugh anymore.
Man, we're gonna get into that today because Jim Harbaugh, I think he's got about 6 games left at Michigan before he leaves, or however many games they have left. He's got and then he's done. He's gone to the NFL.
How exciting! Because
what Cotton Dockers here at AT&T.
There might be a job opening. Not far away from here. Oh yeah. There's no Sean Sharif the next 2 shows, guys. I am going to get so lit, as the children say, Chop, when it comes to my Cowboys coaching takes, because there's nobody here to stop me or correct the language that I use when describing how he talks about Dak.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
Okay. When you called him a liar?
I didn't say it like that exactly.
I think you kind of did. But look, you want to talk about that Jags Lions Super Bowl? I mean, that I think that could be a decent one to watch. I just want to where Jacksonville is in the AFC pecking order now.
Man, see, that's the thing. They've not been impressive at all. Like they've got that 5-2 record. They look good in that sense, but they haven't looked super impressive this season. And Trevor Lawrence hasn't looked impressive. Look, the Jaguars will be as good as Trevor Lawrence is. And right now he's been okay, but he has not been great. Now they've got some, they played the Chiefs close. They've got a nice victory over the Bills. They've won 4 in a row, but it does not feel like a team that is taking that next step that everybody wanted them to or expected them to.
Right. They haven't taken that next step. I think you look at, Kansas City in the AFC, and Buffalo in the AFC. The Jags beat the Bills.
Let's see here real quick. We'll just go teams that are in contention here. Miami, better than Jacksonville?
Yes.
Buffalo.
I mean,
they
Jags
beat Buffalo,
them.
but I think we got to take into account Jacksonville had been over there in London for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Buffalo had to make the travel.
Yeah.
So I still think Buffalo's better.
I think Buffalo.
Baltimore or Jacksonville? I think Baltimore's better right now.
Boy, that Baltimore-Detroit game this weekend should be good.
Yeah. It'll be great to watch Lamar Jackson have to try and fake like he's a quarterback.
Stop it.
Against that great Dan Campbell team.
Why did I just snort? I think, I don't know, maybe I'll go Jacksonville.
Cleveland?
It's tough.
With that defense, they just beat the best team in football.
What Deshaun Watson are you getting?
Are you getting Deshaun Watson at all?
He practiced yesterday, right?
He did. He threw a couple passes. So, I mean, he must be feeling a little bit more comfortable. You would think with a $46 million fully guaranteed salary that he'd be able to buy a nice enough mattress that he wouldn't have shoulder aches.
I like Cleveland. I think Cleveland's not bad.
I think Cleveland could. I think Cleveland would beat Jacksonville.
I think Cleveland would win.
I think they're the best team in the South, although Houston has played well.
I got to give credit to Houston, man. They look like they are playing, that they're well coached finally.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'll tell you this: they've been well coached before. Lovey was fine. Who's the other guy from 1 year they had? They got from Baltimore. The oldest
Culley.
He actually did a halfway decent job. He didn't deserve to get fired.
Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien did a nice job.
I mean, Gary Kubiak did decent over the years there.
Houston's had. I think Houston underrated has had pretty darn good coaches over the last 15 years. Kubiak was fine. Bill O'Brien went to the playoffs with like 4 different quarterbacks.
I mean, DeMeco Ryans has been great.
Yes,
though.
he has.
And CJ Stroud has been so damn good. And now, I mean, with Anthony Richardson shut down for the year and Bryce Young not looking great so far. I mean, Stroud is by far the rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year.
No doubt. For all the faults that Houston has in their front office with Easterby and Caserio and the McNair family, who sound like just awful. It's an awful organization. They have fallen into they've hired good coaches. For all the issues they have, they've hired some pretty good coaches over there.
Do you think at all Brandon Cooks looks at what's going on there and goes, maybe I should have stuck it out? in Houston.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I bet he puts up better numbers than 13 catches and 104 yards or whatever.
Yeah, he rolls out of bed and gets 1,000.
Unless he's in McCarthy's offense.
This is in McCarthy's offense.
You know?
There's no doubt about that.
Where are you to check me now, Sean? AFC West, Kansas City, better than Jacksonville?
Yes, Kansas City's. I've had Kansas City number 1 the whole time.
So, I mean, we're looking at Kansas City, Cleveland, like at the very best right now. I think we feel like they're probably 5. They could be as low as 6 in the AFC.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I mean, and again, we're at week 6. So, or what, week 7 now? This is week 7 now coming up. So, like, the team they are now is not the team they're going to be in a month or 2 months.
Yeah, when did Parcells say you finally know who your team is? Usually, wouldn't he say it's November? I think he said November.
He said so many things.
Yeah, he did.
I forgot all the things he said. And then wouldn't you love to have a memory like that where you just remember what your people say?
Just in general?
Just in general, just what people say.
Yeah,
you know, I would love to remember like what you guys say as your power rankings before I post them on social media.
Yeah, I mean, we're just like from pick to pick. For you
yeah, we really are.
Like
pick
when we're on third, if you could remember who we had second. So yeah.
I write them down too.
Look, it happens.
I write them down. I write them down every week. There's no doubt about that.
But Parcells used to say it was November usually.
Yeah.
That when you get to November, that's usually when you have a good grasp on who your football team is and what they're capable of.
It is. You know, the one thing though that I don't like, and I've never liked, you know, there's not many sports. In fact, football is the only one because there's only 2 outside sports where the most important games are played in completely different conditions than the rest of the season.
Yeah.
It's the only sport.
Yep.
Now, you can say baseball gets cooler, which it does, but you start the season in cold weather in most of the country.
Yeah.
Or half the country.
So many teams end up playing in
domes,
climate-controlled environments anyway.
Yeah. So, like, but football, like, you get some of these outdoor games, and you're a passing team. Like, you build your team to get to the playoffs, and they get to the playoffs. Like, I think the most underrated thing about the Packers' last 30 years is, you know, that they haven't won. Really, they've won. They with having Favre and Rodgers for 30 years, they went to what 3 Super Bowls and won 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they had so many home games in the playoffs, and they were passing teams, and you can't throw in Green Bay in January. And I wonder how big of an impact that was.
RJ Choppy, always a big fan of running the ball. That's what you've always said.
I'm not a fan of running the ball at all.
By the way,
I've never said that once.
The truckwreck.com fan text is just lighting up with the excuse for Deshaun Watson is because he can't get massages anymore.
Look,
you can't massage out the shoulder strain.
Was it the scar tissue or whatever? Yeah, you can't. You gotta be able to rub that out. You gotta be able to stop it. You've got to be able to massage that. You've got to, and if you can't, then what are you gonna do about it? You know, you got to get a massage. Someone's giving a massage. He can get a massage, so he doesn't have to get one of those. Maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe he's like Pavlov's dog, where like you get into a massage room and all of a sudden things happen because you're in that environment against. Why are you laughing?
Because of what you said.
Yeah.
20 seconds ago.
You like that? You like that? Now I see what Sean wants. I see Sean throws a pen at Bobby every day.
Now you get it.
Yeah, now I get it. Being over here on this side of the aisle. Woo.
Sean needs that.
Stop it. Okay, it's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. Sean's out. Take a little bye week, 4-day weekend. Holiday week. Not a holiday weekend, but a bye week, holiday weekend. We'll get back into the Rangers next. They lose 10-3 over at the Globe in Game 4. Series tied at 2 games apiece. And I have made an important life decision that I need to tell you about. And I will tell you next on 105 through the fan. RJ Choppy.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Marte 2 for 4. Marsh, few steps towards the line and left. Rojas shaded the other way as well. 0-1. Kimbrel kicks. Here's the pitch. Swing and a line drive center field. Game over. Marte wins it, and we've got a series as the Diamondbacks walk off the Phillies 2-1 on Ketel Marte's third hit of the day.
That sounds like Phillies radio. It didn't sound like they were too excited about that one, so I can't imagine that was D-backs radio. With the call.
Could just be that the Diamondbacks play-by-play team is similar to their fan base.
Just want to go home.
Yeah, they won.
Just want to go
Good
home.
job. We got a series, guys.
So they do have a series. It's 2-1 now, where the home teams have held serve. The oppo of our series, where the road teams have held serve in every game. So Ketel Marte with a walk-off single, 2-1. Diamondbacks beat the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 3 of the NLCS. It's Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Sean is out. We got Ross in for Peyton today. Carter is in for Ryan. Took a birthday weekend getaway. Carter, man, you will talk college football with him all day. We got some Jim Harbaugh stuff coming up.
No. We don't talk college football with Carter because he's a Sooners fan.
Well, I do. I'll talk college football. I don't discriminate against Sooner fans.
He's doing horns down back there right now. You know where Carter deserves a lot of credit is he called the Washington Huskies takeover. He had predicted them in the playoff at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
So he nailed that one.
He's a smart man.
He did, other than his OU stuff.
Yeah. Have these playoffs been boring?
Yeah.
So I just saw this article yesterday, and it just kind of dawned on me. I was like, wow, you know what? They have, because we've been so engulfed in the excitement for the Ranger team.
Yeah,
that we've missed.
You're wrapped up in your own world.
I mean, look at me. I'm always wrapped up in my own world.
Yeah.
I'm so wrapped up in my own world, I don't even care that the team has lost the last 2 games. All I care about is that I've gone viral for this song. That's all I care about, right?
How many times have you gone back to count up the number of shares it has on Facebook and stuff? How many times have you looked at it?
I've not looked at it.
Job.
I can't get to it.
How many times have you looked at the views?
My
on
entire
your Instagram?
timeline is reposts. That's all it is.
Oh, of people reposting the video.
People calling me cringy. That's my entire timeline.
Did the kids like it? Did Luke?
Yeah.
They liked the song?
Even my ex-wife liked the song.
Oh my gosh!
My
you guys
ex-wife
are not allowed to
hates
bitch
me.
about this anymore.
She doesn't like anything I do, and she said to me the other day, she goes, "I have to say, song's pretty good." I was like, "I appreciate that. That was very nice." Now I'm getting destroyed for it. Probably deservedly so. I'm going to be on Old Takes Exposed, Old Row Official, or whatever.
Were you on Hot Takes Exposed for your Orioles song? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. So I don't care, but whatever.
It's convenient criticism,
but we are,
as Mike McCarthy would say.
It is. We are engulfed in this, so we haven't really. Now, we've paid attention to the other playoffs, but I always feel like, I'll just use my example, in the NCAA tournament. As long as Tennessee's in it, I'm really into the tournament. I'm watching every game. The moment they're out, I lose a little interest.
And you start evaluating the tournament for what it is, rather than just,
right.
What a Cinderella run by Tennessee.
Absolutely. You start evaluating things differently. And if you step back and you say, all right, outside of the Rangers, the fun that we've had with this Rangers team, because it's been a lot of fun this year. So going into yesterday's slate of games, there were 27 playoff games played.
Yep.
4 of them were decided by 1 run. The rest by 2 or more. Some as many as 10. Most of them by 3 or more.
What is the moment of this playoffs?
The moment of this playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I would say the game 2 of Philly and Atlanta, the Harper tag up double play to end the series.
But I mean, that's the thing is that we're deep into the ALCS now, and we don't have signature moments from oh my gosh, that game, what a class. I mean, I don't know, Evan Carter's catch and the tag
Houston.
up.
Yeah, that's another one. That'd be the Rangers one. I think nationally people would remember the one in Atlanta, but
I mean the Twins winning a series for
winning
the first
a game,
time. Winning a series.
Yeah.
That's a significant. But it's been incredible, and I think that's probably just because the star power has been sapped from this with the Dodgers and the Braves getting eliminated.
Well, and think about it. Okay, so just look around the sport. The Padres aren't in it. The Padres have got like a half dozen superstars.
Mm-hmm.
The Yankees aren't in it. They weren't even in the playoffs. There's no Aaron Judge. The Mets had a lot of star power to start the year. They traded them, so a lot of their guys are in it, but no Pete Alonso, no Francisco Lindor in the postseason. Mike Trout and Shohei didn't make it, as usual. Mookie Betts is long gone. Freddie Freeman's long gone. Ronald Acuna's long gone.
Mm-hmm.
Ozzie Albies long gone. Matt Olson long gone. Who else?
Ohtani never got in.
Ohtani never got in. The Red Sox, they're a big time franchise. They never got in. The Blue Jays went out. They vanished like a fart in church. I mean, they just vanished, man. They just
making multiple church references today.
That's a common saying, right? You vanish like a fart. You want
sure.
That. You do that. You do that in the Lord's house. You've got to have that thing. You pray that thing is going to whisk away quickly. I know I did. Every time I would. Oh, please don't linger. Please get out. Oh man,
like the cranberries.
We had padded pews, so it was easy to just bury one in there. You get the wooden ones and a reverb, and you'll never hear the end of it.
Oh my god!
But they've been a little.
No, it's been completely boring, and I think that's the thing. I think we are so locked into what's going on with the Rangers that you don't necessarily have an awareness of how
which
it's playing everywhere else.
Which I love. I love that we don't have an awareness because it means that we're inundated in this.
How many walk-offs do we have now outside of the one last night?
Was it the first?
It may have been. I'm trying to think. Did the Phillies have one?
I mean, they've been pretty much running through everybody.
Yeah, but I mean that right there is that we don't have like a big walk-off moment in any of these games either. It doesn't feel like.
Boy,
unless I'm forgetting one.
If last night, I'm sure we are. If last night was the first walk-off of the playoffs, and we're almost 30 games in.
4-3-2. The big moment of the playoffs is Choppy's song jinx.
Yeah, that could be it. All right, we'll get back into Rangers here. Coming up at 7 o'clock. I want to Jared Sandler at 7:20, 8:20. Eddie Belfour.
Eddie the Eagle
at 8:20, and I am going to geek out. I had no idea he is Eddie Belfour of Belfour Whiskey. I had no idea that's him.
I've never had Belfour whiskey.
He apparently comes from a big whiskey, like a long line of whiskey people in his family. We are going to nerd out, Eddie and I.
I mean, I did know that he definitely looked like he came from a long line of whiskey family when they won the cup. I know that.
Stop it.
He is one of my all-time Dallas sports idols.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Even though I was never like the biggest hockey fan, everybody obviously got into the cup run, and I loved Ed Belfour. He was, and the Eagle helmet, it's iconic. He is still one of the biggest DFW sports legends of all time.
He is.
I love that man.
He really is. He got overshadowed by Madonna on that team, but they don't win it without him. All right, I want to get to my life decision real quick.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on, man? I
have finally decided. This has been taking several years in the making. Not several years, several months in the making.
I have decided.
And this is hard for me to say because it's one of like my favorite things in the world. But I have given up pizza.
Oh my gosh, that is your favorite thing. Like when we were in Super Bowl for Arizona, you're just like, where can we get pizza?
It's my favorite food. Pizza's my favorite food. I love it. And I've always said, because like last few years, like I'll start eating pizza and like the next day I have like nothing but bathroom breaks.
Is it the grease? Is it the dairy? Is it the marinara?
I think it's the marinara, but I don't necessarily get this when I'm getting tested for like all kinds of things right now. My whole body's going through one giant test.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know what
history, you should get tested once a year, probably.
But I can have queso, and I don't have that issue, so it's not the lactose. I have bread, so it's not the gluten. I'm assuming it's the tomato sauce. It's the marinara. And I refuse to do those other pizzas, those white pizzas and stuff, and the barbecues.
I mean, this sounds about white. This might be your whitest moment ever.
Listen,
that marinara's too spicy?
I come from a full-blooded Italian family. I don't have a drop of anything in me that isn't Italian. And I am an embarrassment to my people. I cannot handle marinara sauce or whatever, pizza sauce, whatever. So for me to have to do this, I have to. I can't do it anymore. You have no idea the kind of pain that I'm in.
It's very brave of you to talk about this on the radio.
I'm going to be shunned. I'm not going to be allowed. My family literally started this place called the Italian Club.
Is this the first?
Like, what are we going to do? I am going to be shunned. Thankfully, they're all dead.
Is this the first time? Is this the first time that you felt like Eric Chiafalo's more Italian than you?
No, because he's one of those professional Italians from like Florida. Florida Italians don't count.
But that's what I mean. Now you're talking about a guy who he can at least eat marinara sauce.
Yeah, he can. But you can't have these problems. But he can eat some marinara.
So I mean that right there is that an indictment on your Italian ledger that Eric Chiafalo and his Florida Italian with the greased up hair and the everything else about him, doesn't that make you feel a little small?
He might be more Italian than me right now.
I gotta say, the only time I've ever had to stop eating something was
I've tried Nexium, I've tried everything.
PTSD. Like I get PTSD with things. So like one time I got really sick. It was a stomach bug in our house. But the last thing I ate before I got sick was canes. And so like I couldn't eat canes for like 3 years after that. Every time I'd try, I'd immediately start feeling sick. It was like a mental association with it. And I don't know what happened. Eventually I got over it. Therapy, maybe better help. I should have called them a little sooner, and then I could have been in position to eat canes sooner. But I think you'll get over this, Chop. I think your stomach just needs time to heal. Time heals all wounds, as they say. And I think that you'll get past this, and eventually you'll be able to eat pizza again.
Man, people are telling me to take a probiotic. They're saying don't quit it. It's you'll just drink some more water. I drink like a gallon of water a day. Put pumpkin in the red sauce, helps with the acid. What?
Yeah, Fantex, help RJ Choppy out. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, because he is broken up about this.
Yeah, because I've got a fatty liver. I got sludge in my gallbladder. I got an enlarged
heart
spleen.
Palpitations.
I'm just a mess. I'm like this whole area, top of the stomach to the heart, just a big giant mess right now.
Basically, your chest is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically my chest is just terrible, awful. So there you go. That's my life decision. So I appreciate the hat.
Y'all
tip.
pray for Chop.
Thank you. Pray for me here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers lose 10-3 to the Houston Astros. Series tied at 2, and we will get you set for your football weekend, along with talking about last night's game. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're a new listener. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers took on the Houston Astros last night. They were down 3-0 right away. 10 pitches in. They were down 3-0. They would tie it a couple innings later.
First offering to Seager is hit high and deep out into left center. Dubon ranging back to the track. He leaps. It's gone into the Houston bullpen. Corey Seager clubs his second home run of the postseason to tie things up at 3.
Yeah, all right.
Then they won.
Yes, Matt Hicks with the call of the game you heard right here. Rangers tied the game at 3.
How much did they win by?
They lost by 7.
Oh.
That was it. Houston scored 7 unanswered right after that, and the Rangers lose 10-3 to the Houston Astros, and the series is now tied at 2 games apiece.
Look, we have been very, very critical of. I mean, the Rangers pitching needs to be better, but we've also been critical of the crowd this morning, and where they're locked in. I'm putting my money where my mouth is, RJ Chapman.
I mean, I put somebody else's money where my mouth is, but I was there yesterday on somebody else's dime.
I am going to buy tickets today.
Yes!
I'm looking at tickets right now on StubHub, and we're going to figure this out. I'm going to be there. I'm going to show you guys how you should be cheering. I'm going to get everybody up. It's going to be like Section 133 all over that ballpark.
The place.
Damn right.
Yes, sir.
And if an usher tells me to sit down, I'll say, you sit your ass down,
Yeah.
all right? And quit talking to me,
That's
because
right.
I'm here to cheer for these Texas Rangers.
All right, Card, I want you to zoom in on these eyes right here, okay? Because I'm going to tell you right now what needs to happen today.
Oh, let's
all right?
get this.
This is what needs to happen. When you get to the ballpark, you don't need to get to the. I know it's an early game.
Yeah.
Okay. Bosses, managers out there, supervisors, whatever you want to call yourselves, you got to give your people a half days of work.
Let them off.
Let them off work. And I don't mean let them off work in time to get to the game at 3 o'clock.
No.
I mean let them off work in time to get to the bar at noon.
Hell yeah.
Okay? That's what you do. You don't let them off work. Come closer, Carter. You need to let them off work. I don't want them at the game at 3. I want them at the game. I want them at the bar at noon. At the bar at noon.
All lathered up.
And you know what? Eat lots of pasta.
Oh, yeah.
Carbs. Load it up.
Eat all that pizza RJ Chapman can't have.
You can drink more that way. You're going to be lubed up for this game. You're going to go in there. And when you walk into that stadium, you're not going to leave the queue lot and just walk in. La-di-da-di-da. No, you're not going to do that. What you're going to be doing is you're going to be chanting "Let's go Rangers" as you walk in, because that's what you should do.
Let's go Rangers!
Everybody.
Let's go Rangers!
Everybody walking into that stadium. Man, you go to a college football game and they're chanting and they're singing. You think when they're walking into what do they call it? Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, they're just la-di-da walking into the game?
No, they are knifing people. Well, don't do that. But
don't knife people.
And that's Philly.
Don't do that.
But definitely say some things about Altuve's mom or something.
Yes. Talk about Altuve's mom.
Yeah.
If she's still alive, I don't have no idea.
I don't know. She may be like mine.
Okay. But man, have some energy when you're walking in there. This might be your last home game of the year. You might as well go out in style.
Yeah.
Use your voice up. At the worst, you're not going to need it until next Saturday. Or at best. At worst, you won't need it until April. So go out in a blaze of glory, just like Bon Jovi or whatever that song is.
Living on a prayer. Let's do that.
It's like that Mike Tyson thing with Dana White, where Dana's talking about he's rapping.
That's you guys need to show up big today. And I'm like I said, I'm going to take part in that as well. I'm going to be there. I'm buying tickets right now. I'm trying to figure out where do you think I should sit? I'm looking at the outfield. I kind of want to sit in right field.
No, right field, they've got it down.
Where do I need to sit then?
You need to sit.
Where am I most needed?
You need to sit.
Where is my energy most needed?
Behind the Astros dugout.
Oh, yeah.
So you can get in their heads.
Oh, and I'll say some vile S.
You know what? No, behind the rain. Don't sit right there. I want you. No. Don't do that.
Why? Look, I think if I get thrown out, that will rally the crowd.
I mean, it might, but like that's what we need. Let's get some energy today, man. Let's enjoy this. That's a fun run. It's a fun run. Let's get this thing going. But they lose 10-3. Now there was a play in this game, and this was a key moment of the game, where I think Seager was up, line drive to first, and they double up Simeon.
Yep.
On the overturned call because the glove on the tag, he didn't need to tag him, but he did. I don't think he would have beat him to the bag. Maybe he would have. I don't know. Because from my vantage point, I was like, oh, I thought he just got in there. And then you see the replay, I was like, oh, wow, he wasn't even close. Like, they got him if he actually tagged him. But it looked like he missed. But then they said it hit his glove, and the glove is part of the uniform. And here's Bruce Bochy after the game on the explanation he got from the umpires.
I mean, they're not going to explain it. They review it and said he was tagged. So that's pretty simple there. Corey smoked the ball, and it's a tough play when you're on first and it's hit at the first baseman. Looked like he got back, but I guess he nicked him. So that's part of the game now is the replay, and worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. They don't really explain it, but that's part of the bad luck. When you win a series, if you're the winning team in this series, that ball's 2 feet higher, and it goes into the outfield, down in the right field corner, and Simeon probably even scores because that would have been right down the line. But the bad luck is that it went right into Abreu, and they double him up. It's just the way it is. Like they got worked. They have gotten destroyed these last 2 games.
We're due for some good luck. We are due for some good luck. We've had a lot of bad luck over the last 2 games. It's time for some good luck, and I think Jordan Montgomery is the guy to get it for us today.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I mean, look, if it appears the formula is going to be if this team is going to win the World Series, they're going to need to win every single start that Montgomery and Eovaldi pitch. That's where we are. Fortunately, the bullpen's rested. They are the back end.
Yes.
Leclerc and Chapman,
which they needed,
and Spores they feel like they've had a week off.
They desperately needed the rest. Leclerc had pitched in all 7 of the first victories.
Yeah, that's the silver lining here. Now the bad thing is that Houston, they used Abreu and Presley in the first game, which in game 3, first game on the road here. And they used Abreu in a 4-run game. I thought it was a big mistake. They got lucky last night. They didn't need to use either one of them. So those guys would be good to go today.
What kind of chance should we get going today? Like, do you have that? Like, I want to get going in the first inning. I want the entire stadium chanting along. Where's Kate Upton?
Are they not together anymore?
I don't know, but I just want to chant it. I want to just in general get a Kate Upton chant going for Justin Verlander.
Do it, man. Be creative. Let's get on the fan text. Truckrec.com text line. What chance should Bobby start at the Globe today?
Yeah, it'll need to be where's Kate? It's got to be 4 syllables. 4 syllables with a clap.
That works.
So something about trash can, something about buzzers, something.
Trash can baseball. Trash can. You do whatever.
Yeah, trash can baseball. That's good.
Lot of stuff you can get there. NLCS, the Diamondbacks get on the board. They win 2-1, and that series is 2-1. Philadelphia in the lead. The Dallas Stars get a win over Anaheim. That means we play the highlight.
Jamie Benn is in there on left wing, lost the puck, and Troy Terry will come to center. 2-on-1 developing. Here's Terry in front of the net, a shot, they score! And it's Leo Carlson with his first career National Hockey League goal. Big smile on his face, and the Ducks have tied it up early in the third, 2-2.
But they didn't win.
Yeah, the Rangers tied it up at 3, and they didn't win. And the Ducks tied it up at 2, and they didn't win either.
We're just trying to trick people today. We're playing highlights, and then we're coming back saying, but that team actually lost. This was a game, honestly, that it felt like the Stars should have lost after the first period. Ottinger was great in the first period. I mean, he saw 17 shots on goal in the first period. I mean, it was 11-1 in the first 7 minutes of the game. The Stars came out completely flat. They kept turning it over. The defense was poor. It was just not a great start to this game for the Stars. But they come up big in the second and third period, especially that second period. The power play finally gets on track. They had been 0 for 6 in the first 2 games. They get those 2 power play goals in the second period from Hintz and Pavelski. And ultimately, they get that game winner from Miro, with like 6 minutes into the third period. and hold on 3-2. That's a bad Ducks team. I mean, they got a like we play there from Carlson. He's going to be a star. They've got a lot of young players on the team. They're going to have a bright future, whatever else. They are not ready yet to be really competitive. You needed to win this game, and finally they get a regulation victory. We didn't have to go to overtime for one.
The Ducks will be good eventually. You could see. I went to
as soon as Gordon Bombay just gets them turned around.
Yeah, the Flying V or Ducks Fly Together, whatever it is. I went to a Ducks Vegas game last year, and you could see the talent. I was out in Vegas. We were out in Vegas last year. You could see the talent that the Ducks have. Like they're very young.
Yeah,
it's very. You could see some of the talent that they've got there. So, Stars get a win, a nice little win over Anaheim. Thursday night football. Jacksonville and the Saints, and the Jags hang on.
Looks like they're going to double Josh Allen. Got Taysom Hill on that side to help out.
Four-man rush, dropping his car, looking, steps forward, fires to the middle of the field, and that ball is picked off by Foye Oluokun off the deflection. To the 15 as he runs it back to the 10, to the 5, angles for the pylon, touchdown! Foye Oluokun brought back the deflected interception for the score!
24-9, the Jags took a lead right there, and they wind up winning 31-20.
Yeah, with a late touchdown. The Saints tried to make this a ball game. They tried to come back, but this is, again, Jacksonville just kind of finding a way like they have in several of these games. It's still been a slow start to the season for Trevor Lawrence. Like, he is not built on what we had seen from him at the end of last year. Were we a little too early on him? Like to crown him, or was Mike Bassick too early?
Let's not forget. I mean, he was not good the first half of that season last year.
No, he was not. There was a lot of people saying, "Oh, bust. He's finished."
And if you go look at his QBR last year, it was not very good.
No,
throughout the course of the season,
his QBR this year, Chop, he's a 59 through 7 weeks.
Man,
8 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 6.9 yards per attempt.
You got to give these guys time, though, man. Like we make snap judgments on these quarterbacks all the time. Like snap judgments. Just look at Jared Goff. Like he was cast aside, and now you can make an argument he's the best quarterback in the NFC right now.
He's playing like it.
He's playing like it. He may not be the overall best, but I mean, I don't care if you're the number 1 overall pick or the number 199th overall pick. You got to give these guys time. It takes a long time to grow. Figure out how to play the position. Dak will be he literally will understand the game better every single year he plays. Every year he plays, as long as they don't screw him up with dopey schemes.
Boy, they're trying.
They're trying. Okay. There is what's going on around the world of sports. We got Jared Sandler joining the show coming up next. How much panic should there be in the Globe today? Bobby's going to be out there. He's looking to buy tickets. What chance should Bobby start today? We got to get this crowd juiced up. Truckwreck.com text line. Hit us up, 877-881-1053.
Check for trash cans.
There you go. I like that one. And we go through the junk drawer. It is your commercial-free expressway coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Platinum.
Sponsored by QC Kinetics Non-Surgical Regeneration Treatment.
First offering to Seager is hit high and deep out into left center. Dubon ranging back to the track. He leaps. It's gone! Into the Houston bullpen. Corey Seager clubbed his second home run of the postseason to tie things up at 3.
Matt Hicks with the call on a game you heard right here. Rangers tied it at 3. They lose 10-3 to the Houston Astros. And that series is tied at 2. It is the Expressway. Commercial free the rest of the hour here on 105 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Bell. It is Sean and RJ. Sean will be back next week. He's taking a little bye-week long weekend. And
I already went and filled out my vacation request form.
I saw that.
I did.
I saw you walk over there with a piece of paper in hand. I knew what you were doing.
Everybody else at this station wants to take off 3 weeks a year. I mean, Jared Sandler, our next guest, this man takes off 6 months a year.
He does.
So I mean, I might as well get a weekend myself.
Well, he needs all the time off he can after watching USC play.
Gosh.
Yeah, he needs all the time
Yeah,
off.
what the hell's up with your defensive coordinator there, Sandler?
Bobby, it wasn't the defense on
no, it was not
this past weekend.
It was not
defense
this last
was actually
game.
really good. It was the lack of ability to give Caleb Williams even half a second before he was running for his life.
This is a great note that I got from Pat Doney. He said that it's the rule of 42 with USC, that if they give up 42 points, then they lose. As long as it's 41 or fewer, they win. And so if they've given up 42 points, I think they're like 0 for their last 7. But even when they've given up like 41 twice and 38 and other stuff like that, as long as it's under 42, you guys are like 20-0.
Yeah, that should be a pretty easy bar to clear most weeks, right? But
Not with your coordinator.
This past Saturday, the defense I thought played their tails off, but they gave up, I think, one special teams touchdown, one defensive touchdown, and then I think there were 2 turnovers that allowed Notre Dame to start with the ball either just outside or inside the red zone. So not much the defense can do with that one. And definitely don't take 6 months out of the year, guys. And when you guys are enjoying your weekends, just know that little Jared over here doesn't have a weekend from mid-February until the end of the baseball season. So, I love all these couples dinners that I don't get to take part in and stuff like that. Yeah, no. You guys are right. I 6 months. It's a
joke. It's a joke.
I know.
The only people. Well, never mind. I'm not even going to make this.
The grind of a Major League Baseball media member. Oh,
I can only imagine what it's like to be a media member at the Rangers game. So.
Stop it. Okay.
Anyway,
right.
Jared, last night's game was just pretty disappointing. It felt like, I was talking to Chop about this earlier, 3-0 felt like just honestly insurmountable after the first inning. And then when you come back and you even it up and it feels like you've scaled the mountain, to just come right back out and give up the 4 runs, that felt like the game was kind of lost there in that 4th inning.
It definitely felt like that was, a big punch. I didn't think 3 was insurmountable. I said on G-Bag before, I thought there were going to be some runs in the game with the roof open, and Jose Urquidy just not someone who really scared me too much, and they knocked him out in the 3rd. But to me, guys, the difference is this: in the 3rd inning, when the Rangers have runners at 1st and 2nd and 1 out, the Astros are able to turn to Ryan Stanek, who he wasn't great this year, but had a 1.15 ERA last year, throws 100 miles an hour. And then in the 9th inning, not that the game was hanging in the balance, with a 7-run lead, they go to Rafael Montero, who, if you just look at his regular season numbers, again, not good. If you look at his last 3 months, he was the Rafael Montero who the Astros signed to a 3-year, $21 million deal. Their bullpen depth, to me, was the separator yesterday. I think Cody Bradford's going to be a pretty good major league pitcher for several years. I think he's going to be a starter, though. I think in a perfect world, you're not turning to Cody Bradford to face Yordan Alvarez with the bases loaded and 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. You're turning to someone who, in that situation, might typically be a high leverage arm. But the Rangers, I think in the Bruce Bochy circle of trust, you've got 3 guys: Spores, Leclerc, and Chapman, and everyone else falls varying degrees below that. And when you only have 3 guys, I think it makes it tougher to use maybe a Josh Spores in that situation. Mm-hmm. Well, the Astros didn't have to use Presley Neris or Abreu in that moment because they still have Maton and Stanek and Montero, and these are guys who all played a pretty big part in them getting to and winning a World Series last year. So I think, to me, the big separator was the bullpen depth yesterday. But yeah, Bobby, you're right. I mean, the Rangers were constantly playing from behind multiple runs, and it's just tough to continue to have to overcome that sort of a deficit. And you go to the fifth or the sixth inning when they had a great opportunity against Hunter Brown, and Corey Seager hits that missile to Jose Abreu that ends up in a double play. Well, when you're only down a run, you're like, okay, that stinks. Let's get back after it next inning. When you're down 4 runs and that part of the lineup's not going to come back again for another couple innings, it feels really tough.
Yeah, what did you think on that play? 'Cause I mean, obviously that's the rule. Like, the glove's part of the uniform, but I don't know if many people kind of realize that on social media.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen that before.
I haven't either.
First of all, and this is not like a necessary dig. Jose Abreu just does not move well at all these days. I was kind of surprised that he didn't have enough to get the glove on the body.
I know.
I know. He had Marcus Semien dead to rights there, and it was like he was moving in slow motion. Yeah, I mean, and the other bizarre thing there is it's not like he just got the batting glove. Like, he got one finger of the batting glove.
Yeah.
It's not like he swiped the whole, knuckle of the batting glove. Yeah, I guess that's the rule. I mean, it's crazy. So the rule specifically, I don't know if you guys heard Eric read it. I don't know if on TV.
I was at the game, Jared. I was at the game.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry, big spender over here.
Stop
it. If the equipment, if the piece of equipment is placed intentionally by the runner, then it is a part of the body. So Marcus Semien clearly placed the batting glove in his pocket intentionally in that way, right? So that becomes a part of the body. I've never seen that before. I would be very curious to see if anybody's batting gloves are hanging out of their backside pocket today when they're on the bases.
Wow, you think they may just tuck him in? Because we've seen was it Vogelback who leaves his batting gloves unbuckled, not unbuckled, but unstrapped when he's hitting, and he got hit by a pitch, and it just literally nicked the flap of the batting glove. That's the way he wears them.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't. If that happened, I didn't see that. That's pretty interesting. That's also probably a once in a lifetime type occurrence. I mean, listen, I'm not saying. I want to just make what I just said clear. I'm not saying I can't believe these guys had their batting gloves out. If all these guys have their batting gloves out today, I'm not going to – I mean, again, I've never seen this happen. I'm curious to see if we see that when guys are on the bases. But, some guys, they've got, not just a batting glove. They got, lots of stuff in their back pocket sometimes these days. So, again, I mean, I've never seen it before. It's a major stroke of bad luck, and – it killed what could have been a really interesting rally to get the Rangers back in the game.
We're talking with Jared Sandler here on 105 Through the Fan. Jared, when you look at this game today, how critical is this? Obviously, Chop and I have been talking about this. It feels like to us that these next 2 games, you may have to win this series in 6, because I just don't know that a game 7 in Houston is what you want to be running into. How critical is this specific game to just getting things back on track?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you guys. And I don't think it's that. I don't think it's specifically, game 7 on the road, even though numbers for game 7s on the road, in all sports, right, tend to favor the home team. I think it's just you look at the pitching matchup that game. You got Christian Javier, who's been pitching so well of late. I imagine he would start. And then the Rangers, I mean, it would be Max Scherzer's turn. I'd be curious to see if that's what they do. I think it is. I think if Dunning and Heaney would have pitched well yesterday, I think maybe – you could have considered one or both of those guys and bring them back. I think both those guys would have to be a part of a game 7 in all likelihood. But maybe Scherzer starts and you're just opening up the fridge and throwing everything you can out there. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it, the Rangers have the pitching advantage in game 6 for sure. Yeah. I guess, how much stock you want to put in postseason Verlander, maybe you say today's at worst a toss-up, but Montgomery outdueled Verlander and on his own accord, he's been really good in the postseason. So, yeah, I mean, you'd like to think you can come away with 1 win at home, and then I feel really good about things again. But, I feel good about Eovaldi and Fromber. I feel good about Game 6. That doesn't mean that that's definitely going to play out favorably, but I feel really good about it. I feel great about Jordan Montgomery. I just respect playoff Verlander. I don't think he's as good as he used to be. You look at the numbers, they support that, but it's still a big-time postseason game. And so today's kind of a toss-up. And then I think that Game 7 just on paper favors the Astros. Now, we know that games don't always play out this way. So if you look at it, Game 6 favors the Rangers. Game 7, the Astros. Today's a toss-up. I think you'd feel really good if the Rangers can break this mini curse they have against the Astros in Arlington and go to Houston with 2 chances to win a series if one of those games is going to be started by Nathan Eovaldi.
So what was the plan last night with Heaney? That was a quick hook. What do you have? 22 pitches, which obviously shows that they didn't want. They knew they didn't want the momentum to fully shift. That's why they got him out of there. But was it 3 innings? That was probably about the plan. They go to Dunning for 3, and then the bullpen. Yeah,
I think something like that. I think they probably their hope was to get through the lineup 3 times with those 2 pitchers. And, obviously they didn't quite do that. And it goes back to what we said at the very beginning. Now it's back-to-back games in which the Rangers starters haven't been able to go deep. And by starters, yesterday, I mean the combo of Heaney-Dunning, right? Not just Heaney. But that's where now your bullpen, you gotta be more than 3 deep. And, that was a challenge. But I think with Heaney, they've let him pitch through those situations, but that was a big moment in the first inning where I think Bruce Bochy didn't want the deficit to get any greater. Jeremy Pena was the due batter when they went to Dane Dunning, and Pena hit .330 against lefties this year. So I think that's a big reason why he made the decision then. But I think the goal or the hope was to get either through the lineup 3 times or pretty close to it, which, yes, to your suggestion there, RJ, probably results in a combination of, somewhere between 5 and 6 innings between those 2.
Jared, when you look at this game, obviously, with these last 2, the Rangers dropping them, getting down early, and not being able to rally, do you expect any sort of lineup changes or any sort of tweaks today?
Yeah, I thought about that and brought it up on the post game. And, there's no one – sometimes, I'll look for, hey, is there someone who's really got an edge on Verlander or, whoever the pitcher is that day. And, some of the candidates for that 3 spot really don't. Mitch Garver's a candidate, but, he doesn't have a great run against Verlander. Nathaniel Lowe's been fine against Verlander, actually. I think he's 3 or 4 for 7. So I guess it's a possibility, although it seems like they're pretty comfortable with him hitting in the bottom of the order. Someone had mentioned Josh Young, and I don't love that, and it's nothing to do with Josh Young's history against Verlander, as brief as it is. But then you got your top 3 hitters as really aggressive hitters. And I think there is value in having that number 3 hitter be someone who, at least early on in the game, it can be patient. And Evan Carter brings that. Mitch Garver could bring that. But you got Simeon and Seager, who very well their at-bats could end after 2 or 3 combined pitches. And I just think there's value in spreading out that patience and mixing up approaches up and down the lineup. The guy who had success against Verlander has had and had earlier this series is Leody Taveras. And Bruce Bochy did mention earlier this series, like, I did think about Leody. I don't think that's going to happen, but that would be the outside the box, probably not the odds-on favorite move that could surprise people. I got to believe there's going to be some sort of a move made in the lineup, not necessarily someone starting and someone sitting, but maybe a little bit of a shakeup. But yeah, Bobby, I think you're right. Just the lead into that question. The Rangers have been so good at the beginning of games this postseason. Coming into Game 3, they led their opponents 22-3 in the first 3 innings of games, and no team has lost the lead. Or no team has come back from a deficit and retaken the lead. The Rangers obviously tied up the game yesterday, but the home team has not led for a single second in the series, which is kind of crazy. It's never happened in an ALCS where a home team has not led at all in 5 straight games. So history is on the Rangers side. But yeah, getting off to a good start not only gets the crowd into it. I think the Astros have kind of killed the crowd each of the first 2 games of this return to Arlington. But it's just the Astros are a tough team against which to play from behind with their bullpen. So getting off to a good start, I think, is going to be huge. And maybe they do try and do something to the lineup or something to the aggression on the bases.
Before we get to Evan Carter, You mentioned the crowd. Was there as many Ranger fans in Houston as it seems that there's Astro fans here? It seems like there's a ton of fans at these games. I know they all left Houston. They moved here.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, and I think there are two conversations here. I think there's the noise, and then there's the presence. I think there were. So I think bright orange stands out, right? So I think one bright orange shirt seems like 10 bright orange shirts. I guess if I were to base it off of the most recent regular season series, the one in which the Astros swept the Rangers, that felt like it was like 55-45 Rangers fans.
It's like a bowl game.
This feels This feels way, 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 way more heavy Rangers fans. I don't think there are nearly as many Astros fans at these games than the regular season games. I would say I was pleasantly surprised by that. I just think that much like Game 2, in which it felt like the Rangers fans were way louder than the Astros fans with the 4 runs in the top of the first inning, as much as I'd love to sit here and say, hey, go watch a Phillies game, they are screaming at every pitch, and strike 2 in the second inning might sound like a 2-run home run. They are alive, whether they're up 3 or down 3. That's a different beast, and we can hate on Philly all we want, but I don't think anyone would disagree. They've got, a super, super passionate fan base. You get so amped up for a game, you're fired up, you're waving that rally towel, you're screaming at the top of your lungs, and the next thing you know, you're down 3-0. And I just think it's understandable. Humans, fans aren't robots, and humans, they're dejected. And so I just think the crowd was a little quieter yesterday because they got down 3-0. And then it picked back up when Corey Seager hit the home run to tie it. But then Jose Abreu hits a 3-run home run, and that's deflating. So, I would love for the crowd to be raucous and loud from start to finish, but I understand why, when you fall behind by multiple runs and maybe you add in the context of here we go again type of feeling because it's the Astros in Arlington, I understand why it's a little dejected, and fans go from standing and cheering to sitting and biting their nails because they're nervous about a potential comeback.
Jared, I'll be there in attendance tonight. I've purchased tickets while we were on the air here, so I'm going to be there. I'm going to be loud. Do you think I should get myself kicked out of this game? Do you think I could be a rallying point for others in the stands if I say some just really awful things that get me kicked out?
It could be good content at 7:20 on Monday. What day of the week? Today's Friday, right?
Yep, yeah, it is.
Yeah, on Monday. So it's all. Hey, if it's what's this for the boys?
Yeah,
right.
For the show. If you're doing it for the show, why not? No, I'd love to see Bobby as a streaker. I think that would be.
Oh yes.
Not so much the body.
I bet
RJ,
you would.
What do you think? What do you think Bobby's Madden agility rating would be?
7.
Bobby would be totally straight line, right? There's no way he's putting any moves on anyone if he gets onto the field.
Bobby is one of the fastest walkers you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He swings his arms like nobody. Hey, Tolos, hit up Bobby's Venmo. Pay for his bail.
That's payola.
No.
Pay for his bail.
I'm not encouraging this. I'm not encouraging.
I'm
this.
going to streak tonight. Now, what inning do you want it to be, Jared?
I want it to be after the Rangers win. How about that?
All right, fine. But I'm going to get myself kicked out.
It would be pretty funny. It's crazy. Of all the things, I've never had, never even the slightest desire to do that. It seems so miserable. It just does not seem worth it. But I think it would be funny if in another game, not a Rangers game.
If somebody asks me why I did it, I'm going to say Jared Sandler told me to.
No.
There you go.
But if someone did it after their team won and they try to get in the handshake line.
Oh, that'd be great.
That was their goal.
That would be great.
I don't understand. I don't understand what when the streakers someone tried to get on the field and hug Messi or whatever, but the people who just run around aimlessly, what are you trying to accomplish? I feel like there's got to be a goal here. But to try and get in the handshake line, I think that would be kind of funny. And I'm always surprised that more people don't try and storm the field when a professional team wins, and they do the dog pile. But I'm glad that they don't, because for safety reasons, it is very good that people stay in the stands.
Sandler, enjoy the game this afternoon. Good luck to your Trojans against Utah.
Thank you. We need it because then is Cal, and then we got a gauntlet of Washington and Oregon, and we got no chance.
All right, very good. Young Jared Sandler.
See you guys.
I got that game, that Utah-USC game in the Degenerate coming up at 9 o'clock.
I wonder which direction you're going to lean with it after you've made USC like the 50th team in the country.
Well, I'll just tell you this. I will tease it right now by saying this.
You're such a tease.
Last week, Notre Dame cost Caleb Williams the Heisman. This week, Utah costs him the number 1 pick in the draft.
Whoa!
How about that for a tease?
He's going to become it's going to become like Florida for Peyton Manning.
Yes,
like
it is.
Can't beat him.
Yeah, but he was number 1. But there was talk. I mean, there was talk in 98 about him or Leaf.
Yeah.
And a lot of it had to do with Florida.
Yep.
A lot of it had to do with Florida. Okay. All right, so Rangers in action today. It's an afternoon game today, which I hate. I hate that it is, but
I'm not kidding. I might get kicked out today. I'm going to be so loud and so aggressive.
Again, bosses, give your employees the afternoon off. I don't mean the afternoon off to get them at the game for the 4 o'clock first pitch. It's the 4:07 first pitch. I mean let them off at noon so they could be at the bar by 1. So we can have an amped up crowd. Ranger fans got to bring it today. You need to be ready to go, ready to pile on.
131.
That's what your section is?
Section 131, row 26. I'm on the aisle.
Oh, he's on the aisle.
131, row 26. Come see me. If you're in 131 tonight, you need to be prepared to be loud and obnoxious.
Are you by yourself or you bringing the wife?
No, I'm bringing the wife.
Okay.
Because I'll need a designated driver because that's the idea tonight is I'm going to be pounding double vodka sodas for the hours leading up to the game. It is going to be like the Super Bowl. It'll be like the Super Bowl in terms of how drunk I am, and it'll be like the Super Bowl in terms of the next morning, how vile I am towards Dan Orlovsky.
Okay.
That's what the Astros are getting in the outfield tonight.
All right.
Be prepared. I'm ready to just lose my mind tonight. I will not have a voice. I'm going to need the entire weekend for my voice to recover. That's what I'm going to need so I can come in here and talk on Monday. I'm going to need the entire weekend for my voice to recover. I'm also going to need the entire weekend to post bail so that I can be in here Monday morning. It's going to be This is going to be like a Giants-Dodgers game tonight, people.
So you saw good reference. You saw my Instagram post the other day about Philadelphia, where I took a still shot of the fans behind.
Yeah,
I think Brandon Marsh was hitting.
Yeah,
and it's all guys.
Yeah,
and that's why they're so rowdy. Because they don't have the girl to sit there and tell them they're being a jerk to shut their mouths. You are smartly bringing your wife today. Your wife is not going to let you.
You have not heard her mouth off before.
Yeah, she'll mouth off, but she won't let you. She knows where the line is going to be, and she will not let you go past that line. I'm proud of you for bringing her.
Can we get the soccer chant going? When the Rangers, yeah, can we get the Ole going the entire stadium when we get a base hit?
Yes.
Okay, that's my goal. My goal tonight is leading into the bottom first. Simeon's just coming up to hit. I want to get Ole going throughout the whole state. I'm going to start it.
Go for it.
I will start it tonight.
Why not? Why not?
Oh my gosh.
Start that tonight. Start the junk drawer right now.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right. This is the first study I've found. By the way, this is the junk drawer on 105 through the Fan. This is where we go through some of the stories that we've had all week that we just haven't had a chance to get to. And I saw this one. I actually saw this one like yesterday, the day before. And this really intrigued me because, we're always looking for ways to be, healthier without actually doing anything.
Sure.
Everybody wants to lose weight. Nobody wants to actually do anything for it, myself included. I don't want to diet. I don't want to run. I don't want to do any of that.
No.
But I found a study that allows us to do both without doing anything.
Hell yeah, I'm in.
Did you know sitting in a hot tub for 30 minutes has the same health benefits as going for a run?
Why? Just because it increases the heart rate and
blood pressure, all that stuff.
Lowers blood pressure.
This is a game changer. They studied mood, heart rate, blood pressure, blood flow, cortisol, thermal perception, and anxiety of healthy participants between the ages of 26 and 60. And they put them all. They were immersed into a square hot tub, 6 people at a time.
Does it have to be a square?
No.
Okay.
6 people at a time for 3 half-hour sessions over 3 days. And what the research found was that the blood flow of their legs increased by 350%. about the same impact as jogging for 30 minutes. The heart rate after being in the hot tub matched those of those who had gone on a fast walk, 31 beats per minute. That's a low heart rate, 31 beats per minute.
That seems like that seems like the Houston heart rate of the heroin abuse or whatever.
Right, absolutely. But that's they say you want a slow, fast heart.
I do know that you want to lower, like they say that some marathon runners will have like the 40 to 45 beats per minute heart rate.
Yeah, like that's you.
But 31 seems
so low.
Yeah, that seems like your heart's not working.
But I guess it's really, really good. I don't know. So I absolutely love this. So I am. Look, let's be fair. I don't run. If you looked at me, you see. Oh wow, he doesn't do any cardio at all. That's probably why I'm going to a cardiologist all the time, and I have bad liver and bad spleen and sludge in my gallbladder, but whatever.
This is really getting to you, I can tell.
It is.
You're making several references to it.
But, man, to be able to get the same health benefits as running without having to run and just sit in a hot tub, I am 1,000% in on that.
The G-Bag Nation routinely out at Southern Leisure. They got hot tubs out there. You need to make an appearance at one of these remotes, sit in the hot tub.
Might have to. 30 minutes, I could do that. I could do an hour.
You know what you could do? You could just go take in some of the sun, sit in a nice hot tub in Miami, Miami, Florida. That's a nice spot to be, right? You ever been to Miami?
I have been to Miami.
It's a beautiful place. I was supposed to go to Miami. We had a child vomiting the night before. We ended up having to cancel our trip. So that wasn't fun. But you know what's better or you know what's worse than just thinking you're going to Miami and not going because a child's sick is thinking you're going to Miami and ending up in Ohio. RJ Choppy. And that's what happened to one woman, a foreign exchange student from Vietnam. She had applied to study in Miami, Florida, or so she thought.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
She thought she had applied to the University of Miami and was thrilled when she received her acceptance letter.
Oh, no.
Only to discover she had been accepted to Miami University in Ohio, home of Ben Roethlisberger and the Red Hawks. Or I think they're the Red Hawks. I don't know.
They are. That can't be the worst.
But she ended up moving to Ohio. She said it worked out for the best. She's had a lot of fun. She's enjoyed the school. But man, there's nothing worse than thinking you're going to the U and realizing you're just ending up in the home of John Boehner.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
So this woman is getting crushed for she was getting just mercilessly mocked on social media, which I mean, come on, like I get, like, especially if you're applying from overseas, you see it's Miami University, I can get the mix up. I can understand how you see it that way. But man, you think you're getting the beach and you end up in Ohio next to factories.
There couldn't be a bigger polar opposite of two places than Miami, Florida and Miami, Ohio.
From sex workers to factory workers.
I mean, that's amazing. Like, she'll never see the sun.
This poor girl.
Like, it's sunny 350 days in Miami. She's never going to see it in Miami, Ohio.
I mean, look,
it's going to be cloudy every day.
You look at this picture of her. You look at the picture of this poor girl, and she is like, let me get the, you see, she thought she was getting sunshine and bathing suits.
Oh, my gosh.
She actually got the parka because it's so damn cold there.
There's a foot of snow on the ground. She's going to be the palest ever. She's never going to see the sun.
She misses Vietnam. Like, she got there and she was like, I think I'd prefer to be back in
Nam.
Yeah, I'd be back in Nam.
No one's ever said that. No one's ever said that.
So
I know you got another. Your next junk drawer is better than mine.
I love this one. You're a big brunch guy, right?
I like brunch. Yeah. Now I didn't go to brunch until recently. Like, last few years, I thought brunch was like something they did in the 80s. Like, I never went to brunch, but now I love it.
Brunch is a big thing. It's a really popular thing with the,
Gen X missed out on brunch. We missed out on brunch.
Man, the 20-somethings love it.
Yeah, they do.
They love their mimosas. It gives them a reason to drink at 10:30 in the morning and feel like it's not a problem.
Yeah.
But you know what is a problem?
How about the people who bring their kids to brunch?
The amount that you're drinking at brunch has apparently caused for a lot of vomit in the city of San Francisco. And it's not just from, the homeless problem on the sidewalks like Sean always complains about. This is an issue where Bay Area restaurants have now had to institute financial penalties for brunch vomiters. It's become such an epidemic at brunch spots in San Francisco of the 25-year-old Instagram model socialite vomiting all over the breakfast table that they've now had to institute $250 penalties. And it's really upsetting some people that they're having to get these. But this is just like the cleaning fee with the Ubers, right? Like, isn't it the same thing?
Yeah, it was like $250 or whatever.
Yeah, where if you're in an Uber and you've had too much to drink and you happen to get sick all over the place, you're gonna have to pay that penalty. The brunch spots are now having to institute the same sort of thing. That it's become such a problem with these, people who just can't hold their liquor. The people who are, like me, like I said, day after media party at Super Bowl, which that's why we're gonna go to a Vegas Golden Knights game instead at Super Bowl.
We got tickets. My buddy Nick, who I grew up with, lives out in Vegas now, and he's a big Golden Knight fan. He's a season ticket holder. He's got great seats, so he said you, me, and Sean can go to a game during Super Bowl. You could take his tickets.
One of these spots, Kitchen Story in San Francisco, they have a sign up that says, "Dear all mimosa lovers, please drink responsibly, know your limits. A $50 cleaning fee will automatically include in your tap when you throw up in our public areas. Thank you so much for understanding." And then there's a couple other places they have it as $250 fees. It's between $50 and $250 to clean up if you vomit everywhere at a brunch spot in San Francisco. So if you're making a trip to the Bay Area, know how to hold your liquor at a brunch spot. Otherwise, you're going to be paying the price for it.
Here's what I don't get. How are you getting so drunk at brunch that you need to throw up? This has to be people that are already hungover from the night before.
No.
They're trying to hair the dog.
The girls get litty. They do at the brunch spots. That's a lot of mimosas.
Yeah, bottomless mimosas.
Yeah, and so the champagne flows like water. So
yeah, beer flows like water, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's what they say.
That's their saying in San Francisco.
All right, that is the junk drawer here on 105 through the fan. It is Sean and RJ show. Sean is out. Bobby and myself, I'm RJ Chopper. We are riding along with Ross and Carter in for Ryan today. Look at that. We got the big Carter. Speaking of Carter, has the league adjusted to Evan Carter? Get you set for Game 4. Rangers, Astros. It's a big one today at the ballpark. Coming up next on the fan. Let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air, right center field. Carrying well. Tavares on the run. He won't get this one. It bounces up against the wall in front of the Rangers bullpen. One run is home. Here comes Dubon. He will score. Throw to third. The tag. Safe, diving in with a triple is Bregman. And it's 2-0 Houston in the first.
Eric Nadell with the call. Game you heard right here. Rangers lose 10-3. That was part of a 3-run first inning for the Houston Astros. They jump out on that early lead. 10 pitches in. It was 3-zip. Andrew Heaney lasted about a dozen more pitches. And the Rangers did tie it up at 3. And then 7 unanswered from Houston. And they get a 10-3 Game 4 victory, tying the series at 2 games apiece. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan of RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Touch it down.
18 minutes from now, 8:20. Ed Belfour, Eddie the Eagle.
Oh, Dallas sports legend.
He is going into the Stars Hall of Fame along with Ken Hitchcock over the weekend. They will have a gala/gala, however you want to pronounce it.
Why do you think they chose to shorten Ken Hitchcock's nickname to Hitch? Why don't you think they did it the other way? I just wonder that sometimes. Like, what goes into that decision? Like, do people just naturally gravitate that way?
I think they do.
Yeah.
I think that's the way it goes. So, and I'm going to geek out. Eddie's got, he's a whiskey guy. He's got Belfour whiskey, Belfour Spirits.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cool-looking bottle. I've seen this bottle at liquor stores, and I had no idea. That was theirs. None. No idea that was his.
It is a nice-looking bottle.
It's very classy. It's a very classy-looking bottle. Very clean. I like it a lot. So we'll have Eddie Belfour coming up here at 8:20. But Evan Carter, we were absolutely in love with this kid. He was still are hitting in the 9 hole. Then they move him up. We wanted them to move him up. We did. We said move him up to 5, and then we said move him up to 3, and they did. But Bochy just keeps listening to us. Bochy listens to every move we say to make, and
except don't start Heaney.
Except that, and that's probably why he's going to the Hall of Fame, because he listens to us.
Yes.
That's probably why. But has the league, or at least the Astros, figured something out with Evan Carter?
Yeah, so Evan Carter, there was a nice article from a friend of the show, David Schoenfield, over at ESPN.
Yes, sir.
And he had written about Evan Carter being the breakout star of the playoffs, which is fair, I think. He was the one who came on really strong at the end of the season, top prospect, continued to impress everybody. Has been good in the series with, the defense and everything else. That's been really impressive. But you have seen things slow down a little bit at the plate, Chop. Here in this series against Houston, just 1 walk. He now has 4 strikeouts. He's hitting .214, 3 for 14 at the plate. OPS is .624. Things have slowed down mightily for old Evan Carter. And so the question now at this point is, what has Houston done to get him out of his rhythm? Is this the bright lights are starting to get to him a little bit? Is this Evan Carter maybe needs to be dropped down in the order again? What are we looking at here?
That's a good question. I don't know what they what the answer is. I mean, that's something for somebody much smarter than me. I'll tell you, I noticed it with the Javier game, with Game 3. That
Stan Javier.
Why do I know that name?
He played for the Giants. He was a player 20 years ago.
I felt like he was chasing out of the zone.
A little bit more than he has, yeah.
Now, maybe, and it's tough to tell a little bit, and I love the angle that they have at the ballpark over the top. I know you don't like it.
I hate it.
But I couldn't, and on this one, I agree with you. I couldn't really tell how that ball was rising. Yeah, I couldn't tell on that one when Javier was pitching if he was chasing up and out of the zone, because it looked like it was a strike and it just kind of rose on him a little bit.
It's easier to discern the strike zone left to right. Yeah. That like the north-south view there is tough.
It's a little skewed. And that's why the box comes into play. But
I like that right there, just a little off center.
Yeah, that's fine. And I wonder if that's why Fox chose to do it like that instead of the way they do it. Because it's a little higher than most parks.
And it feels 100 feet further away when it's dead on.
Yeah, it does. It does feel a bit further away. But I feel like he's chased a little bit more, and I don't know if that's just the league making adjustments. I honestly, I don't. I mean, like that, you would have to go back and see. His sample size is still so small. You might have to go back and see how they approached him. Are they pitching him backwards now? Are they have they figured out that there's a spot? Because say what you want. A lot of people hate analytics, but they have the ability to show you where this guy cannot hit.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why the shift has been banned. The shift has been banned because analytics found out where to play everybody, and left-handed hitters are screwed. Corey Seager was is arguably the MVP of the baseball year because, in part, they got rid of the shift.
And there's a split here on the truckwreck.com fan text a little bit. 361 says hitting third isn't working, moving back to fifth. 817, why would Boach change the lineup from the regular season? He needs to switch it back. Then you've got people. 469 says it's baseball. A 3 for 14 slump happens to everyone. Evan Carter's fine.
1,000% happens to everybody.
Last night he smashed the ball 106 miles per hour to deep center that was caught. 972 says he's a rookie. Let him be. So there's a little bit of a split here among the fans, but I do wonder if maybe drop him back in the lineup a little bit, because also the top of the lineup finally hit last night. You were getting the top half of the lineup actually was starting to, hit a little bit, which has been a struggle recently. And you got the home runs from Seager and Adolis. And I think another good argument for moving Evan Carter back in the lineup a little bit is somebody pointed this out the other day. Chop, your song was factually incorrect when you said that Carter drives home El Bombi.
Well, yeah.
Carter's now hitting ahead of him.
He's ahead of him, right?
Boach,
Thanks,
ruined
Boach.
your song.
He did. So when I wrote that song, and by the way, you dopes on Twitter, I don't care.
This is pissing him off so bad, you guys.
You know who's really, it's bothering Sarah. Sarah is like, I am going to go and reply to every single one of these mofos.
The choppymans are coming for you.
The choppymans are coming. So it doesn't bother me. Like I hit the jackpot. You made me the main character on Twitter without canceling me. You know how hard that is?
It's impressive.
Most people who are the main character on Twitter are canceled. I'm just mocked. I'm fine with that. Mock me all you want. Call me.
You seem fine with it.
I just reposted it. I am leaning into this. I am leaning into this bit. So, you guys, just dope. They are. They're all people who say at Houston champs.
You know what they would say?
If Ranger fan.
If it was a sweep, they would be talking about, we got to play this song every day. Every game. We need to play it. So it's just,
maybe I'll have one for Monday.
Oh, yeah.
For Game 7.
If the Astros are still playing, then.
I know.
You know what I mean? Because I'm going to go in tonight. I'm going to light this team on fire in Section 131.
They may get wrapped up by Sunday. So if they play on Monday, I'll have a song ready to go for Monday morning. Well,
Section 131 is going to turn into Section 187.
Probably
we're going to kill these Astros.
Probably going to be hard to do, considering I'll be able to record it on Monday morning and play it. But whatever. Maybe we'll do it live. Maybe we'll do this song live. I can do that. We haven't done a song live in a while. But there you go. That's just this is a Bochy did screw the song up by moving Carter. But I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I just leave him. If you want to move him back down to 5, I don't have a problem with that.
There are some people. We had somebody else here. 817 says they think Evan Carter needs to lead off. I don't want to move. Simeon has played there for 162 games.
Simeon's earned the right to lead this.
Just let him hang around there. So now, when you went to the game last night,
yes,
you happened to encounter an Astros fan. Is it one of the few nice Astros fans?
Okay, so
it's this guy and it's Andy Thetford, right. Twolo Andy, who gave you the Tennessee board. Those are the only Astros fans we accept here.
So I was walking in, and we were walking to we were trying to find where we were. We got there kind of early. And I was looking around. I was looking for like some rowdiness, and it wasn't a whole lot of rowdiness. I was looking for an Astro fan. All right, so we finally get up, and we were in a suite. Yes, thank you, Tolo Eric, hooking it up.
Eric, follow. Thank you.
There were 75 people in this suite, and then there was a lot of Astro fans in there. And it was about pretty split. So a couple people were like, "No, don't want to be on the radio." And we were looking for a place to sit because they didn't have seats in front. They had long benches. They were like padded, they were couches basically.
Sure.
In place of the seats down front in front of the suite. So it was a I call them an older couple. I shouldn't have said that. They were probably in their 60s. Very nice. And
You're
the guy
close to that yourself.
And the guy I am. And the guy was like, "Here, take my seat." He goes, "I can't sit down during the game anyway." I'm like, "Really?" He goes, "I am a diehard Astros fan. I can't sit down there in this game."
That is a slight. That's him saying, like, you Rangers fans, I know y'all will sit for 2 strikes, so why don't you take my seat? Because I'm going to be standing the whole game.
So, literally, first at bat, it's Altuve. And he's, yeah, because he ropes the
Because that's
the
what you're
double down
supposed
line.
to. You're
Yeah.
supposed to be standing up. And
So finally, this was like, I think it was like the second or third, and I finally said, all right, man, can I do an interview with you? His name's Larry, super nice gentleman. And I don't know if this is I don't know if it's that funny.
No, but it's just, I think it's a thing that we can all rally around and say, this is a nice moment between Rangers fan and Astro fan. It's like when they do those Bloods and Crips, like shaking hands.
We were shaking hands,
we
man.
can rise above this.
Yep.
That's what you were doing.
Absolutely. That's what we were doing. So here, and we'll start and stop with this as we go, but here is me and Larry. Okay, I'm joined by an Astros fan here. This is the review in the second inning. What's your name, sir?
It's Larry York.
All right, Larry. Is he out or is he safe?
He's safe.
He's safe.
He's
Are you
safe.
biased at all?
Probably.
You're an Astros fan?
I'm an Astros fan.
Okay.
I'm an Altuve fan.
You're an Altuve fan?
Absolutely.
Does Altuve wear a buzzer?
Absolutely not. He's
Nope.
probably in 2017 did not cheat whatsoever.
Pause.
Is he the most honest man in
Pause. Okay, so can we say what you found out his career was?
Larry?
Yes.
Yeah, Larry's a pastor.
Okay, Larry
believes in the good in all humans.
Larry should also be against lying and cheating. Altuve probably didn't do what? Have we not established, like, has it not been a well-established fact? He absolutely
wore a buzzer.
cheated.
Listen, he either wore a buzzer or he had the worst tattoo for any millionaire in history.
I don't care what tattoo it is, even.
Yeah.
There's no tattoo ugly
Don't take my
enough.
shirt off, guys. Don't take my shirt off.
Don't make me take off my shirt.
Let's continue with Larry. You're an Altuve fan.
Absolutely.
Does Altuve wear a buzzer?
Absolutely not. He's
Nope.
probably in 2017 did not cheat whatsoever.
Is he the most honest man in the world, you think?
Maybe not the most, but one of the most.
Wow. All right. Is Nolan Ryan more an Astro or a Ranger?
Oh, man, that hurts. That hurts. So the Astros absolutely blew it. We should have stayed with the Astros, but they messed up. He came up here, did a great job. I'm a Nolan Ryan fan all the way.
All right. So are you hurt that he is in the Hall of Fame as a Texas Ranger?
Yes.
Do you see a statue outside? Every time you walk by it, do you want to throw up inside your mouth?
No, because he deserves to be in the
Okay,
Hall
that's
of
the
Fame.
right answer. That's the right answer.
Yeah.
So
Good
you're
man.
saying you're an Astro fan,
Yes.
and you are saying that Nolan Ryan is more a Ranger than an Astro.
Yes, because he came here and pitched a couple of no-hitters, did a great job, and got inducted into the Hall of Fame through the Rangers.
Pause it. This is an Astros fan I can accept.
Yeah.
Because he's a nice guy. Now, he is I would not accept him as a pastor because he's clearly a liar the way that he addresses the Altuve situation, and I don't like lying in my pastors. But I respect that he can own, hey, Nolan Ryan is a Ranger more than he is an Astro, because that is not a common opinion for most Astros fans.
No, it is not a common opinion.
Astros fans are disgusted when you try to associate Nolan Ryan with the Rangers at all. And yet it's right. He pitched no-hitters here, broke several of his records here, went into the Hall of Fame as a Texas Ranger, helped build a team that made 2 World Series here in Texas, and really helped build a team that the fans back then were excited to cheer for in the LCS, and hopefully we can get them to do tonight.
I look, the further you get from Nolan's career, the more legendary he becomes. Okay, let's continue with Larry the Legend. Fan.
Yes.
And you are saying that Nolan Ryan is more a Ranger than an Astro.
Yes, because he came here and pitched a couple of no-hitters, did a great job, and got inducted into the Hall of Fame through the Rangers. So I'm all for that.
Okay.
I'm not against the Rangers.
All right, be honest.
Yes.
Alex Bregman is very difficult to root for.
He wouldn't be my favorite
Love it.
Astro.
I love it.
But you know, he's done good. I probably don't understand why people are so against him.
Oh, God. Okay, pause.
Okay, all right.
All right, we've got, again, issues. There are major blind spots here for Pastor, what's his name?
Larry.
Pastor Larry, okay? Larry the pastor guy. There's definitely issues here in terms of with honesty, and he's got blind spots on for his team.
Yeah.
Because he believes way too much in the good in his own baseball team.
All right, we may have to play the rest of this.
We will, but that's
in the 9 o'clock.
That's
hour
good. Yeah, because there's something you flat out lie about men's butts in this audio.
Well, I mean,
and I think it needs to be addressed.
Okay, all right, very nice. All right, that is part one of our interview with Larry, the pastor from the Ranger game last night. I'm excited. Ed Belfour going into the Stars Hall of Fame this weekend. He will join the show coming up next on 105 through the Fan. After we get you over to Zero Res and get your carpet clean. You want to get that.
Call 214 or 817-333-3333.
All right, Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Want to get right to it. Excited about this one this morning. This is a legend going into the Stars Hall of Fame this weekend with the great Ken Hitchcock. It is Eddie Belfour joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Morning, Eddie. How are we?
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Man, thanks for coming on. And you know, we wanted to have you on anyway. And then I was talking to Rob, who set this up for us, and he told me he goes, man, you got to ask him about Belfour Spirits. And I was like, what, Belfour Spirit? And I looked at the bottle. I was like, oh my God, that's you. That you are the. When did you get into whiskey?
Yeah, it was about 8 years ago. My son Dane and my daughter Reagan and we started 8 years ago, and we have over 1,453-gallon barrels of bourbon and rye whiskey now.
So is that out of here? Where's that based out of?
So we did most of our contract distilling in North Carolina out of Southern Distilling. A husband-wife team, Pete and Vienna Barger, started their distillery when we started our brand, Belfour Spirits. And so we started, I think we were their first customer, and we started laying down bourbon and rye whiskey. And, one thing led to another over the years. We had 2,700 barrels at once. And, since October of 19, that's when we launched the brand. First product hit the shelves. And, every year we keep building. We're in 22 states now. Really excited about that. And just partnering up with the Dallas Stars this year, and we look forward to that relationship. Obviously, it's going to be a great one.
Nice. So, okay, if you were just to tell somebody on the street which one of yours is the one to get, what's your favorite one to get?
So I'm a rye guy. Growing up in Canada, that's what I grew up drinking was rye whiskey, and didn't know a lot about bourbon, but bourbon obviously is America's spirit, and we have a really good bourbon finished with Texas pecan wood, which is our best seller. It's very smooth, very easy to drink, 92 proof. Everyone loves it. But again, my favorite is our 94 proof rye. It makes a great Manhattan. But all of our products have won golds and double golds and even platinums.
Well, it's good stuff. Anything that's over 80 proof, Chop, I'm all
absolutely
for it. So we're good there. We're talking with Stars legend Eddie Belfour, who is going into the Stars Hall of Fame along with Ken Hitchcock this weekend. Eddie, how meaningful is it to be honored by this organization and get a chance to go into the Stars Hall of Fame with Ken Hitchcock?
Yeah, it means everything to me, to my family. To come here in 1997, sign with the Dallas Stars, I could see, that they were on the hunt for the Stanley Cup, and, with Bob Gainey at the helm, and, with Hitch coaching the team, and you had Rick Wilson and Doug Jarvis, assistant coaches. Amazing program that Bob Gainey put together. He's a mastermind for sure. All those years that he spent in Montreal, carried over to the Dallas Stars, and so thankful that Mr. Hicks brought him in, brought hockey to here to Dallas, and Bob started building a Stanley Cup team, and obviously the dream came true in 99. So for me, that was what I wanted to do ever since I was like 4 or 5 years old when we first started watching Hockey Night in Canada back home, and to be inducted into the Dallas Stars Hall of Fame. I mean, it's just another recognition that's just so honorable. And with a first-class organization like the Dallas Stars, it's going to be an awesome weekend.
General admission tickets, real quick, Bobby, are still available. There's a post-induction concert by Casey Donahue. The tickets are $35. You can get them at DallasStars.com. It's on Sunday, 5 o'clock at Gillies.
And Eddie, when you talk about, coming here to Dallas, and I know at the time there was a lot of people who, when the Stars first moved here from Minnesota, there was, talk of like, okay, hockey in Dallas, Texas, like that doesn't seem like much of a fit. But I just remember, being a kid who got so wrapped up into that Stars Stanley Cup run both years. How special was it to see, with questions that people seem to have about the hockey fan base here in Dallas, just how much this city rallied around you guys, and something that, I know people still look back on so favorably and think so highly of, your contribution and everybody else's that was on that hockey team.
Well, the fans were so passionate, so into the game, right from the beginning. The Reunion Arena, even though it was a smaller, older arena, it provided that atmosphere. A lot of the old buildings were like that. I was fortunate enough to play in Chicago Stadium a lot. Really tiny building with the fans on top of it. Same like Reunion. And, for us players, we love it when the fans are into the game. And coming here to Dallas, the fans, they just supported the team 110%. They cheered from the opening face-off to the end of the game. And it just makes you want to work that much harder when the fans are 110% behind you. And, the Eddie chant for me, just amazing. And Eddie's better. I mean, I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. So how the Dallas fans and the city of Dallas welcomed the Dallas Stars is a special time, special moments in all of our hearts. And now you see, how well promoting the game has done with the youth hockey. I think they built somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 Dallas Stars Dr. Pepper Star Centers. And, that really promoted the game here in Dallas. Now you see, the youth hockey turning into, some of these top-end hockey players that are getting signed in the USHL, which is the top junior league across the U.S., and some of the kids are being drafted in the NHL. So, again, thanks to Mr. Hicks for bringing hockey here, and Bob Gainey and our team and the guys. The team has always supported the community. We get out and do hockey camps, and Bobby Basson with the alumni, he does a great job with us and the kids and stuff, and getting out and promoting the sport.
Talking with Stars legend Ed the Eagle Belfour here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, so Eddie, we got to know. I know some people on the fan text are asking us about it too. Goalies are superstitious bunch.
Yeah.
What were some of your big superstitions or rituals that you would have before games?
I tried to stick to my routine as close as I could. Get to the rink at the same time. My whole warm up routine was exactly the same. Always had to have a hot bath before the game. Soup was always in charge of that, making sure that was done right. He would put some special bath salts in there for me.
Stop
minerals
it. No way. Did he really?
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he took care of me. And that's the thing is, our whole team, every player, every staff member, all the trainers, everybody was on board with helping to win, help us win every game that was possible. I'll tell you a story. When we were in Buffalo in the Stanley Cup Finals, and one of the trainers, his nickname was Pig, and we were in the third overtime period. I started getting kind of hungry, and I'm like, Pig, I need a milkshake. And Pig's like, oh my gosh, where am I going to get a milkshake? But he runs off, and we're in Buffalo, right? He runs up to the kitchen, and he gets a hold of the kitchen staff. He's like, I need a milkshake. Do you guys have milkshakes? And they're like, no, we don't make milkshakes here. He goes, well, do you have ice cream? So he gets some ice cream, some vanilla, and he makes me a milkshake, in between periods. He runs back downstairs. I slurp on the milkshake. We go out and win the Stanley Cup. So that's dedicated our staff was.
That's phenomenal. That is tremendous. I love hearing about those superstitions and stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, I had to have things a certain way. You put your and all of us were like that. We all went out in order on the ice. You had to do it the same way. We listened to the same songs. Another story about that. I didn't know about the story until way after the fact. Ludge shared with me. But we had the CD that we played every game, and we had to have that CD. And I don't know, Ludge blames Maddie for forgetting it. I don't know who forgot it, but somebody forgot to bring that CD on one of our road trips during the playoffs. And Ludge gets a hold of Vinnie Paul. Vinnie Paul was a big part of our team, and putting together the Dallas Stars song. And he's like, "Hey, Vinnie, oh my gosh, Maddie forgot the CD, and can you go down to the rink and grab it and somehow get it here on time?" And so Vinny, of course, went down there and grabbed the CD and got on his private jet and flew it in for us, and it got there just in time for our warm-up.
Wow.
So, all these things go into helping us win, of course.
Wow. Hockey players, they say hockey players are the most superstitious of the bunch, but that's phenomenal. It is the Stars Hall of Fame, Ed Belfour going in this weekend with Ken Hitchcock. General admission tickets available. $35 available on DallasStars.com. It's Sunday, 5 o'clock at Gillies in Dallas. Eddie, man, this was tremendous. Thank you so much. We appreciate the time. Thanks for waking up. I'm going to try your bourbon. I'm going to try it this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. And one other point that I wanted to make was, the Dallas Stars Foundation is such a big part of the weekend. And, the guys really support it and work hard to give back to charities. So, all you fans that come out and see us on Sunday, just know that you're helping support that cause too.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Have a great weekend. Enjoy that speech.
You bet. Thanks, guys. Have a blessed day.
All right, Eddie the Eagle, man. That was fun.
A massive Dallas sports legend.
He is.
That Eddie the Eagle helmet, everything else. I mean, he is one of the idols of Dallas sports fans who grew up in that era.
I could have talked his bourbon all day.
I'm gonna drink it all night. That's what I'm gonna use. I'm gonna tap into that Eddie the Eagle bourbon, and I'm gonna get lit for this Astros game tonight, and I'm gonna get kicked out of the Astros game tonight, Chop. I'm promising. Again,
okay.
Section 131, row 26. I'm on the aisle. Come
Can't
over.
miss him.
Come say hey.
He's gonna be the guy with the shirt off.
I'm in 131. Basic's in 132. You got section 133 right next to there.
Liddy.
It's gonna be
Liddy.
Oh my gosh. Misdemeanors all over the place.
Very nice. So, with that in mind, up next we have the last, maybe, below the belt ever, because you're going to be arrested and fired probably. So, what do we have coming up?
Undoubtedly.
In the final edition of Below the Belt.
What trades should NFL teams make before the deadline and before I end up in a Dallas County jail? That's next on The Fan.
Coming up on the next.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, Texas. It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Unprecedented trade ideas for the Dallas Cowboys at the NFL trade deadline. And there's a lot of discussion, RJ Choppy, about the Cowboys being active. There were 2 reports yesterday. One was from Jordan Schultz, and I can't remember who the other one was from, but they were talking about the Cowboys being one of the more active teams at this year's trade deadline, which makes sense because when you look at the past, some of the times that the Cowboys have had their struggles and they run into some disappointment, what they tend to do is they tend to make some deals, whether it's, we got to go out and go get Joey Galloway, or, things are disappointing, let's go trade for Roy Williams. Things are disappointing, let's go trade for Amari Cooper. So there's a couple different Bill Barnwell articles out there about trades that the Cowboys could potentially make. Or not just trades they could make, but ideas. Not necessarily rumors, just ideas. And I've got the first one, and you've got your microphone, which you can turn on, Chop.
Oh, I thought it was on already.
I could hear your muffled through the headphones. So the first article is one I've got here. It's NFL trade deadline offers for 2023. 15 proposals for players. And this is from Bill Barnwell. And he has 2 suggestions for the Cowboys. And one of them is so stupid that I can't believe Barnwell put it in there even as an idea.
Okay.
And the other is so fantastic that I would jump all over it, even though it's for a position that both of us think is completely devalued at this point. The first one, instant help for the Cowboys defense. You on board with that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, especially if it's in the secondary.
If I can get you a linebacker, Alex Singleton from the Broncos.
Wonderful.
Who's a decent linebacker. And I can get you a 4th-round pick. You on board with that?
You can get me a linebacker and a 4th-round pick?
I can.
What do I have to give up for it?
All you got to give up is a 6th-round pick and somebody who's not even active for you. But he's a lotto ticket. Trey Lance to the Denver Broncos. You've already given up a 4th-round pick of your own to get Trey Lance, and this is your lottery ticket. And I think it's so ridiculous to even suggest that the Cowboys trade him.
No. So there's a story out there.
Now, this would be you end up probably in a better spot than you would have been because the Broncos' 4th-round pick is going to be higher than yours, and you get a linebacker in return, so you do come out ahead from, like you do end up turning a profit trading Trey Lance, but I can't imagine the Cowboys want to deal Trey Lance at all.
So if you have essentially, like you said, a lotto ticket. There's a story I read a couple of weeks back that there was a bettor that had a 15-leg parlay on FanDuel. Did you see this?
Better. I did not.
So he bet $10. He bet $10 on a bet that had 9,651 to 1 odds. So for $10, if all 15 legs hit, he would have won 96 grand.
Damn.
All right. The 15-leg parlay wound up hitting.
Damn, even the third?
What?
Even the third of the 15-leg parlay hit?
I don't get what
Nothing. Just keep going.
Okay. The 15-leg. I see. Okay. So the 15-leg parlay hit. The problem is this idiot cashed out beforehand.
Oh, no. He took it like when they offer you those, because back before I worked for NFL Network, before I was an NFL employee, NFL, don't freak out at me, I had made a parlay bet. And so I know that there was like a chance to cash out like before the thing hit. Like, so he just took it. He didn't let it ride.
Yeah. So he had won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He had won 9 of the games already. He was 9 of the 15 in. He cashed out. It was a $10 bet. Bro, you eat the money. You just wait on it.
How much did he win on the 9?
41 cents. He cashed out for $10.41.
You are an
okay, and that is exactly
idiot.
What the Cowboys will be doing right there. And I'm not saying Trey Lance could be this great quarterback, but you cannot have the former number 3 pick in the draft and trade him for a linebacker.
No, this is the whole point, is that you've got a lotto ticket here. It doesn't, and that's what you're talking. That's a great analogy. That is
Thank
a
you.
41-cent profit. That's all you're taking there.
It probably was a little bit too long to set it up. I apologize for that.
No.
But
It's totally makes sense. So I'm down with that one. And look, I don't think Trey Lance is going to be a big superstar. But here's what I do think. If you hold on to the mystery of Trey Lance long enough, whether it be you keep him for insurance with Dak Prescott or whatever else, you also hold on to the mystery of some other team probably wanting to buy in on, okay, I'll give up a third for him. Fine. We're a quarterback hungry team. Let's give up a third round pick. That feels like a better bet than whatever quarterback we could take in the third round, so let's do it. So you hold on to that. You don't just turn it around 2 months later and say, get me a linebacker. Like that's, you do. Is there any scenario where you trade a linebacker for a quarterback? Especially if it's just a rotational linebacker like Alex Singleton. No, there's zero chance. The other idea I love. We're both out on running backs, right?
No, I mean, I think running backs are important, but paying them is not.
But that's what I mean. We're out on
absolutely
making sort of any serious investment. Right. What if I told you could get a running back to contribute to this team, which has had some trouble running the football, and all you got to give up is a 2025 sixth rounder. So not even next year.
So wait, I just
tell you it's a running back. I don't even tell you which one it is yet. But if I tell you there's somebody who can contribute to your running game for a 2025 sixth, you go, okay, right?
Yeah, okay.
All right. What if I tell you it's James Conner from the Cardinals?
Really?
I love this suggestion. If you tell me the Cowboys...
Was he at Pitt? He was a Pitt guy, right?
He wasn't. He ran really well against the Cowboys a couple weeks ago with the Cardinals. He is a big, bruising back. He can pass protect. He can run. He can catch.
Is he the cancer survivor?
He was,
okay.
yeah. If you're telling me that the Cardinals are...
Why did I say that, like, quietly?
Yeah, like it's just, I'm like, gosh, this is uncomfortable to address.
Like, that's what you're supposed to talk about.
Hey, yeah, like that was weird.
I said that. I don't know.
You said it like it was like, was this the guy who had that really awful controversy a couple? Like you said it like it was something he did. Yeah, no, this is the Survivor. This is a good thing, Chop.
I'm sorry. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm getting so murdered on Twitter that my entire mind is gone right now. I even have media members in Houston. Landry, our boy, is like trying to defend me. He's like, guys, this is like a good dude. Like, chill. I'm getting murdered.
Yeah.
I people in San Diego are picking this up because they did this last year. They had a song that played and it totally burned them. And now
you're out here whispering about.
I'll be on Barstool today. 100%. I'll be on Barstool.
It's like, was that Amelia Earhart? Was that woman who flew?
Stop, brother.
Anyway, if you can get James Conner for a 6th round pick, I'm all in. I would give up a 4th round pick for James Conner. Like, that's a guy who can help you right now in a big way, and I think can contribute in every possible, how does Sean say, facet?
Facet.
He can contribute in every possible facet. the way that with all the things he does, he improves your offense in a number of different ways. Now, how large of an impact can he have on improving your offense? That's obviously a question. How much can you impact the running game outside of just the blocking? How much is the pass protection and the pass catching a huge boost? Maybe it's not a giant boost, but it's enough small improvements across the board that I think it makes sense. It's significant. So if you can make that happen, I'm all about it. That is not the only trade piece Bill Barnwell had out there. I know you came across one yesterday that you were interested in.
Yeah, he did. So he went around and basically did every NFL team and the players on those teams worthy of 1st round picks.
Okay.
All right. So the first one that comes to mind is Micah.
Sure.
Now, obviously the quarterbacks are the first one to come to mind, but multiple 1st round picks. He's the only one on the team that would get multiple 1st round picks according to him.
Ooh, disagree. I think Dak and Micah both get them.
Okay, so we'll get to Dak in a second. So what he says for Micah is the cap for the vast majority of non-quarterbacks in a trade is 2. Khalil Mack, Jalen Ramsey. But since he's still on a rookie deal at a premium position, he's made first-team All-Pro each of his first 2 seasons. It'd be a shock if he wasn't there this year. And after the season, the 24-year-old will have up to 4 years of cost control remaining because this is year 3. They still got 2 years left.
Yep.
And then you could tag him, I guess. Right? So they would consider that the cost control. So now he says there's limits if Dak decides to retire tomorrow. Would the Cowboys trade Parsons for Trevor Lawrence? Would the Jaguars trade Trevor Lawrence for Parsons is the question.
No and no.
But they also, right, I agree. He also says, the Bengals wouldn't trade Joe Burrow. The Chargers wouldn't trade Justin Herbert. He comes in and has less trade value than some of the young quarterbacks. But I don't think the Bengals would deal Burrow for 3 first-round picks, but the Cowboys would have to give that offer serious thought if Parsons, they thought he was going to leave. If they thought he was going to leave, then yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's something that they would at least think about. But I honestly don't believe the Cowboys would trade Micah for Lawrence. I don't think the Jaguars would trade Lawrence for Micah.
I agree.
It's one of those things where it's like, we feel too comfortable with what we have.
Correct. Now, if Dak were to leave, then you might.
Yes.
Then you would do that. So, speaking of Dak, he would get, they say him and CeeDee Lamb would get 1 first-round pick and change. Could be a second, 2 twos.
See, I don't know that Lamb gets 2 first-round picks. He's due a contract. I think he gets 1. I think he
Yes,
gets
they
1
said 1
yeah.
and change.
Yeah, but I do think Dak will get 2 first-round picks. He's a quarterback.
I agree. Quarterbacks generally are. Now, they say this is too long of an article. I have a lengthy debate about Dak, but short story. He's 30 years old. He produces consistently above-average numbers. He's about to get paid a lot more in a new deal. That sort of certainty might not appeal to a team that wants to take a shot at a quarterback with more upside on a rookie deal, but there are a lot of teams that wish they had a quarterback as good as Dak Prescott. And they're right on that one. There are a lot of teams. We give Dak a lot of grief, but there's, 20 teams or whatever, 15 at least, that would trade their guy for him right now.
Yeah.
1 first-round pick. Just 1.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Smith.
Sure.
Zach Martin.
I still don't think. I think Zach gets you a 2. He's really good. He's older. He's getting near the end. Yeah.
Not many teams have 2 guards who can net first-round picks. Amazing. One of them could be a left tackle, but whatever.
Yeah. I think they both could play tackle, to be honest.
They could. The 2022 first-rounder proved he could play left tackle when he filled in for Tyron. Missing out, they had Diggs missing out on a first-round pick. Mozzie missing out. And then they also said Osa was one of the guys that was rapidly becoming a standout, ranked 2nd among tackles and pass rush win rate.
Dude, Osa has been an absolute monster this year. He is about to get paid. That's a guy that low-key you're going to have to start wondering how big his contract's going to be next year.
Yeah, you really would. And look, we maybe next week, maybe on Monday, we'll do the rest of these teams because this is fantastic. Because they have, like, for Mahomes, they're like, what's the number? 6, 7, 8? And would the Chiefs even take that?
Herschel Walker.
I mean, like, if you're the Chiefs, do you even I wouldn't take it.
Probably not.
You can offer me 10. I'm like, no, not interested.
Nope. I wouldn't. Bird in the hand, 12 in the bush.
Yep,
No.
absolutely. Okay.
So.
All right. That is a little bit of...
By the way, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Because it is below the belt and it's football related. I do have to say, because the 940 sent it out there, go Marauders. Marcus is going to crush Louisville tonight, 940 in that Battle of the Axe. I'll get, if I wasn't getting kicked out of the Astros game tonight, I'd be there to get kicked out of the Louisville Marcus game. I'm here to pump up the crowd at both.
All right, 9 o'clock hour coming up next. The Degenerate is going to get you paid. We will talk to Nick Eatman in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll hear from about Jim Harbaugh. He's going to be an NFL coach next year. I guarantee it after what's going on with him. And then part 2 of my interview with Astro fan Larry. That's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let's get you over to
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The fans are getting pumped by the situation. And Dirk, as this ball is lifted high and deep into left.
Yeah.
McCormick will have room. Ranging back to his right. He's under it. He makes the catch. Tagging at third is Garver. He comes in to score. It's a sac fly for the rookie Josh Young. He brings the Rangers back to within a run here at 3-2.
That's right. Hicksy with the call in a game you heard right here. They were on the comeback trail. They tied it up.
I don't know. I'm just way too distracted by Corey Majors just sensually applying lotion to all his dry areas right now on the fan cam behind you.
It's very good that he does that. It's much needed. Much needed. Rangers lose 10-3.
Slower, Corey.
We're trying to be positive here today. It's a depressing Friday. I like Friday. It's my favorite day of the week.
Yeah. What's the only work day of the week, according to you?
Tuesday.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. See, Monday, it's like it's still the weekend. You're just kind of still on the weekend. Wednesday's hump day.
Right, hump day.
And nobody does anything on that. Thursday is like almost Friday. It's ladies' night most of the time, right? And Thursday,
ladies' night.
Ladies' night. So you're like, you're kind of already in weekend mode on Thursday, and then Friday nobody does anything, and then you have the weekend. So really, I think Tuesday's the only real working week of the week.
Working day of the
week.
Yeah.
Working day of the week.
Yep.
Yeah, but it was a tough one last night. I was there. I was in the building.
Well.
Yeah, we will hit up.
Were you cheering at least?
Yes, I was. I was. Me and Sarah were there. It was a good time. It was a good time in terms of the people we were with, but Tolo, Eric hooking it up, letting us in his suite. But it was. Yeah, they're in trouble.
Continue to send, again, truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I bought tickets during the show because I felt like I needed to step up and show the crowd how you need to be, the intensity you need to come with. So I'm trying to get kicked out of this game tonight, just with how intense I'm going to be. So just send me your best chance that I need to get going, that'll really rile up the Astros. So bang the trash cans, bang the trash cans. Different things like that. Things to get to Verlander, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
I need you to come up with some of those things. Apparently Scherzer and Verlander, they don't get along, right? You remember we heard that? So should I just like Scherzer's better? Something like that.
You could. I mean,
remember Ed Belfour just told us last hour the Eddie's better chant just got him hyped. So maybe that'll get them hyped. Sure.
Yeah, but I don't know how true that one is right now, but
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if it's true.
Look,
it doesn't matter.
The Astros have established truth doesn't matter, right? It's just about the end result.
Listen. I hope the Rangers come back and win the series more than ever, so I keep receipts of all those idiots who were coming at me on social media this morning. I mean, I get inundated with it. I'm going to lean into it. I'm leaning into it right now. I should just I already reposted it. I said I don't care. I'm reposting this thing. Here is Bruce Bochy. Yes. How do you like your chances in this series moving forward? I can't imagine he's going to say he doesn't like them, but let's find out how he likes them.
I always like my chances with this club. They battled all year. Hey, we're playing a good team. Nobody thought this was going to be easy. I've been in this kind of situation where we have to bounce back, and that's what we need to do. They have played very well in this ballpark. We need to change that. We know it, but it's all going to be up to us pitching better and scoring some runs.
Man, does somebody really ask him the question? So, Coach, because it was somebody who said Coach. That somebody who asked that question
Skip
called him Coach. No, they called him Coach.
Hey, Skip. No.
That's a question that is asked by somebody who doesn't know baseball and called him Coach. Because a real person would have said, Skip. Hey, Skip. How do you like your chances in this series? What's he going to say? Man, they got us dead to rights. You got no chance.
817. I'm getting a lot of the chance suggested here. F the Astros, obviously.
I don't know. You're gonna. I mean, you could. There's kids. There's kids around.
Yeah,
man.
903. I've seen your wife's.
What? No. Okay. All right. You know
here's
what?
My favorite. Here's my favorite.
No.
This is coming in a lot. Buzz my nipple.
What? No, Bobby.
Because that's for Altuve. That's true.
Okay. All right. This is his last show, guys. This is Bobby's last show. He's gonna get fired.
I'm already in this mindset. for
he's
this
gonna
game
get fired
tonight.
over the weekend. He's going to the game today. I hope the energy is matched by 40,000 of our closest friends.
I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna make
You're-
sure.
you're in trouble.
Look, and I can't. Look, I'm in there as a fan tonight. I'm definitely not in there as working media. I'm in there as a fan, and I'm gonna make sure that I bring a fan's energy. All right, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to get the people going, get them locked in.
Mm-hmm.
I am gonna bring a San Francisco Giants energy.
Okay, good.
To this ballpark.
They look. They need 6 or 7 from Monty. Innings, not runs. Innings, 6 or 7 innings from Monty. Let's not get it confused. Look, I got enough things in the ether right now. I don't want to have anything misconstrued. I want to be perfectly honest. That they need 6 or 7 innings out of Monty. Hand it over to Spores, Chapman, and then Leclerc, who are well rested, ready to go. They need to hold the Astros in the first inning, score first. We have detailed what the formula is. We have detailed it time after time. If you beat Houston, of the 35 losses they have in the postseason since 2017, 31 of them, they did not score first, and they were not leading after 6. Like, that's the formula. It's pretty easy. I mean, it's not easy. It's pretty simple. You know what the formula is. They don't give up leads. They don't give up leads. If you want to beat this team, you got to score first and you got to lead after 6 in the postseason.
You need 1, 2, 3 inning in the top of the first, and then that
then a
crowd
3-run
needs to
homer.
be so loud and so into it in that first inning, and you need a 5-run inning. You need to have them completely defeated at the end of the first inning.
Yeah, you really do. Okay, we ready? All right, so Rangers and Astros today, right here, 105 through the fan, 4:07 first pitch, 3:30 pregame.
Section 131, row 26, come see me.
Section 131 for Bobby Belt. Section 132 for
Mike.
Beck, for Bass.
God hates Houston.
All right, yes, he does. Okay, let's make you some money with the Degenerate.
We just keep winning money. You want college or pro first?
Let's go college.
Okay. I like UTSA minus 2.5 at Florida Atlantic. Me and Carter were talking about this one. I like Tennessee plus 8.5 at Bama. I don't usually bet Tennessee. That's a big number. Bama is not 9 points better than Air.
Milrose started to play a little better.
They're running him more, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just throwing the ball better.
Yeah.
He has been throwing the ball better.
Tennessee's defensive front's very, very good. Very good.
Yep.
I think it's a low-scoring game, too. And then I said this on my BetQL show.
Wow.
Last week, Notre Dame cost Caleb Williams the Heisman. And this week, Utah cost him the number 1 pick in the draft.
Wow. So what do we have here on USC and Utah then?
Utah plus 7.
My gosh.
That's a bad number for
Do you think he's going to paint his nails this week?
What is that all about?
I don't know. He paints his nails and then he puts on there like F the school.
Oh, yeah?
So it'll be like blank Utah or whatever else.
So I don't know if you saw this, but a Reddit user went and looked at his stats against top 25 defenses. What?
I just, all the suggestions, 682, sing the Oompa Loompa song every time Altuve comes up.
So a Reddit user went and looked at his stats against top 25 defenses in his college career, and it's pretty concerning. He has played 5 games against top 25 defenses. 6 TDs, 6 picks. He's thrown for fewer than 200 yards in 4 of them. His teams are 2-3. If you throw in the 27th best defenses that Utah was last year, he's 2-5. He's a little bit better than his offensive outputs. And I know top 25 is arbitrary, but Utah's got the 9th ranked defense in the country right now. And Caleb Williams has not performed well. If you're a team drafting number 1, do you want to take a guy who struggles against top 25 defenses, like badly struggles?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people point to C.J. Stroud and the way he played against Georgia last year at the end should have been a bigger indicator than anything else.
Yeah, he brought it, man. So, I think Caleb's great. Listen, I wonder how much of his stock that will drop, if it does at all, based on how he plays against, down the stretch against these tougher opponents. But that stupid idea that he wants an equity share in these teams, that's lunacy. It's also not going to happen ever. So UTSA minus 2.5, Tennessee plus 8.5, and then Utah plus 7. NFL, Buffalo minus 8.5 at New England.
Big spread.
I'm surprised it's not bigger. Detroit plus 3 at Baltimore. And the Chargers plus 5.5 at Kansas City.
What can I get on a parlay on those?
I mean, check it out. I don't know. I didn't look to parlay it, but
you normally build me a teaser or a
well,
parlay.
I'll tell you this.
Or...
You want to tease it?
Yes.
I would tease. Here's what I would do. I would tease Buffalo down to 2.5.
Okay.
I would tease Detroit up to 9, +9, and then I would tease the Chiefs to -0.5 over the Chargers.
Okay. All right. I'll take that.
Or you could tease the Chargers up to 11.5.
I mean, I would take that if I wasn't employed by the NFL.
Employed by the NFL. Okay.
Does that apply to the bye week? Like, you got the bye week.
I think it does.
You can go ahead and bet this one.
Okay. I want to do this Jim Harbaugh thing real quick.
Yeah.
All right. So they are investigating Jim Harbaugh and the University of Michigan, according to a Yahoo Sports report, that they had people attending games of future opponents as well as possible college football playoff opponents to gather information on signs used to call plays on defense. And now, this means it would have violated bylaw of the NCAA 11.6.1, which states off-campus and in-person scouting of future opponents in the same season is prohibited. What? You can't do advanced scouting in person in college football?
Guess not.
So let me ask you this, NCAA. When you go to the Maui Invitational and you're sitting there waiting for your next opponent, you're not allowed to be in the building watching scouting?
Nope, get out.
So let me ask you something, NCAA. When you're done playing your NCAA tournament game, do you think the coaches go home? Do you not think they go in the stands? First of all, how are they caught? How are they even caught?
Yeah, see, that I don't understand. Now, I had seen this yesterday. Carter just reminded me of it, had sent it to me. The viral tweet yesterday, somebody had said...
From Greg Schiano?
No. If Michigan paid an employee to watch Iowa's offense in person, they should be punished by OSHA, not the NCAA.
Yeah, that is a workplace
It's a brutal
hazard.
offense.
Now, Carter, this was Greg Schiano, right? So Greg Schiano is the Rutgers coach. And he said there's a halftime interview that he did a couple of weeks back. It had a very telling comment about it.
Coach, 4 penalties for your team in the first half, some that cost you. How do you clean that up in the second half?
Well, there's some stuff going on out there, so we just got to slow it down a little bit. There's some things going on that aren't right as well, so we'll talk about how to handle it.
This Michigan defense keeping Gavin Wimsatt in this passing game in check. How do you adjust?
Well, just got to keep playing. In the game, we just got to keep playing.
All right, thanks, Coach. Corey, back.
So
that's a weird, vague interview.
There's some stuff going on. There's some things going on. We don't need to play the degenerate music anymore. There's some things going on. It's very odd. It's a very odd thing to say. There's some stuff going on.
This is like the way my wife talks to me over text when I know like something I'm gonna get in trouble when I get home. Where it's just like hey, we need to talk about some stuff.
But you know
things.
You know who found out about this is apparently like gambling. When they're gambling, it was a Vegas firm that monitors the betting market. They sent out an alert to their sportsbook clients regarding the Michigan controversy before the story broke. So,
boy, Vegas has become a bunch of snitches.
Yeah, they have. They're just
they snitch on NFL players who are caught. They're snitching about Michigan. I thought this was supposed to be I thought their whole thing was off the books and snitches get stitches. Isn't that what they're rooted in?
Yeah, that's what they are rooted. Yeah, but listen, man, if this and then the NFL stuff doesn't show you how much better Vegas is at running things than everybody else in the world, man, I want them running my company. That's for dang sure. So if this is true and they investigate and they try to suspend Harbaugh again, he's leaving. He's not going to put up with this crap anymore. He's going to go to the NFL.
Nope.
This is the last straw. He is done. And I don't blame him. This is stupid. Like, if you're going to tell me I can't advance scout, what world are we living in where you can't advance scout? My goodness. Nick Eatman.
Our buddy Mooney DeMera just texted in. He says this is a witch hunt against his Michigan Wolverines.
Look, I don't.
Witch hunt.
Yeah, and I can't stand the Michigan Wolverines, but
best team in the country.
This is dumb. This is really, of course, they're the best team in the country. They play Ball State and Rutgers every week. This is dumb. This is a terrible witch hunt. Nick Eatman joins us next, and we will also get you the rest of the interview with Larry the Legend, the Astro fan, the only sensible, classy Astro fan there is. It's coming up next year, 105 through the Fan.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss or soda and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. I think we're starting to lose Bobby. I think we are starting to lose Bobby at this point of the show.
Why is that?
You're pacing. You're in the other room. You're
That's
talking.
because Mike Bassick just got here, and I'm trying to connect with my brother.
Are you so loud? You're so
because
loud.
I'm getting ready for tonight. I already,
He is ready, guys. We're gonna lose him.
Oh, I'm gonna be. So Corey had said that yesterday. He said that like the Phillies games and stuff like that, they weren't even that loud. They were just like 106, 107 decibels, and he's like, Bobby does that at dinner in Oxnard. And apparently, literally, I did not know this. He just told me during the break, DJ Pridemore had held up like his phone to register the decibels while I and everybody else were talking there at dinner. And it was like 107, 108. So.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Wow. You are loud. You are.
Thanks.
Bobby will be at the game tonight. This may be his last show because I think he's going to get arrested and probably fired. Nick Eatman, Cowboys insider, join us here on 105 through the fan. Morning, Nick. How are we?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Are you a like what kind of you get in this industry and you kind of lose it? What kind of fan are you? Like a rabid fan? Like when you go to an Arkansas game, are you just crazy?
No, I'm not. I'm not like crazy. I'm not gonna have any like face paint or anything like that. But I mean, I get into the game, but I'm not. I'm intense, but it's not like yelling and screaming that much. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Do you think there's a responsibility on my part, even though I don't cover Major League Baseball technically? Do you think there's a responsibility on my part not to get kicked out of the game tonight, not be one of those fans?
Yeah, you can't be kicked out. I mean, I heard you say the other day you went to the fair and people were giving you stuff at the fair. So I mean, if you're a recognizable face, I mean, the last thing you need to do is be on someone's camera phone, getting kicked out. And then, I mean, I think that's a responsibility just in life, right? I mean, like not to get kicked out. I mean, that should be everybody's rule going through the game. Let's try not to get kicked out tonight.
I'm trying to be a rallying point for this fan base, Nick. I want that. I want to be like the guy that go like, hey, they just threw out our biggest energy at this game. We all got to rally now. That's what I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be an inspiration.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get kicked out. I mean, they're playing a team that they kind of cheated their way to a championship. So I mean, I think all bets are off.
Damn
really.
right,
Nick.
Really.
Yeah, they definitely cheated.
You know what this is to me. This series between the Rangers, and I'm gonna spin it back to why you actually called. But this reminds me though mentally of the Cowboys kind of in the 49ers. Like, okay, they're really, and they can't really get past them and so if they play them in the playoffs, this is the Cowboys being up 14-0 on the 49ers. And it's like, okay, oh, wow, all right, calm down, though. It's still 49ers. And then the 49ers have tied the game 14-14, and we're at halftime now. I'm like, okay, now it's a game. This is what this reminds me of. Because the Cowboys, the Rangers kind of mentally got to get over this hurdle. They got up 2-0, and then everyone's kind of like, well, let's see, and then here we are. So that's kind of what it reminds me of, because I think the 49ers have the same kind of hold on the Cowboys as the Astros sort of did for the Rangers.
Nick, when you look at the Cowboys being in this bye week, and it is a time of reflection in a lot of ways, what do you think they are in terms of how do you think they're looking back on this first part of the season? What are they reasonably addressing, self-scouting, and trying to fix? What would be the top headliner for you if you were on that coaching staff of, hey, this is what we need to really focus on ironing out here during the bye week?
I think finding the balance on offense, figuring out, and that's pretty much running the football, but that's where I think the red zone issues have become problematic. Is just like running the football in from the 10-yard line and getting 5, getting 3, getting 2, scoring. I mean, like that's what and I'm not saying you have to just run the ball all the time. But you cannot run. It certainly, affects everything else. So I think the running game, which would help everything else. It helps your play action. It helps, the goal line, red zone, all that stuff. So I would say figuring out what's going on in the running game, and that that should help a lot of other things.
Nick, I saw this article this week. I wanted to ask you this. That it was from USA Today, and they were looking at the 5-year windows for each team in the NFL, and they had the Cowboys near the top of a 5-year window. Do you think the window for this team is really that long, or is this team so veteran that, or especially at the quarterback, with Dak being over 30 now, is there really a 5-year window, or it feels shorter than that, right?
Yeah, I wonder what they base that off of. I mean, that's interesting. I would think, and if I'm doing that, I would think that they look at superstar players that are relatively young. And so when you think of, and two of them have to be signed still, but we think that they will be. But when you think of CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs, and I wouldn't put Pollard really in that group because, I mean, this is the last year of his deal. But, I mean, you look at star players like that have been, all-pro or Pro Bowler. I think that's probably what they're looking at. The offensive line is kind of, it's getting a little older at this point. But I think that's probably what I would say is you've got Micah Parsons, you've got CD, and you've got Trayvon Diggs. Those are some cornerstone players that are still pretty young, and maybe that's kind of what the rallying cry would be around that. I don't know. I wouldn't think it would be a 5-year window, but I don't know how they're evaluating that. It's interesting though. I mean, who would be number one? Do they have number one on the list?
Yeah, they had Kansas City number one. They have Mahomes basically.
Mahomes will be there forever, and okay. Yeah, I mean, and that makes sense because I mean, as long as he's playing, it sounds like they can put anybody around him, and they'll be okay, or they'll be great actually. But with the questions at quarterback, in the future of the quarterback here at the Cowboys, I think that would be one where you kind of would wonder why the window would be like that.
Nick, what is your confidence level at this point of the season in terms of the defense being a true shutdown defense? Has the loss of Trayvon Diggs been more impactful, or I guess just about as impactful as people feared it might be?
I think so. I think it has been, and that's nothing against Gilmore and Bland. I think they've both been pretty good, and they both made big plays to help them win games. Bland could have ended the game early with the pick six, which would have been the first player in the history of the Cowboys to have 3 in a season. And then, but Gilmore comes back and does it. But I just feel like those guys were 2 and 3. I mean, perfect 2 and 3 behind Diggs, and now they're at 1 and 2, and then that means there's a third and fourth corners on the field. And so I think the defense is still really good, and I think that as long as they can still get steady pass rush, figure out what's going on at linebacker, get some stability there, maybe Leighton coming back would help with that. But yeah, I think it's a great defense. I think we thought it was going to be a lot better, and I think a lot of that was because of Diggs. I mean, if you have an elite pass rusher, an elite corner, and then some other really good players in between, I mean, that's the making of a great defense. And I still think it can be really good. It can go win games for it like it did the other night. But they're going to be challenged again, and the 49ers certainly challenge them. There'll be other teams that have multiple weapons that could really challenge this team.
I mean, I just wonder what the corner market would be like in the deadline.
That's true. I mean, but to me, if you're going to make a move like that, I think the Cowboys, when they do that, they look at a guy that they can get and maybe sign, re-sign again. And that makes sense at corner because, I would think Gilmore is probably not going to be here for, too long.
Yeah.
Maybe another year. I'm not even sure, honestly, what his contract is, what they traded for. Could have been the last year of the year. I really don't know. But he's not going to be playing, for 3-4 years. So yeah, that would make sense if it's somebody that you think you could re-sign in the off season. I'm all for doing that. It's almost like, you trade a pick or whatever, but it's almost like a jump in free agency. If you were going to go and try to make a move for somebody that you would re-sign.
Thank you, Nicholas. Talk to you Monday.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Nick Eatman, Cowboys insider, joining us here on 105 through the Fan.
Cole Beasley's out in New York, by the way. I should have asked him if he wanted Cole Beasley back.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah, Giants have released him off the
Okay.
practice squad. He demanded his release.
I mean, let's bring him back.
Yeah, he was like too much of a saturated rap market. Not a
Yeah,
spot for
there's
me
too
here.
many. Yeah, it's just too much.
Thought he
Too
could
much
make a
up
dent
there.
in the Bronx.
No, he
Didn't
couldn't.
happen.
Yeah, definitely not.
No, they ran him out of Bed-Stuy.
All right, let's give Larry some more love. I went to the Ranger game. I went to the Ranger game last night. Rangers lose 10-3. We're trying to stay as positive as possible. Bobby will be out there today
For 4 innings.
and then because that's the
Yeah,
time.
I'm guessing about 4 innings in is when they'll run me out of there.
Okay.
Yep.
So Bobby will be there today. I was there last night, and I was in this. I was Tolo Eric invited me into a suite. Yes, sir.
Who lasts longer in this game, me or Jordan Montgomery?
Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah.
Jordan's going to go 6 today.
Good.
Maybe 7. So I was in this. Eric Tolo invited me into a suite. There's a lot of Astro fans in there. It was like a company thing, so they invited people from Houston up too. And I ran into this Astro fan who gave up his seat because he wanted to stand, so Sarah and I could sit down. Like he wanted to stand to watch the game.
Very nice of him.
And he's a great guy. Like, and I was like, all right, this is like the classiest. Because Astro fans are terrible. We hate them.
Yeah,
we hate them all.
Pastor Larry's nice.
But Pastor Larry is one of the nicest Astro fan I've ever met. So like, all right, man, I'm gonna give this guy some love. We already talked about Jose Altuve. Now he I think we think he lied.
Yes.
Okay, we think he lied. He said Altuve is very, very honest. Didn't wear a buzzer. That's a lie. But then he said Nolan Ryan is a Ranger, not an Astro.
And that puts him in the 1% of Astros fans who would claim that.
The upper quartile of the upper quartile
to quote
Irsay. To quote Jim Irsay of the 1%. So we finally had to get to the other most hated guy in Houston sports, which is Alec Bregman. This is where we pick it up. Alex Bregman, we pick it up here with this.
All right, be honest.
Yes.
Alex Bregman is very difficult to root for.
He wouldn't be my favorite Astro.
You're right.
But,
That's it.
You know, he's done good. I probably don't understand why people are so against him.
Well, I think it's the tight pants and the stirrups that he wears. I think that's what it is. Nobody wants to see that.
Okay.
I get uncomfortable when I see a man's butt very tight.
Pause.
What?
Lie.
What?
Lie.
I do look at butts.
There is nothing. Is this because you're talking to a pastor and you're worried about him judging you for saying that?
Well, I mean, I didn't know he was a pastor at the time.
You went out of your way to say,
I didn't know he was a pastor until.
What was the name of the guy you couldn't stop looking at his butt at Cowboys training camp last year? Do you remember?
Yeah, Story Jackson.
Story Jackson. There is not another person listening to this radio station that knew Story Jackson was on the Cowboys.
Yeah, Story Jackson was caked up, man.
And
My
yet,
gosh.
It was just this man's peach that got RJ Choppy so
He had
locked
some
in.
cake, man.
And so then you're trying to tell everybody that you don't stare at men's butts. That makes you uncomfortable.
Listen,
It's a lie.
I'm a man of the people. I could stare. You know, staring out at the gym yesterday. We were staring. We were staring at everything. Girls' butts, guys' butts.
Prospecting.
Guys, stop it. You never know, right? So okay, let's continue here.
Well, I think it's the tight pants and the stirrups that he wears. I think that's what it is. Nobody wants to see that.
Okay.
I get uncomfortable when I see a man's butt very tight, wrapped in the pants.
That's how he dresses?
I mean, in the game, look at him. I think it is.
Okay. Well,
who wins the series?
The World Series or this series?
This series is 2 games to 1. Astros lead 3-0 in the second inning.
Yeah, I honestly think the Astros will win. I think they have that ability to come back. They've been a terrible home team. They play great on the road, probably one of the best on the road teams. So, yeah, I have confidence in them.
A-Rod analysis.
It's a critical game.
Yeah, it is.
Critical game.
You are a wonderful Astro fan. The rest of your people, I think, are terrible. I think they're highly objectionable, and I don't think they deserve to be in here.
Well, I mean, I understand, but I really like them. But I lived 31 years in Houston. I don't live there anymore.
Thank God. Nobody wants to live
up
there.
here. Oh,
Yes.
it was a great place, though.
Yeah,
we lived in the Woodlands.
But you moved to a better side of town.
That's not
we
Houston.
enjoy Granbury.
Okay, everybody does.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Very good. Thank you, Larry.
Hey, thanks.
The Woodlands is not Houston.
It's not Houston.
That is not Houston.
It's as close to Dallas, Fort Worth as you can get living down there. Granbury's a wonderful spot. I like Granbury.
That's like saying, like, I love downtown Dallas. I live in
live in
Highland
Waxahachie.
Village, but I love it.
It's Larry is Larry. Look, he was the nicest Astro fan I ever met. Nicest one I ever met. Okay, that is
Sweet Larry. Sweet Larry, the Lion Pastor.
Sweet Larry, the Lion Pastor. Okay, that is a little bit of Larry there at the Ranger game last night. Mike Bassick's Crosstalk is coming up next here on 105. The fan, let's go over to Diamonds.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Where's the music?
Oh,
Your
no.
mic's still
You heard him
open.
say crap in the background.
Thank God it's just crap.
No, his mic's not on. Oh, baby.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, what a well-oiled machine this is. I love it.
Mike's mic is not on or up. It's on, it's just not up.
Hello? So am I going to be able to hear myself?
There you
There
go.
is Mike
All right.
Bassick.
Guys, how about those Dallas Stars? You know what I'm saying?
Woo! I thought they were going to give up 4 goals in that first period.
I was watching live. I had to update these guys on what was happening in the Stars game.
I think.
Hey, I don't think his mic is on either.
I left after 7. So do you know where the buttons are? We're struggling with buttons.
Hello in the other mic. Hello in this mic.
I don't don't think think I'm I'm on, Mike. I can
Your
hear you.
mic is
Okay,
on.
all right.
Yeah.
Is my mic on?
Everybody's mic is on.
So much for my old joking with the Dallas Stars instead of the Texas
They
Rangers.
won.
They did win. It was fun. I will say this. It's been very tough for me. I think it's tough for all people when
The
you are
9:30 puck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with 10 minutes to go, I did fall asleep.
Okay.
So I woke up and then checked my phone. I was like, yes, 3-2. I've never done this in my life. I've never woke up. And one of the first things I want
love
to do
hockey.
is check my phone to make sure the Stars held on to victory. So
Hockey Mike.
great job,
Hockey.
Rope Hentz. Great job, Pavelski. Great job by Heiskanen.
Heiskanen.
Heiskanen. Dang it. You're good.
Nobody can say Heiskanen.
Number 4.
That power play finally got going last night. Hadn't been able to get it going the first 2 games. Get those 2 big power play goals in the second period. Yeah, we watch hockey here.
If you win special teams like that, probably a good shot. You're going to take those 2 points.
The only thing that I do, and I love Otter. I'm probably going to get an Otter jersey, number 29. Sweater. I don't know why he went down. He went down to all 4 at one point and really gave them a goal to get
To go top shelf?
Yeah, it's just like I don't know.
Maybe he just didn't think they couldn't go. They could go high on
I'm
him.
so horrible at skating and skiing that I was like, did he just lose his balance? 'Cause
Okay.
that's what I might have. I might have gone down to all 4s too to just make sure.
I want to stop in that point because in our text chain last night, he was describing hockey. He said they have knives on their skates and they go out on
their
the I don't
shoes.
think
On
they're
their
knives.
Are they knives?
No, that's what he texted though.
You could use it. You could use it as a knife. Like let's just say
I mean, it
you're in a
has.
bad
Yeah.
situation and you don't have anything sharp. If you
Malarchuk.
had skates, you could be like you could just start chopping with your skate. Okay, so that's hockey talk. Unfortunately, now I will move on to the Ranger game. You were there, Choppy.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to point out something has nothing to do with the game in general.
Is that banana person standing behind a home plate?
I saw him. I was in left field. I will say left field, I
He was a
thought did a
lady,
great
maybe.
job of being loud. It's very tough when it's 3-0.
It's 3-0
to
after
start
10
the game.
pitches.
But I did think the crowd in left field, there are a lot of Tolos out there. I thought we did a lot of cheering as much as you could in that situation.
Okay.
So I don't know about the rest of the field because I know that other people are like, it's not very loud. It's not doing this. I did think left field was pretty loud. But did you guys notice, since you were there, Choppy, when they showed Dirk Nowitzki on the screen,
Yeah.
it was loud.
Yeah, it was.
Super loud. About 10 minutes later, they showed Luka Doncic. And there wasn't much cheering. Do people not know at the Ranger game who he is, or
They have to know.
Yeah, they
right?
had his name up there though. I thought didn't they put his name up?
But is that? I'm just asking about the love of Luka and the love of Dirk. Is that true? Like what we heard last night from 42,000 people being there, is that the truth of Dirk standing ovation? I will scream my lungs out. Luka Doncic, I will give a golf clap for.
No. So I saw they showed him on the screen. Did Romo get a lot of applause?
I will be honest, I don't remember when Romo came.
Okay, they showed Romo.
Yeah.
But
What-
I think what it is I think it's the nostalgia of Dirk is not here anymore. If Luka had been retired for 4 years, people are probably losing their minds. It's more what you have. It's like how Ian Kinsler and Michael Young probably got bigger applauses than anybody else actually getting introduced last night for the Rangers.
What inning did they show Romo?
I don't know. I just saw that they'd put him up on the screen.
Okay, because I missed that one.
Yeah, I don't remember what inning it was either. I thought they showed them all in There was one point on the television broadcast that they showed them all like consecutive.
Okay. All right. So, anyways, now to the Ranger game a little bit. It's obviously Corey. Before I start talking about the Ranger game,
I'm so excited.
Give me specifics on what is coming up at 10 o'clock and later in the show.
At 10 o'clock, what do you blame yesterday's loss on? Because I think you and Kevin
Choppy
disagree
song.
already.
G-bag.
No, stop. It was not my song.
10:15 or the
My
Stars?
wife asked that too.
Are the
Man,
Stars
I'm getting
only
murdered.
hope?
I'm getting murdered on Twitter.
Okay. Why? Because the song was a great song.
No, because they're calling me a jinx.
He's the
Makes
jinx, is
sense.
what they're saying.
That's why
He's-
Coach Ballsack hasn't done any Ballsack stuff lately.
So I'm sorry.
RJ
continue your
Durst.
tease.
Jerry Jones at 10:30.
Ooh.
You can ask him about the bye week.
Is that normal? You have him every week?
Every Friday, we give him a call just to see.
Yeah.
And
He comes on?
Usually he
Yeah.
answers.
Cool. Nice.
And
You guys should do that like on Tuesdays or something.
We should do that Tuesdays,
8:30-ish.
8:30.
Yeah.
But next Monday,
No Steve.
no Steve.
But what
So-
comes? My favorite segments at 1:30.
Masterpiece of the week at 1:30 today, Mike.
Okay.
Good luck, Rigo.
What?
All right, Rigo. Good luck. All right, guys. So you guys gave the simple formula on how the Astros lose in the playoffs. You said out of their 35 losses.
35 losses since 2017.
Okay.
They were in 31 of them. They trailed after 6 innings.
Yeah.
And they also did not score first in a vast majority of them. And the other third part was the starting pitcher did not go 6+. The Astros starting pitcher.
Okay.
In those games. So, I mean, look, I guess you could say that about everybody. Like most teams that lose games probably are trailing after 6 innings, but
Except the Rangers.
But what that told me was this Astros bullpen over the last 7 years or so has been just about dominant. And this one's no different. Like at the back end, you're not going to score off of Abreu and Presley, I don't think.
No.
So like you have to be, if you want to beat this team, you can't be trailing after 6.
Let's be honest. They actually have 7 relief pitchers they feel confident in bringing in with the lead.
Yeah, and I think that stat just shows that if they lose games, it's basically because they didn't hit that day.
Right.
If they hit, like their bullpen is good enough to you're not coming back on them.
Now look, the Rangers can still make the World Series.
They will.
Oh yeah, they can.
But it's going to be an amazing job by Chris Young. He might have to redo 8 bullpen pieces. Like I don't think it'll be 8 because you'll have Leclerc. You'll pick up his option.
Yes.
But literally, the 7 other jobs are up for grabs.
Would you be interested in bringing back Chapman?
Yes.
Jack Leiter.
For the right price on a 1-year deal, yes. But like literally, has anybody ever made the CS, whether it's in the National League and American League, and said, you know what, we might need 7 new bullpen pieces?
Didn't weren't the Nationals like that a few years ago?
Maybe so.
I think the Nationals had like everybody they needed to get rid of in their bullpen.
Yeah. So it'll be an interesting one this afternoon. I'll be in section 132. I'll be with Caden, who
I thought section 133.
Well,
What's Caden's last
I
name?
bought tickets. Fouch, I think.
Oh, you did figure it out.
Oh.
But we'll be close enough to section 133. You know, that Caden can do his thing. Guys, before we get out of here, who is 5-2 in the NFL right now?
Let's see. Cowboys after the bye week will be fun.
Yeah, maybe they will be.
The Houston Oilers.
But I already know
They don't have to depend on
that my
receivers to
T-Law,
drop touchdown pass.
my T-Law is already 5-2.
This is an odd flex from you because
They
I think
blew
you would
it.
agree he does not look like a 5-2 quarterback.
They
so
blew
far.
like a
you know
20-point lead.
I'm going into this. Stats don't matter.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, stats are overrated.
Oh, my God.
In fact, my other favorite quarterback of all time is Troy Aikman, and we have to do that with him too.
Yeah.
I mean,
good point.
I mean, if you're going down that valley, Derek Carr had 301 yards.
Yep, those are
Trevor
stupid
Lawrence
yards.
had 204.
Those are great yards.
Isn't Dak Prescott like the winningest quarterback in the NFC since he got here?
Is he?
I think he is.
Good for him, man. Coming up next, the KNC Masterpieces.
Oh, my
I'll
God.
tell you what, here's our tease. Jordan Montgomery, you better get 18 outs or we're in deep doo-doo. Next.
It's happening.
At least 18.
on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 on a shout-out Friday. If you want to get your shout-outs in, and then Mike believes that we will shout at each other.
Yeah, I do. I think we're about to go after each
this
other.
Segment. I don't know if I can handle that. Who do you blame yesterday's loss on?
The bullpen.
The bullpen.
The starting pitching, Andrew Heaney.
Is that considered part of the bullpen?
He started the game.
He only threw 20 pitches. He's really efficient in giving up 3 runs.
So like, hey, look, you're not asking your starters to do much, Kevin, or you're not asking your bullpen to do
He
much.
actually can pitch today. I don't know if you want Andrew Heaney to pitch today, but he did not throw enough pitches that he is down.
Dude, I saw CJ Nitkowski tweet out that, was it Stanek last night, the guy with the long hair that came in and
brush your hair one time, Stanek.
He threw one pitch and got the win. He threw one pitch and got a win. You know, that's only happened one other time in Major League Baseball in the playoffs.
And that's efficient.
And that was Lance Lynn. He threw one pitch and got a win.
If you're a man with long hair,
oh my God,
shouldn't you brush it? I'm just asking. I'm never going to have long hair. Best case scenario, I'd turn into Hulk Hogan, looking like that. It'd be horrible. But I feel like if you have long hair as a man, you should brush it some, right? It shouldn't look that bad. I don't mind long hair.
Don't you think for a woman then too, you should brush your hair?
I feel like women do brush their hair. That's why it looks better long.
Okay.
From the 214, blame me for not going to the game. From the 214, the bullpen all day. From the 214, I blame Simeon's batting glove. And from the 214, every time I go, they win so far. The team is 4-0, including the ALDS.
Well, then go.
Yeah, you need to be there.
Tickets.
Unfortunately, from the 214, the Rangers did this all year, go on a winning streak and then losing streak. Guess it's that time.
But couldn't you then argue that it's time for them to come back up from the ashes and go on a winning streak today? That's why I'm here, Corey.
Okay.
I am here today to
Are you taker
fix
in this?
Yes. Think about it. After Wednesday's show, I know I might miss some time, and the Rangers lose that night.
Ever since we've made the joke about you doing cocaine, which I'll be honest, I don't think you have.
I am not doing cocaine.
Currently?
Strep throat, yes, or ever.
Like today?
You miss a lot of days of work. For you saying that you're a workaholic and you love work and all of these things.
Today. You texted and said I would be out the rest of the week. I'm here.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Just so you can say the bullpen is fine.
The bullpen has been fine.
Oh my God.
How come?
Keep going.
Here's my question. How come this bad game, which by the way, it's the start. A bullpen should not have to throw 8 1/3.
Yeah.
You're always going to lose.
That's true.
If that is the situation. Why are you just throwing out the first 7 games and saying they were crap? I almost said a different word. They were crap yesterday, and now they're crap altogether. I'm not saying they were good yesterday, but if you have a starting pitcher who throws 4 innings today, you're probably going to lose.
I hear you, and you're right. It's making it that basic. But the other day, Framber Valdez gave up 5 runs in 2 1/3 or 2 2/3. And their bullpen didn't give up another run the rest of the game. And they gave their offense a legitimate chance to come back. And that ended up being 5-4.
That's why I said fine. I'm not saying great. I said fine. I'm not arguing the Rangers have the best bullpen. I thought they did a really good job early in the postseason. I don't understand why that would all be out the window.
I say this. This is my opinion. If Eovaldi or Montgomery don't win, it's over.
I can see that.
Because they can't. This bullpen just can't. It's official. Every scout that's there that I went and visited yesterday, they know it's over if this bullpen has to pitch more than Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. Now, it doesn't mean
it's a 3-man bullpen.
And it doesn't mean it's automatic either. That's the other thing, too, is if the Rangers are up by 1 run today after 6, that gives you the opportunity to win. But it doesn't mean those guys are going to put up 3 zeros and the game is over. It's not like you have the late 90s New York Yankees situation. It just means that they have now a chance to win. Literally, if Montgomery or Evaldi, because they're both going to have to start now because there is going to be a game 6. We know that. If they do not get 18 to 27 outs themselves, then the Rangers are going to lose. Now Spores might maybe 17 outs because Spores would finish out the 6th inning and then Spores would pitch the 7th.
Yeah.
But like literally, if you have to pitch anybody in this game today besides Montgomery, Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc, it's over. You've lost.
And for them,
game's over.
For that to happen, the starters have to not only get those outs, they have to be efficient. Like they can't have 130 pitches in 6 innings. That's not going to happen.
Right.
I actually don't think.
I'm not concerned about the 3 part of the bullpen, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm concerned mostly about the fact that like the Astros hitters look so confident against everything else we've thrown out other than what happened in the first 2 games.
I will tell you this, though, and Mike, I actually don't think we're that far apart.
Okay, I'd give you a hug, but you're all strapped up.
Yeah, dude, you got strep.
Not contagious, though. That's the beauty of it. Do you remember going back to Wednesday when we asked you, like, some of the new playoff realities? You might be in that new playoff reality. You said, except for Evaldi, or Montgomery and Evaldi. Well, guess what? If that happens again, you're going to the World Series.
Yeah.
And so that's the bizarre nature of you can get by with 2 really good pitchers.
Yeah.
I mean, at least I hope that's how the next couple of games play out.
Right, and I think that is the hope now for Ranger fans, now that you're tied at 2. You have to win today. Like, today's a must-win. And then, honestly, I put Game 6 as a must-win because I don't know how you're going to win Game 7 because Max Scherzer is not Max Scherzer right now. It's not fair to him to ask for him to be Max Scherzer. And then because Max Scherzer cannot get you 18 outs, who is going to get you 18 outs in Game 7? I don't see it happening. I agree with you, Corey. When the Astros or the Phillies or the Diamondbacks or whoever it is, all 29 other major league teams, at this point, if they see somebody come into the game that's not named Spores, Chapman, or Leclerc, they feel really good about putting solid contact on the baseball.
It's what you said about Scherzer and how it's not fair to ask him to be Scherzer. Like that's a sombering phrase that you just said, because there's part of you that wants to believe and hope that he can just be like, dude, I am that guy. Watch, I'm going to give you the 5 innings that you need tonight. But there's no proof of it, right? And the injury, the stamina that he needs, there's nothing that you can say I can hang my hat on that. And you're right, it isn't fair because the injury exists. And you're hoping that he can make it through anything for you just to give you some sort of hope. But man, what does we always say about hope, Kevin?
Hope's not a strategy.
It's not a strategy. It definitely isn't.
Heaney's stuff last night was just so flat. It was. I'm not opposed to. Let me ask you guys this question because it'd have to be before the game. I should have asked this yesterday on the air and I didn't because I heard some Ranger fans say if Bruce Bochy said Dane Dunning was the MVP of this season of the pitching staff, why did he start Andrew Heaney? I was not opposed to starting Andrew Heaney, but I'm now throwing it out to you guys. If Dane Dunning was that valuable to the team, why didn't he start? And that's not my opinion, but I'm throwing it out to help out the Ranger fans.
Okay, and I will, and you guys might crush me for this, I will go with that opinion, and that's what I said to Jess when the game is on. I also thought they should not have taken him out. Like, I realize he got himself into the jam. And
walking Maldonado was a sin of all sins. And I know he wasn't trying to, but 0-2, you cannot walk a 110 hitter or whatever Candy Martin Maldonado is.
I would love to see these bats hit as confidently as the Astros are hitting. And maybe it's just because the talent is so different, like on the mound.
On the mound.
That's the difference.
Is a big difference right now.
And that's why it was the strikeout it was Bregman, right? He did get an out before they pulled him. And
that was the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and once he got that strikeout, because it was bases loaded with no outs, and then there's bases loaded with 1 out, immediately as optimistic fan, you're praying for the double play ball. But I did see that as encouraging because I thought Dane Dunning had some swing and miss pitches yesterday. He's not a swing and miss guy. I thought they should have left him in, but I also thought he should have started. The outcome could have been exactly the same. That's what I would have switched.
Okay. That's fair. I think it's fair to question Bruce Bochy on the decision to start Andrew Heaney. It did work in Baltimore. I understood his thinking, but after you saw Andrew Heaney throw to 3 or 4 hitters, you're like, oh no, we've made a major mistake here.
Yeah.
It can happen. When Bradford came in, I did not like the pitch sequence to Jose Abreu. I can pitch with Cody Bradford. I am Cody Bradford in a weird way. Because
he had him 0-2 as well, right?
Yeah, I'm a fastball changeup guy, and I'm left-handed, so I know how to pitch that way in the major leagues. And when he threw that pitch, I'm telling my sons which pitch he should throw, and I'm pitching with him, and I'm like, change up down and away here, and he went fastball, and I know he wasn't trying to throw it down the middle, but he threw a fastball, and I was just like, and I get why he did it, because he saw Jose Abreu foul one off to the right side, so he's like, I can beat him with a fastball. But to me, you had to perfectly locate that fastball. He had gauged you. And I was like, go back to soft. Go back to something that looks exactly like your fastball and throw it down and away in the strike zone. I don't want to get to, I believe it was 2-2 count. I don't want to get to 3-2. It might have been 1-2, but I remember pitching with him going, change up right here. You set up your change up. Please throw a good one. And he threw a fastball and the game ended.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, I need an executive decision from you. Can we talk more baseball coming up next?
I guess so.
Okay, we'll get to the stars, I promise.
Or should we talk? Well, no, that's gridiron. Al Mahomes is a backup punter.
Yes, I do think that's amazing. Let's talk more about this game and the Texas Rangers, although might not be distracted. And we'll get to your shout outs next right here on The Fan.
Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the KMC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners at the corners. 4-3 Houston. Bradford back set. And here comes the pitch. Abreu swings. It's a high drive to deep left center field. Way back goes Carter to the bullpen wall. It is out of here, and it clears the bullpen. That is a 3-run bomb by Jose Abreu. Make it 7-3 Houston.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 682. Shout out to Boach for planning this all-out win today and then crush the Astros spirit in Game 6 and eliminate them in their house. And then there's some inflammatory words not to say on air. I would love that.
You think that's what's happening here?
No.
That we're kind of playing coy and just kind of...
This would be the dumbest strategy ever to be like, hey, let's let them build their spirits.
Let them give us their best.
Yeah, I know they're the defending champs. Let's let them build back up.
Yeah, let them build their confidence.
No, I do not think that's happening.
It's like what old Muhammad Ali used to do. Old Cassius Clay. He'd get on the ropes and be like, "Oh, you're winning this fight so well."
That's because he had been a world champion.
Uh-huh.
If the Rangers had been to 7 straight ALCI, then fine. Do whatever the hell you want. But we have never won a World Series. I don't want to rope-a-dope the Astros. I want to beat them into the ground.
The ALCI.
ALCS that felt wrong.
I mean, quite honestly, Kevin, we just don't have all the punches to be able to do that. So we're going to have to wait for our next 2 big swings, and that's Montgomery and Eovaldi.
Okay.
This is it. We literally are down to, we know we can win a game with Montgomery. It doesn't mean we will. And we know we can win a game with Eovaldi. It doesn't mean we will, but
sure,
that's it.
And that's kind of the way
they have to win all 4 games, and then if you make it to the World Series, they have to win all 4 games in the World Series.
Yes.
And if you do that, you're the champs.
That's the situation.
The other games, we're in big trouble.
Look, I will admit my level of optimism. If we make it to Game 7, first of all, good for us for making it that far. It probably won't be the highest in the world. In those 2 games that Montgomery and Eovaldi pitched, the Rangers scored 7 runs. All right. I tell you right here, right now, the Rangers are going to score 7 runs in the next 2 games.
Combined?
Yeah.
Or,
total?
Yeah.
So like 4 and 3?
I don't think it's good enough.
No.
I think this team over the next 2 games is going to need
the Astros offense is awesome.
Minimum of 12 runs.
I know that we shut them down in Game 1. I'm not expecting Montgomery to throw 6 or more innings of shutout baseball.
Yes.
But if he goes 6 innings and gives up 2 runs, I think the Rangers have a great chance of winning today.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm right there. I think they need a minimum of 12 runs scored.
12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not today.
I will say in Game 7, and it's going to be very tough. If it goes to Game 7, it'll be Christian Javier. You probably need to score double digits in runs to go to the World Series.
Yeah, I mean this is the Rangers offense has to show up in a big way, at least in one of these games over the next.
But you don't need 10 in both games. Like you don't need 20 runs in the next 2 games.
Sure.
But I would say if you can say we score 5 today and you score 5 in Houston for Game 6. I'd say there's a good chance the Rangers are going to the World Series.
Okay. And somebody asked about John Gray. He did get used in Game 3, right? And he was less than enthralling.
And I'm with the person from the 940. Move Carter back to the 9 hole and Young to 3rd. I know Young's been hitting well in the 8 hole and everything, but I wouldn't be opposed to putting Josh Young back up in that spot and letting him rock that a little bit.
Yeah, because the number, and look, this isn't a knock against Evan Carter. We've talked about this. Stop.
Here it comes.
No, we've talked about this the entire playoffs is, save for those 2 games from Mitch Garver, the number 3 spot has been a struggle, and Evan Carter the last 2 games, 1 for 4 both games, I believe. Yeah. And so
he had a rocket last night too, right, Mike?
He's been fine.
That was the thing that was tough is if the Rangers were going to come back, Corey Seager hits into a double play. I can't blame Corey Seager for hitting it 108 8 miles an
It felt
hour
like
right to the first
Simeon
base.
double play,
Right.
didn't it?
Ugh.
Except on the other side.
And then unfortunately now there's 2 outs. And Evan Carter hits a ball, I believe 105 or 106 miles an hour right at the center fielder. Like if that ball's in the gap, it's a triple. But he hit it right at an outfielder. I can't guide the ball. I can't hit it 105 and make sure it doesn't go right at an outfielder. You're up there to hit the ball hard, hits the ball hard. Adolis Garcia leads off the next inning, hitting the ball almost 110 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it wasn't far enough away from the center fielder for it to be a double. The Rangers had some hard hit balls. They were just right at people. And unfortunately, the hard hit balls for the Astros, I'm not saying, oh, the Astros were lucky and the Rangers weren't. I'm not trying to say that. But unfortunately, your hard hit balls trying to come back were right at a first baseman, right at a center fielder, and close enough to a center fielder to start off the 6th inning that they were all outs.
When we talk about the Houston offense, what is your concern? I know he's a really good player, obviously, but the emergence, especially these last 2 games, of what had been kind of a dormant Jose Altuve, because he has made a big impact these last couple games.
He's one of the most clutch players I've seen in my life. I actually do really respect Jose Altuve. I know that he's a hated player in baseball. I get it.
For good reason.
That dude's a Hall of Famer. He's arguably the best offensive second baseman in the history of baseball. I get where Joe Morgan is, and that would be his crown right now. But every time Jose Altuve comes up with the game on the line in the playoffs, I feel like he comes through every freaking time. And then last night where he's a little bit weak, his defense, he's not a very good defensive second baseman. He's inconsistent. He made an unbelievable great play in the 7th inning with the ball up the middle. Yes, I'm worried about Jose Altuve. He's one of the greatest playoff players I've seen in my life. And so if it's the playoffs, Jose Altuve seems to get a big hit in a big situation.
Yeah, it's not nice seeing that.
Is there somebody different other than obviously him? That's the thing. Is Alvarez, Bregman,
Chaz. Now Chaz is hot again.
You know what I hated to say yesterday is when I was watching the game, I was like, I can see why they've made it here so many times.
Mauricio Dubon is annoying to me right now.
Okay.
They put him in the 2-hole, and then he's like, yeah, don't worry about that. I'm a good 2-hole hitter. I'll tell you what, stop walking Bregman. Guess who bats behind him? Yordan Alvarez. You don't walk Ray Durham to get to Barry Bonds when I was pitching. Maybe I was stupid enough to do it too. And I know they're not trying to walk Alex Bregman, and I know he's a solid hitter, but son of a gun of a sailor. You know who's on deck. You can't fiddle fart around with Alex Bregman. He loves batting behind Yordan or in front of Yordan Alvarez because he knows how many good pitches he's going to get to hit. I don't care. Give him good pitches to hit. Do not put Alex Bregman on base for free. He has to earn his way on because the greatest hitter in 2023 is on deck every time.
From the 972, shout out to my coworker, George, who's a Dodgers fan, but he placed a $500 bet for the Rangers to win it all. And then we might need an update. Remember the person we said was going to bet $1,000 that the Astros wouldn't win 4 straight games? Yeah. Let's get an update from how they're feeling right now.
They're probably feeling good, but I will say this. Montgomery and Evaldi are pitching the next 2 days. That gives the Rangers a good chance to win. Unfortunately, Game 7, you are going to be, to me, I would bet heavily on the Astros if this thing goes to 7 because they have Christian Javier versus, it sounds so weird versus Max Scherzer. But we have to realize that's an 8 to 10 week injury. He's coming back early from that. Yeah. He's not going to be close to Max Scherzer. According to CJ Nikowski, his extension the other day was lacking. It was less than what was normal this year from him. So you're getting a guy who might be subconsciously protecting himself a little bit.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here in your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is the owner, the general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Oh, he's not there yet.
Okay.
We're still on hold.
He'll be here momentarily.
Yeah.
All right. In the meantime, what I really want to know is, can we convince Jerry to go to the Rangers game to hopefully change some of this up?
Put his hands on and just be like, you know what? I'm going to take my magic hands and I'm going to touch. Who's injured right now that needs Max Scherzer? I'm going to bring DeGrom. That one's going to be tough.
Mr. Miyagi? Jerry Jones is Mr. Miyagi?
Yeah, he did.
Clap his hands.
Like
he
that.
did it to Larry Allen once, and then Larry Allen got back on the field and made a great block. I'm sure it won the game.
Has anybody figured out why you need to make your hands hot to make that happen? The Mr. Miyagi thing?
Energy. It's just bringing the forces of the world, of the planet together.
Hold on, is that true, or did you just make that up?
It's all about energy. It's
I think
all
you're
about
making that up.
Well,
Even though
do you know the answer?
We all did it.
Do you know the answer?
Like, we all did that as a kid and even as an adult, to just rub your hands together as fast as you can.
You don't know the answer, do you?
I don't know the answer.
Neither one of y'all know the answer, but you're going to crap all over mine.
Hey, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's what we do.
For the record, I asked a question and I said, is that real, or is he just saying that? Because I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure it's real. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
All right. In the meantime, do you want to talk about the Stars?
Yes. Yeah, man. Stars win 3-2 last. Well, yeah.
Okay. Right now, owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, it is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, Corey, Kevin, Mike. Man, good to be on with you. And actually, I'm sitting here in New York this morning talking to you.
Is there any chance that you'll be flying out of New York soon and can make it to the Rangers game this afternoon? Because we need some help to turn this thing around, Jerry.
Well, I will say this. I'm so proud that they're playing at the level they're playing. Let's give that recognition. And, it's close. It should be close is the only way I know to describe it. I'm so proud of them. What a thrill they're giving it for all. I'm not going to be able to get there because of my late meetings, but I'll be with them. I'll be watching them.
Is there a lot of business, NFL business, to get done up there in New York?
Exactly. We had our league meetings here the first of the week, and then I had a couple of television meetings.
Now, one of the things that we did hear about was the contract extension of Roger Goodell through March 2027. We love to hear your input on big league issues. What are your thoughts about the commissioner and sticking around a few more years?
Well, I think that's a really outstanding thing for the league, for him. He's got a wealth of intellectual knowledge about how it works, about the issues, whether it be television, labor, or certain internal issues within the NFL. So I think it's great that he's going to be our commissioner for more years to come.
When you talked about the TV aspect, I was really curious, and I know you can't tell me all the details, but how big of a presence is streaming becoming in terms of future bidding for these TV packages?
Yeah. Streaming has impacted it dramatically and has influenced not only your traditional television, but also your certainly your cable, your subscription, the entire process of packaging, and all of that has to do with the NFL because we have become an integral part, more than I could have ever imagined 20, 30 years ago, but we've become an integral part of attracting those eyeballs to any medium. And so streaming, there's no question, there's a shift in structure and how people will absorb, if you will, content, and in our case, our games. We're got a great base. I'm talking the NFL. We do add huge value to whatever the business plan is of any type of any network or any company. So it's all a good place for us. We've got a lot of years before our contracts generally come up, but you start and work on these things now.
Jerry, does seeing the Philadelphia Eagles and the 49ers lose over the weekend, does that make you feel like the NFC is more vulnerable or more open to the taking?
Not really. because I really do understand how vulnerable any team is. This talent is evenly spread, and that has to do with not only the players but the coaching as well. And sure, clubs get times when they have maybe a little better combination of the two, but still, it's pretty even. It's designed to be even. For instance, when a club, as you know, releases a player today for whatever the reason, the club that lost the most last year would have the first dibs on that player. And so that's to keep it competitive. And boy, is it competitive. No, it doesn't surprise me at all that teams can come up and basically teams that weren't that recognized beat them. And so hello, NFL, and that's, I think, a very positive part of our game.
You know, Coach McCarthy said this week that you ask all the right questions in your meetings with the coaches, and I was just kind of curious, when you go in there, like, what kind of question, what are you looking for? What are you wanting to know more about regarding the team each week?
Well, of course, I'm very aware of what our plans were when we started the game against any opponent, so that when we do meet back after we have played that opponent, I'm aware of where we came up or how things were different than we had planned on. And basically, my favorite question of all, if you were going to play these guys again this Sunday, what would you do differently? And, of course, let me be very candid with you. I'm not in there to second guess. I'm really there to understand and basically look and see if we have the right personnel for what we're trying to do. Are we maximizing our personnel? I look at those meetings probably more from personnel standpoint than I do from the scheme standpoint, although I'm very interested in the scheme, because if we're trying to scheme in a certain way that doesn't match our personnel, that's a little bit of a problem. And so those are the kinds of things that we want to stay on the same page and maybe look around the corner. In other words, if we have if we've changed the way we play a safety, if we've not getting that kind of play out of a secondary guy or a linebacker, and we're trying to do something else, we have that kind of discussion, and I have it with all the coordinators as well as the coach.
Obviously, the Cowboys are in the midst of their bye week. I'm kind of curious because sometimes these get thrown out during the bye week. What kind of grade do you think you would give this Cowboys team at the bye?
I'd give it a good grade, a really good grade. Now, what is good? I'd give it. We grade the coaches grade winning or losing, a winning grade or losing grade. You don't have a percentage type grade. We do in scouting. We put a numerical number on it. But of course, your coaches don't always grade the same way as the scouts, and vice versa. And therein lies the eyes of the beholder. But you've got to give credit to the coach. He probably understands more of what he's trying to get done with the player against that opponent that week than our scouts do. But you would, I'm sure, not be surprised to know that the same people looking at the same player can grade them differently.
The offensive line is struggled a little bit lately. Is that just the product of being together more? They need to be together more? Or is there still something missing, you think, from your perspective when it comes to personnel?
No, I think you, first of all, start off when you say line. That's a team within a team.
Yep.
And it is. Arguably, the offensive line coach and the group that do that are maybe right there with the most important coaches, position coaches you have. And it is a number of people, and that's why position flex, being able to move from one spot to the other, is a cherished attribute of a player. But so you really sometimes can misjudge a player's grade on play because of what his teammate, fellow line, may have missed on the play. As you know, we're having them make more of the calls. You may not know this, but the offensive line is more involved in the pre-snap communication than they have been in the past. And that's big. That's big. Who you going to get? The old adage of get man just rings so true here. What does that mean? That means just how about somehow bite him or whatever, and I'm teasing. Get your man. Just get your man. And we deliberately leave some people a little less blocked than others sometimes. But that ought to be the only ones if you've done that play right. If each one has a man, not a gap, then get man is an important thing to say. Get your guy and let the athlete, whether it be a running back or quarterback, handle the unblocked guy or the lesser blocked guy.
We have the same thing in radio. Sometimes we'll look at each other and be like, "What happened to you on that one?
You were
really,
supposed to."
yeah, that was your guy."
Do you have the bullets flying like they do in that interior with those big defensive linemen punching you in the nose?
It's a little different.
Yeah, no, it's just usual psychological warfare, not physical by any means. Yeah.
Y'all let those words exact a lot of pain for you, okay?
Absolutely.
It does. Jerry.
Hey, listen, I don't mean to sound that way, okay, because I can't tell you we are so similar because we've all chosen this thing called sports.
Mm-hmm.
And the way we ascribe it, give our opinions or state it to our fans is the show. And it makes it bigger than life, I'll say it. So we're a big part of this thing when you're in the whole broadcasting, the whole reporting to fans area. And I can tell you firsthand because I've got to put the show on. We're a big part of that thing. It's really bigger than life.
When you were kind of describing the offensive line taking on more of these calls, was that in Dak's hands last year, maybe beforehand? It was him, and now he can kind of focus a little more on what's in front of him.
Yeah, and I know this is both sides of your mouth. That's by degrees.
Okay.
So not quite Dak 1 year, offensive line the next. This thing has shades to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have the offensive line more responsible for pre-snap than they've been in the past during Dak's career.
I realize penalties are just a natural part of football, especially once the ball is snapped. But what's your frustration level with the defense lining up off sides, 12 men on the field, like those pre-snap penalties that do feel preventable?
Well, I really do believe that a sloppy game, one that's fraught with a lot of penalties, is very much like weather. And I think it helps the lesser team. That has no specificness to it, but I think it does because it really a lot of plays could be called, a lot of penalties could be called on every play. And we do, even we cringe when we see a penalty that didn't affect the play. And so we say, do we really want that? Since you really could look out there and just about get an interpretation on the call. So having said that, penalties are a big part of this thing. Generally, in a given game, if the officiating is what's good for the goose, good for the gander, is the same for both sides, offense, defense, then you really haven't had a game outcome change. And that one the other day, we all got it equal.
Jerry,
against the Chargers.
Yeah. Everybody got a few of those penalties the other day.
Yeah.
And they were at the bad times. I was talking to Dean Spanos, the owner here in New York, Tuesday or Wednesday, and he basically said, boy, they hit us and hit you at the worst time, just calling back significantly impacting plays, calling back. And, you rather not be that way. Let me put it like this, and I'm not trying to be trite.
Jerry, what do you generally like the players, like their approach to the bye week? What do you like? Do you like them to treat it like a vacation, to rest their bodies? What's your feeling whenever it comes to players during their bye week?
I think it's a a great opportunity to for them individually to reflect, and it lets you restart. I'm a big believer in, on an individual basis, of cleaning your slate and trying to get fresh. That could be by the month, that could be by the year, and certainly kind of a refreshing time is when you look back and say, well, would I try again, or would I take this 4-2 and go forward and build with what we've done to get to 4-2? I'll take this 4-2 for us. I will, because I think we're here. We've arrived in reasonably good shape on availability. That's injury. Looking ahead, I like how we have evolved and players we're counting on, especially young ones. I think these 6 games have really put us in good stead. I wouldn't want to start over again this year. I like where we are at 4-2.
Right on. And before we let you go, the Chiefs said Patrick Mahomes is their backup punter. And I was just kind of curious, would you put your money on Dak being a backup punter, or is there somebody else you'd say, no, that's my backup punter for the future?
As long as we're quick kicking, I'll take it.
All right, Jerry.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, Jerry Jones. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, I know
enjoying New York.
Yeah, he is enjoying New York. I know you wanted this earlier in the show, but now is the time. Cut number 19. Let's talk about the Stars.
Out with McTavish, trying to get to the puck, but Dallas will move it quickly to center ice. They come in, Haskin and the defenseman to the net, centers in, a shot, they score, and I think that puck might have deflected off Cam Fowler. First look. So the Stars get some assistance and go ahead 3-2.
My question, Kevin, was, are the Stars our only hope? But I don't know.
Oh, come on.
We're 6 wins away
from We're in the ALCS
World Series
right now.
From winning it all.
Yeah, 6 more. That's the number on Austin Hedges' butt.
Obviously, the Stars need a lot more points, but they're doing great, right? 5 out of 6. That's good. Wait, you get how many for a win?
2.
Has that always been that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you get 1 for a tie?
It's different in soccer. I don't know if you're thinking about soccer. You get the 3 points.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I did watch some last night.
Yeah,
I got home.
Did.
I'll be honest. I left after the 7th inning. I was like, hey, beating traffic. I'm really happy we did that.
Was that game dependent, or do you think that would have been the case either way?
No. Game dependent.
Okay.
So I told my sons after 6, I said, hey, if it's a 5-run lead or more after 7, we're good. And we did, and unfortunately the Rangers didn't mount a comeback. But I got home, and I did watch the whole second period, and then I watched half of the third period before I fell asleep. I didn't mean to fall asleep, just did, and I was like, I'm not going to wake back up. Like, I'm not going to wake myself up to finish this game.
Sure.
I just feel like at that point sleep was needed because I'm going to the Ranger game today and know that there's going to be a lot of energy in the building and don't want to be tired. But that was really fun to watch. I am enjoying watching hockey. I really am.
What is it about?
I was just about to ask the same thing, yeah.
Because this is obviously a good team. They're coming off a good season. But what is it about early on that's got you into it?
I'm really trying to learn. I have an idea of our players because of the playoffs last year. I'm learning more about Duchesne. Obviously, we have another guy, Smith, who scored the other night. I don't know much about him because I don't remember him being on the team. And then I think they said we have a guy named Steele. Is that right? Who used to play for the Ducks or vice versa?
We'll go back just a step. Craig Smith, to start, is who you're talking about for the first one. And then Sam Steele, Sam Steele is younger.
What a cool name.
Especially compared to Craig Smith. I think he's like 24, 25.
Yeah, Craig Smith is new. Last year he was with the Capitals, and he'd spent a few years with the Bruins and Predators.
But I'm just learning. I'm asking questions. There's more kind of questions for me to ask. Just the nuances, because I can pitch with Cody Bradford. I can see what's happening in the game. I can't predict what's going to happen next in a Ranger game or a Major League Baseball game, but I have a hell of an idea because of playing in 1,000-something professional baseball games, and then my father growing up and being a Major League Baseball player. So I'm not close to that in hockey, not anywhere close. But I want to learn a lot of the nuances. Not that I can predict this or that, but it's really fun to watch. And there's a lot of talent on the team too.
Yes.
By the way, Robertson had to come off the ice. Was he okay? It wasn't bad. I think he might have gone back in, but there was a point in the game where I was like, oh, I hope he's not hurt or has to miss a week or anything like that.
And as we get into that as well, Robertson.
So, not Robertson.
Yeah,
sorry.
The one tough thing about hockey fans is they'll be harsh on you on some of the mispronunciation.
So his nickname is Robo.
Yeah.
But it's Robertson.
Yeah.
Just like David Robertson, except he didn't have. It's close.
No. Do you see the hype behind Heiskanen?
Yes. Okay. He was great yesterday.
I mean, we obviously played the
other thing, too, is Robertson, there was going to be a goal. This is how much I watched. There was going to be a goal. I'm sorry I don't know the Ducks players' names. They came around the goal. They were going to, I believe, stick side, and it was going to be a score, but Robertson stuck his stick right in the way. So instead of getting the shot off clean, which would have been a goal,
blocked it.
He was able to block it. I was like, man, that was a big play in that moment. So I'm noticing things like that where I've never really watched hockey like this. I woke up this morning, and because I fell asleep with about 10 minutes to go, the first thing I did was check my phone, go to NHL, and see if the Stars held on to the victory. I've never done that in my life.
That is awesome.
I do love hearing that.
And I don't think that, this is the thing, is nobody's paying Mike extra to do that. This is just Mike going, hey, I want to invest my time and my mind in this. Will cards become part of this?
I'm very interested about this. I've thought about it, but I just don't know.
Okay.
The tough thing for Ottinger, Robertson, Heiskanen is
they need time.
The boat has sailed in terms of getting into the ground floor like you did with Trout, like you did with Carter, and people like that.
Right. So that it could be tough, but I am having fun watching. The other thing, too, is seeing the Mavericks at the Ranger game last night. I know the Mavericks, they start next week.
On Wednesday, right?
Yeah, but I just don't feel good about this Mavericks season. We'll go over next week. Hopefully we're in the World Series, and it'll be tough to work in any Mavericks talk. But if the Rangers are possibly out, obviously we'll start talking a little bit more Mavs talk. But I don't feel good at all about this upcoming Mavericks season. And the Stars, I do think, can repeat and get into the conference finals, possibly get into the Stanley Cup. I don't see that being, the Mavericks can't do anything to convince me that they can be really that great this year. So I'm kind of concentrating more on a team that I think can be great during the winter.
Something for you to keep an eye out on, perhaps if it interests you this weekend. Stars got Philly on Saturday, and they're going to induct Ed Belfour and Ken Hitchcock into their Hall of Fame.
Eddie the Eagle.
Huzzah to them.
He was on this morning with Sean and RJ, actually Sean and RJ and Bobby, and I got a couple cuts for the C block because he had a couple really cool stories that I wanted to drop.
Is Sean on a private plane right now with Nick and Sam?
I think he got strep from Kevin.
Did he really?
They sit in the same spot.
Is he out sick?
Seems unlikely.
I'm pretty sure.
He faked sickness so he didn't have to work on a Friday?
I'm not saying that at all.
I've never done that.
We're the Canes.
Or Monday.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys.
Nobody said you have to be
play this weekend. What football game at whatever level has your most interest this weekend? 877-881-1053. Plus, we'll get to your shout-outs next right here on The Fan.
The app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout out to my wife for making me do all the driving to and from Austin, headed back to Greenville, 230 miles left.
You got this.
Now, here's my question.
You can make
you
it.
Still type that while doing all of the driving, or did you ask your wife to type it verbatim so she was burned while typing that text message?
I bet here's what it is. They stopped to get gas. She went inside to get something, some snack or something, and maybe some popcorn. And then he's sitting in the truck waiting, and he's like, good God, we could be home already. I don't think that he asked her to text that in.
Okay.
And then I got a couple more shout outs for you. I'm laughing because probably the person who texted in, here's my question. Is that the last bag of popcorn in the whole world that Mike is eating? Mike,
I've almost got it. I'm like down to crumbs, man.
From the 214, shout out to Kevin and Corey. I played the Danish cookie tin segment for my wife. She eats the pretzel cookie the exact same way, and she agreed with Corey about the mac and cheese. She sounds like a smart lady.
Yeah, I love her.
And from the 682, can you shout out my good friend Rachel? It's her birthday today. She's a Walmart greeter. Make sure everyone smiles as they enter and leave. Some excellent shout outs already. Right now, what's the football game you're most in on? I usually we're like, besides the Cowboys. But
I got one.
obviously the Cowboys don't play this weekend. So college, pro, hell, you know what? If there's a high school game that you're hyped about, I want to know that too.
Okay, I think this is the easiest one to go with.
I could see that.
Sunday night football game, it's Miami versus the Eagles. And you're starting to see more Mike McDaniel stories start to pop up around media right now, learning more about him as their success grows. So then does the hey, we need to learn more about these guys. Much like yesterday when we were talking to Joe Davis and we were like, hey dude, there's this Hurtado barbecue place. And he was like, whoa, hold on. What's all this about?
I didn't watch the game because I was at the game. Did he at all mention barbecue?
I didn't see anything
I
about
did not
it.
hear.
But that being said, we've been talking about how it feels like there's more Astros stories than there are Rangers stories.
Was there last night?
It kind of felt the same again last night, man.
Look, that also could be the nature of the game because I did feel like in game 1 or 2, John Smoltz went on and on about the quick strike nature of the Rangers, and they're like, before you know it, you're in a hole. It felt like the opposite last night.
I feel like the Eagles' defense is good enough to limit the Miami Dolphins' offense. But one of the things we're learning more about the Eagles' offense is that it's pretty erratic, and it kind of does what it wants. And so the Dolphins' defense isn't great, but if the Eagles aren't going to be disciplined in their offense, then that'll be beneficial to the Dolphins. So I'm very stoked to see this.
Toward?
I am
not
leaning.
Who you want to win, who you think will win.
I'm leaning Eagles, but I'm definitely rooting Dolphins. I mean, 1,000% on this. And the other one is I don't know, this is a weird one, but the Browns and Colts. I know it sounds like a dumb game to be interested in, but what the Browns did last week, they're 3-2. They should thump the Colts, right? Like this should be a don't even worry about it. We just wiped them. It's 32 points and the Colts are done, but the Colts have been competitive. Game week in, week out, they've been competitive. So I'm very interested to see. We're asked the question, are the Browns for real? I want to know if they are or not.
Lions at Ravens.
Yes, sir.
I thought that was the other NFL game that stood out. I mean,
Baltimore's favored by 3 because they're the home team.
The Lions are tied for the best record in football.
And they're 3-0 on the road. The Lions are. And I think the Lions are starting to get respect. Obviously, when you see the top 5 power ranked teams, the Lions are in there right now. This will do a lot for them. And I get the Ravens. Look, Lamar Jackson, I get he's having a pretty good year, but hey, we have the weapons now, and you're going to watch him be able to pass the ball, I don't think is really happening. I'm not saying that they're not a good offense. They're not a bad offense. They're just like an okay offense that still relies a lot on Lamar Jackson picking up rushing yards. But it'll be interesting from the Lions' perspective on do they elevate themselves into more of the conversation? Because if they win this game, I think that they elevate themselves more into a real conversation of being a Super Bowl contender.
Okay, and I wanted to stick with that for just 1 second. Because
Good.
Otherwise,
Me too.
I bet you did. Is you look at the schedule, it's not the most challenging schedule in the world after this because you got Raiders, Chargers, you play the Bears twice in the span of a month. And so it's not until, depending on what you think about the Cowboys, you get back toward the end of the schedule that they have a lot of other challenges. Obviously, if they went 11-1, you'd be like, oh, that team's pretty damn good. But if they
stand the chance to do it for sure.
If they really took it to the Ravens, do you believe people will take them to that next level of serious?
Oh, of course, if they really take it to them. My question is, if they have a 21-20 game like they did to start with the Chiefs and they win that, do you still believe in them? Do you believe in them more in a close game, or is it just the thumping is like, oh man, now we're in trouble?
I think you should, because you went on the road and beat the Chiefs and on the road and beat the Ravens. I don't care the circumstances. That's difficult. Well, assuming Patrick Mahomes is still there, and he was there. I know they had other injury problems, but if you're able to win both of those games, I do think they take another step.
The other thing, too, is after 3 years, we had Jared Goff as a top 10 quarterback in the league because he had won playoff games. He had been to the Super Bowl. I get how bad he was in the Super Bowl, but you're kind of like, dude, after his first year, he's living up to the expectation of a number 1 overall pick. And then obviously Sean McVay felt like, I'm going to go in another direction. I honestly don't believe I can ever win a championship with Jared Goff as my quarterback. So they traded for Stafford. Detroit's like, you know what? We'll take this guy. That we think there's enough talent there that I think if he can, in a close game, let's just say against Baltimore, solid defense, if he can drive a team down the field in the fourth quarter and maybe throw a big touchdown pass, or rather drive them down, even if you hand it off and a guy scores out of the backfield, I just think that there's still a lot of, how much do I believe in Jared Goff?
Sure.
He's in that, I'm not trying to take a shot here. He's in that category to me with Dak Prescott. It's like, yeah, they're above average quarterbacks, but can they really elevate themselves into people that teams fear? And they're like, dude, if you give the ball back to this guy with 3 or 4 minutes to go with the game on the line, you're in big trouble. And
that's
Goff
really
and
point.
Dak are not guys that I feel like you're in big trouble giving them the ball back with the game on the line, but that could change.
He was within the McVay offense, which was consistent and explosive. You know, they could get you for big plays, but Mike's right, man. Detroit hasn't been in the place Steven show that for the last few years, despite being growing the team and being competitive last year. But this year, Kevin, I think there are a couple of you pointed out on their schedule. There aren't a lot of really great moments for that.
Sure.
But if he can do that in the playoffs, that can change a lot of things. Now, how old is he at this point? I'm sorry, Jared
Goff?
Yeah.
Well, this is his 8th year in the league, so I'd guess right around 30.
Okay.
Wouldn't he be approximately the same age as Dak? They were in the same draft.
Yeah.
Dak's 30, so he'd be real close to that
He's
age.
29.
Okay.
And so
that would be interesting because the
turned
next couple of
29.
years.
And the thing is, you might be talking about a real life, if things fall their way, a real life MVP candidate if they had a great record. And plus, if you just look statistically, because you got to have some semblance of the stats to back it up. Right now, he's top 5 QBR. He's top 6 in yards, but that's because Trevor Lawrence has played an extra game. But he's top 5.
Still counts.
Or right there in a lot of those categories. So if they can keep winning, then maybe you turn into, hey, Jared Goff is firmly in this MVP conversation.
And then add to that, I think the biggest factor is everybody in that locker room does believe in him. Dan Campbell's built a good locker room. They do believe in him, and that just changes, Mike, what you're talking about in those fourth quarter moments. Whenever it is on the line, those guys are fighting for him. They're giving him the protection because they think he can do it. They just want him to have that chance to
I want
prove
you
it.
to close your eyes real quick.
Okay.
Can you picture 2 cats being in the Super Bowl?
Okay. Are you
the
about to go to the
Jaguars
Jags and the Lions?
versus the Lions? Can you see it?
No.
The highest rated Super Bowl of all time.
That'd be the weirdest Super Bowl. 2 good teams, but it would be the weirdest thing.
Lowest rated Super Bowl name.
Why? What?
Why? Dan
Oh my
Campbell's-
gosh, you hate the AEW, huh?
I love the AEW, especially they come through with some of this piece of fun stuff.
Dan Campbell will be a ratings juggernaut, dude. Just think about his
T-Law.
Yeah,
Back in the spotlight the way he was at Clemson for 3 years.
Okay, that's fine.
The keeper of the sun, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Small hands versus sunshine.
just don't know about the national appeal of that versus other
Aiden Hutchinson
matchups. Aiden Hutchinson is not a household national
Travis
name.
Etienne.
Neither is he.
Mm-hmm. Calvin Ridley's story.
Neither is he.
Look at how gambling was a big deal, and now don't worry about it.
The running back from Alabama that's on Detroit.
Say his name.
On?
Say his name.
Do you know his name?
He
I know
does.
his name.
There it is, Jahmyr Gibbs.
But the point is, you said the guy from Alabama on the team. You couldn't even think of his name.
The great Christian
Gibby.
Kirk. Yeah.
Oh, Gibby.
Yeah, he just said it.
I said Gibbs.
Carly fans out there.
Christian Kirk would go. He's going to go nuts, man.
All right.
Did you see that play he made last night?
From these 2-1-4 as we open.
And Kevin, think about this. Doug Peterson would have the first opportunity to be the head coach that won Super Bowls with different teams.
Scotty Mitchell can do the coin flip with Mark Brunell, 2 lefties.
Let's not do that.
So you think
I was in
this
with you
is
for
the
most of
Super
it.
Bowl over Philly, Kansas City that is going to really draw the people in?
If by the end of the season they've proven to be the best teams, not really. But I'm excited for it because that would show the reality.
He kept his eyes closed. Corey kept his eyes closed. As soon as I said 2 cats, you opened your eyes. You didn't even want to see it.
That is true. I was really imagining.
You don't know if something could happen. That's why I don't want to close my eyes when I kiss either. All right.
Oh my God. That's why you have strep.
Are you afraid of like an attack, a surprise attack?
Something could happen.
While you're kissing somebody.
Yes. That's the best time. You're vulnerable.
I've never been
not
attacked.
your wife.
Yes.
Never been attacked
You know what,
while I've been
Mike?
kissing.
Me too. Is on the college front, although actually on the high school front, somebody brought this up from the 2-1-4. Louisville versus Marcus, Battle of the Axe. Man, those rivalries are where it's at. Like the intra-city rivalries.
Yes.
Who do you think takes the Axe tonight?
Oof.
You're going to make some of the audience mad if you make a pick.
And you know what I think is going to happen? The fans are going to win because it'll be a great game.
That's gross. That is gross. No.
It's like when I went to Plano West, Kevin.
Yeah, you went to Plano West, and one team lost in an all-time great. Were they all high-fiving after the game? They're like, what a great time we had. No, that's not how that works.
It does work that way. I saw Micah Parsons and Christian McCaffrey exchange jerseys and hug each other. I think they went out to dinner that night.
Hey, look, the Cowboys don't fit in this because they don't. You might be onto something there. I was going to say bull crap if the Rangers were in an all-time great game tonight and they lost. You wouldn't be like, hey, wasn't that a great game, y'all?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
I was just happy to be there yesterday.
That's what Mike told me. He texted us. In
I was
the
like,
group.
man, we had an ALCS game last night, and that was awesome.
Can
and we
you
have one
believe it?
today at 4 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan.
It does seem like there's a lot of baseball coming right at me, you know?
I mean, this is your home of the Rangers. On the college football front, Penn State and Ohio State.
Oh, that's good.
For you?
Yeah.
You are excited about that. You asked Carter about
Because
that.
I only like college football when I think, and I hate saying this, when I think it really matters. That game really matters. Like at this point, I don't even know who UT's playing this week. They need to win.
Houston, right?
Yeah, so Houston's a nothing. Like, and I hate saying that.
Oh my gosh.
But it's too bad, Houston.
Mike.
They're not.
Texas is 23.5 point favorites to your
He was talking about the
thank you.
Astros too, though. I just wanted.
Good point.
Yeah.
But
very good point.
I just need to see the matchups where it's like, hey, these are two of the most talented teams. These are two teams that have a chance to win it all. That's when I really like college football.
Like Duke, Florida State.
I am actually kind of interested
It's
in that
16
game.
versus 4. That's a
Not
weird.
bad.
It's a weird
That's not
matchup.
bad. Kind of like that. Even though I have no trust at all that Duke can do anything in football.
That's very fair.
Christian Laettner is going to stomp on Florida State's chest.
And Utah USC, I think, is a matchup that's interesting.
I could see that. No, I could definitely see that. The game for you next week, though. You know, the game next week, I think that's going down that you're all about. You should be all about.
Michigan?
I think Duncanville and DeSoto next week.
Oh, October
right?
27th, yeah.
Yeah. All right. You're going to be in on that?
I might go to that game.
Oh, unless that's game 1 of the World Series.
I won't be going to that game if there's game 1 of the World Series.
Dude, from the 817, I was kissing a girl I went on a date with in front of my house, and during the kiss, my ex-girlfriend out of nowhere punched me in the face. So you're thinking like an ex-girlfriend sneaking into your bedroom and punching you?
It doesn't have to be an ex-girlfriend. It's just that level of vulnerability that I'm clearly not comfortable
You're
with.
only supposed to kiss in the bedroom.
Close your eyes.
It's the fact.
One time. Just do it. Just close your eyes and see.
And what do you think's going to happen? I'm going to get
You're gonna
swept
notice.
away
You're gonna
by the music. And
no,
all
you're
that?
gonna notice the more of like the feel of Jess's lips and stuff like that, instead of looking around and seeing if anybody's gonna punch you in the nose while you're making out with your wife.
Close your eyes real quick.
And just think of the touch. Like think of the feel.
The feel.
Be more of the
magic.
feel.
Yeah. The touch, the feel, the magic. The fabric of
You're
our
gonna
lives.
you're gonna appreciate us telling you to close your eyes while you're kissing.
And you're gonna text us afterwards, or
You're
maybe
gonna say,
even in
"I've
the middle
never
of it."
kissed like that before," and that's the best type of kissing.
Guys, this changed my life.
I don't condone premarital handholding.
What? He's married.
He's married, Rigo.
Dude. He can do a lot married.
Actually, you know what? Real quick. You know what? Forget it. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks, Rashad Jennings, the WNBA, and maybe the Rangers. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? You know what, Mike? Maybe you. Maybe the G-Bag Nation. Do you deserve Forgiveness Friday? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by G-Bag Nation all afternoon. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. DFW.
at 4.5% ABV. It's time to choose your side. Visit revolverbrewing.com to learn more. Enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
3-2. Ground ball right side through the hole, a base hit. It's the third RBI of the game for Alvarez as Altuve is home, and it's 10-3 Houston.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Did the Texas Rangers need to ask for forgiveness? 877-881-1053. Or is it actually the G-Bag Nation? Because it's time for Forgiveness Friday. Look, here's what I'm saying. G-Bag was not at the first two games. They won. G-Bag was at the next two games. They lost. If they lose today and somehow win 6 and 7, will you ask for G-Bag to not be at the World Series?
Oh, man, that is an interesting question. Yes.
Okay.
All right, here's an issue. I just was checking my phone. I haven't checked it in a while.
Did they ever lose any games that we went to? I just real quick, sorry. Do y'all remember? No? Okay, all right. Back to you, Mike.
They lost on September 4th when I did the show because you guys quit
because
that
you did
day.
the show with who?
Zach and Eric.
You did a show with somebody else.
They lost like 20-0.
Can't believe you would do a show with somebody else.
Sometimes, though, Mike, in your mind, it feels like 6-2 could have been 20-0.
We started this thing
that was
together,
the Astros
Mike.
series.
Okay.
So it was not close.
You looked at your phone. Do you need forgiveness?
Well, here's the deal.
Oh, no.
My father just texted me. He texted me a little bit ago, actually, at 10:41. Somebody gave him 4 tickets to the game today right behind home plate.
What?
So I have 4 tickets in section 132.
Can't go.
You
can't do it.
I gave one of the tickets to Caden. Thank you, Caden, for
Oh, my God.
Caden Fouch.
This is Moral Compass, Kevin.
And
We'll
so
have to change with this segment.
I have 2 boys that I'm going with. Now, 2 of the tickets, my parents are going to the game. So, we do have 2 more tickets behind home plate, which are much better tickets in section 132. I just
but you can't bring both your boys.
How far up behind home plate? What did you say?
They are I've been there before.
Okay.
It's right behind home plate, pretty much where the lower level suites are. Not the lowest level where you're on field, but the next level. So it is, to me, the best tickets in the building. I think they're better than the ones that you're kind of sitting or standing on the field type of deal. So what do I do? Because I want to watch the game behind home plate.
But you're going with your boys, right?
Yeah.
And
you can't take both of them.
And the creator of Section 133, you were taking him as your guest.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I feel like he's already decided. He just needs validation.
No.
Okay.
I'm struggling. Here's what I'm struggling with. If there were 3 tickets, this would be an easy decision. See you later, Caden. And I'm sitting behind home plate. But there's only 2 tickets. And I'm greedy, okay? I could just say, hey, boys, you could sit with Graham and Pops behind home plate. They're going to the game with me.
That's a great idea.
And I sit in section 132, and now I have 2 more tickets.
That's a great idea.
To take 2 more people.
Oh, who are you going to take?
That's what I'm thinking about. Would you guys want to go? Or would that be because traffic and everything? And
it's not that. It's the sick wife and baby that I'm concerned about, but I can go check. That would be pretty awesome.
So anyways, that's what I'm dealing with right now. So I'm thinking about having the boys sit with Graham and Pops behind home plate.
That's pretty awesome.
I'll go stay out in section 132 and cheer with the crowd, but then I'd have 2 more tickets to party with. So that's what I'm dealing with right now.
How about this?
I've gone through this in my head on the show, talking out loud in a microphone, and I think that's what I'm going to do.
Do you want me to go sit with your parents? Because I can do that for you if you really want me to.
Sit behind home plate.
Yeah, just sit behind home plate, and I can really make that happen. I'm sure I can find a date.
Man, we need to figure this out. I'm very excited about that.
That is amazing. Wow.
I wonder how many. Can I ask you this? How many people? I did have somebody text me last night. I'm like, hey, I already have tickets. That they're like, hey, I can't go tomorrow. A lot of people bought when you bought tickets for Game 5, there was no time yet for the game. So when they went on sale to the public, for the most part, they had not determined yet what time game times were. How many people are struggling with it being a 4:00 start because of work and kids and everything like that? And then how many are struggling? Let's just say they went last night or they went the night before or they've gone 2 nights in a row and it's just been so devastating. And they're like, look, I've already been to 2. It hasn't been as fun as I thought because of the losing part. Like, how many people do you think are right now going, because of different situations, going, I want to get rid of these tickets in a way?
From the 903, I think this person fits exactly what you're talking about. Do I need to ask for forgiveness? I went to 2 playoff games in my 35 years of life, the last 2 games. I just wanted to see them win so bad, but I will not go to another playoff game this season. Because they think the sports...
They think they're the jinx?
They think they're the jinx, and that's the thing. Whether or not you believe in it, it's hard to convince somebody that they're not a jinx or they're not what's working.
Well, and I guess the other thing too, Kevin, is like you pay the premium for what you expect is going to be an exceptional game. You're in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
These are the best teams. These should produce amazing games. When I went to the Stars game here, I was expecting it to be awesome. And
Was that the Jamie Benn game?
It was the Jamie Benn game. It turned into a 6-0 shellacking, and it was just like the rest. Everybody was leaving in the third period. Like, a lot of people left before that. People were throwing stuff on the ice. And so that is that mindset. Maybe it's less about feeling like you're the jinx and more about feeling like you just kind of, was that my money's worth? This team needs to produce something amazing for the fans tonight.
I will say this, and look, it stinks they've lost these 2 games, and it has not been competitive the last 2 or 3 innings for the Rangers to do something. But look at the Atlanta Braves. Look at the LA Dodgers. You could even say Baltimore Orioles. I won't throw them into that category because that's a young and upcoming team that I think the moment maybe the Rangers took advantage of, they didn't have any veteran leadership. Rangers did play great in that series. Nothing's guaranteed next year. 90 wins isn't guaranteed. I know we're going to feel great about next year. We're going to be excited to be at spring training with the team. We're going to be excited about what potentially could be. Obviously, Chris Young has to redo the bullpen in the offseason. But when you look at the Braves, when you look at maybe even the Mets this year, think about how much money they spent to get Max Scherzer, to get Verlander, to get all of these things, and then they're having to sell off pieces. The Cardinals, same thing. So being in the ALCS for the 3rd time ever and it being Game 5 and you are tied at 2, I'm trying to look at it that way. Instead of the disappointment of the last 2 days, I'm looking at it, I don't know if the Rangers will be back in this situation the next 5 years. We hope they will. We hope there's a World Series. Ask the Atlanta Braves what's guaranteed when you have the best team in baseball. They are by far better than the Astros. They are by far better than the Texas Rangers, but they had a bad series against Philly, and they are out.
Now, I was going to ask for some audio here, but it appears as though there's nobody there. So, he's back. All right. I want to go to a Wheel of Fortune here. Corey, would you be able to solve this puzzle?
I'm a great puzzler.
It's a rhyme. Here are all the things available already. Driving to Reno with blank Tarantino. Now, keep in mind, the missing word has the U, E, N, T, I, and N. So there's only one letter missing. I take you to former NFL running back Rashad Jennings. This is his shot at figuring it out.
Wish I could help. I really do. But if you can buy some time by spinning the wheel.
I'm gonna spin it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
Check 600.
P.
No, I'm sorry. No.
So Rashad,
what was he going to try? What was he thinking? Quip?
Quentin.
Quentin?
He thought the answer to the puzzle was driving to Reno with Quentin Tarantino. Of course, the correct answer was a Q for Quentin Tarantino. Does he deserve forgiveness? You seem heated about this.
Well, and I guess this is kind of a theory of like, I know Quentin Tarantino. I feel like most people know Quentin Tarantino.
How old is this person?
Rashad Jennings?
He's about 40.
He should know.
Yeah.
If he was a current player, I hate saying this, but let's just say he's 25 years old. I can't tell you the last Quentin Tarantino movie, but we've heard his name for decades.
Once Upon a Time
now.
in Hollywood.
Horrible movie.
I have still haven't finished it.
Effing minus.
Yeah. It was up for Best Picture. I hated it.
He was
I'm with you, Mike.
he was a big part of 4 Rooms. Amazing movie. He wrote
I
that
don't know
last.
how many people know that movie.
Y'all
that
gotta
is,
watch it.
It is a really good movie. I agree with you.
Yeah, I
about
probably would have gotten that right, Kevin. That's just, but I will give credit to Wheel of Fortune does get you in that one moment where you're just like, I can't see it.
Yeah.
I just don't see what the thing is that I'm supposed to see, and everybody else in the world screaming at their TV because you're an idiot.
But the moment when it happens to you, you're just sitting at home watching on TV and nobody knows that
Yes,
you didn't know.
exactly.
It's that moment gets broadcast. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks deserve forgiveness for the foolish tweet they put out about Game 3 yesterday? Have you seen this? Did you see
I did
this
not.
tweet?
I know they won 2-1.
I have seen this.
The seats were really cheap and available at Chase Field. You could get tickets for as cheap as $15.
That's sad.
That is sad.
And they're not. This is the newness of it too. It's not like, yeah, we're here all the time.
No, yes, they definitely aren't. And so the word is that a lot of Phillies fans either went out and bought the tickets so they could go, but more likely Phillies fans who actually are in Philadelphia just bought the tickets so they would stay empty.
Okay.
Which for $15 is an interesting potential advantage.
It's not a bad idea. I will. Rachel Ring, who I saw she's in section 32. She's great. She's listening to the show right now. Huge Tolo, and she just texted me because I haven't been checking Ticketmaster or anything like that because I have tickets. But she's saying that there must be a lot of people in this situation today that it's a 4:00 game or whatever it is because ticket prices are below face value to go to the game. So if you're a Ranger fan listening right now and you can get off work at 2 or 3 o'clock,
loud.
yes, that there are tickets now below face value that you can get online.
Well, unfortunately, the Diamondbacks decided to tweet out about this. The official Diamondbacks account tweeted out, guess certain fans shouldn't have bought tickets they weren't planning to use. Shruggy shoulders. Clearly, that did not go well for them as people blew them up with, or maybe your fans would show up for, I don't know, the NLCS and buy those tickets.
What's interesting, Kevin, is 17 hours ago. What time was that?
6:30.
Look at you. I'm so proud of you. Every time, dude, you nail it.
6:36.
They tweeted out 47,075 of you showed up on Thursday afternoon to create chaos and cheer on our D-backs. We love y'all. So
I hope that means they deleted that other
It was
tweet.
definitely after the other one. But yeah, they
Okay.
were like, hey, by the way, everything filled up, so thanks a lot.
Good for them for hopefully deleting that tweet. By the way, Mike, there's a lot of Tolos, Twolos, and the YouTubers that would like to go with you as well.
Okay. I'm not saying no right now. I'll say that. I just have to confirm. I have to confirm with my mom and dad that the boys can sit with them, and then that does open up 2 seats with me and Caden in section 132. And let's see what happens. I'm not promising anybody anything, but let's see what happens.
I think it's just funny to hear Mike. Well, I got to ask my mom and dad.
Well, because
I know, Mike.
That
I
happened
know.
at 10:41, so because I didn't respond immediately, they might have. In these situations, you have to move quickly.
You got to move on, yeah.
Because so they might have said, "Oh, we already invited these 2 people to go, so deal with it, you outfield bums." You know,
we're the KNC.
You like calling us the pores, but it did.
That is
those
not
were
my phrase.
$200
That's
a
Reggie's
ticket.
phrase, not mine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. NFL defenses are stepping it up. Plus, yes, we'll talk about Thursday Night Football. Next on the Fan.
From spring training
Hayes is going back. It is gone.
to Champagne Spring.
Hey guys, we got Nathaniel Lowe down here. Well, what's this like? It's so great. This is what we play for.
Others will try to duplicate, but you know who's been your day one Ranger station.
Yes, you did.
And that's the Fan.
All right, Tolos, let me tell you about Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's located just minutes from the Metroplex. It's a short drive to Cleburne to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram. And if you're an adventure seeker,
1 cashback on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Are you hungry? Because everyone left after the asparagus sorbet.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
From spring training
Hayes is going back. It is gone.
to Champagne Spring.
Hey guys, we got Nathaniel Lowe down here. What's this like? It's so great. This is what we play for.
Others will try to duplicate, but you know who's been your day one Ranger station.
Yes, you did.
And that's the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Shotgun, empty backfield for Trevor. 3 right, 2 left, he drops. Checks it down underneath. That's a crossing route to Christian Kirk. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Christian Kirk to the goal line. Touchdown, Jacksonville. A crossing route to Christian Kirk. And the Jags have retaken the lead.
Christian Kirk doing most of the work right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And we'll start with that Thursday night football game. Mike, you're right. 31-24. New Orleans Saints doing their best comeback attempt. Dropped what could have been the tying touchdown in the end zone. Jags win 31-24.
It happens. Tough catch, you know. I mean, you put it in his hands. You have to
And
use
he's
two
open.
hands.
Yeah.
You have to use your fingers and thumbs.
Mm-hmm.
But he dropped it. And you know what that means? 5-2 for the Jacksonville Jaguars, led by Sunshine, T-Law, Trevor Lawrence, who I don't know. He only had 9 incompletions all game.
Right. That's almost the number of yards he had passing.
Oh, dude, he broke the 200-yard mark.
He did. No,
I
I'm
don't.
just kidding.
He knows what he's doing. He knows how to win football games, unless they're playing the Texans.
Okay.
And then those guys, I don't know. Why can't they beat the Texans? But
I don't know. I'm not invested in that.
Roar!
Is that a Jaguar?
It's Jaguar time.
Okay. All right, let's go from. Let's
That
go.
didn't sound like a Jaguar at all.
I don't know how a Jaguar
It
sounds.
sounded like a puppy.
Okay. I don't know.
That's a
Do you
snake.
think
Snakes
a
go.
Jaguar hisses?
Maybe.
Okay.
Wait. All right. I was horrible at Jaguar noises. I'm 0 for 2. You do a Jaguar noise.
Sounds more like a wildcat.
But that's probably closer to a Jaguar than a hiss is,
You're
right?
You guys have done better than me.
All right.
I give you guys an A+.
Let's talk about Aaron Donald, who does not give a crap about playing the Steelers. He was asked if he had any emotions because he played college football at Pitt. A lot of his family is from that area. He grew up in Pittsburgh. Hey, do you have any emotions going into this game? Quote, not really. I was just talking to my dad last week about playing the Steelers this week. You get to play the hometown. How does it feel? I was like, I was excited in 2015. So
Dang.
he is not excited. Just another week. So move on to.
I guess that's how you kind of have to look at
sure.
it. I'm guessing. I don't know, man. I've never been a pro athlete, so
Someday, Corey.
I'm still working on it.
Let's go from that to Jimmy Garoppolo is in fact out this Sunday, and you love Dan Campbell, right?
I do. I think Dan Campbell's fantastic.
I want to tell you, have you heard the most heartwarming story of Dan Campbell?
Probably not. I've heard a lot of great stories, but
All right.
give me a new one.
In just a second, we're going to play cut number 10. There was a person a reporter, not just a random person, at the Detroit Lions press conference. And he was asking Dan Campbell about Lamar Jackson. So that'll be part of what you hear. But his wife, this reporter's wife, of 38 years, had also died. It sounded like fairly unexpectedly. Here's Dan Campbell, cut number 10, answering the question and going above and beyond.
Get a first down, and there we go, or an explosive. So he's extremely dangerous as always. That's not changing right now. So that focal point will always start with him, especially defensively. My heart goes out to you, man. God bless you.
Feel like a big old hug was going to be around there somewhere, too.
Kind of sounded like he was emotional about that, too. I thought that was lovely.
You know, I know it's a gesture. I think it's great. You remember when Jerry Jones came on and the first thing he said was, by the way, we lost Ted.
Yeah.
And that tore me up, man, because we love Ted so much. So I appreciate when people are aware of what's around and make that effort.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with you about that. Now, the other day we were talking about Amazon Thursday Night Football and the analytic part of the broadcast that they have and everything like that. NFL Plus is playing catch up by adding their own analytic broadcasts on their streaming service. I don't know how many people have NFL Plus, but
I don't
either.
I don't either. The thing about analytics, which I totally get, and I know that they have more specific stuff per team that we're not getting as an audience. It says you have a 42% chance of this, so do the other type of deal, or you know what I'm saying? But what we don't have is, which really always irks me, is what is this team, this 4th and 3? Hey, you should go for it here. Every team should go for it here. Like literally all 32 teams in the NFL should go for it here. All 32 teams are against this defense. You should always punt. You should always go for it, because the analytics, they're way too basic to say they made a mistake because the book says to do this. Why isn't it specific to my team or specific to that defense? I don't ever get it's just in general. In general, I have Patrick Mahomes as quarterback. In general, I have Baker Mayfield in Tampa. They can't have the same analytics for those two guys. It can't be, you should do this based off of this down and distance. We're not taking into effect at all the quarterback, the defense we're going against, the flow of the game. I need analytics. I want them as a coach. I want them as a person watching the game. But I feel like there's so many people that just say, well, the analytics said you should do it. But there's more to it than that. There's more to it than the basic number when you have to take into effect who's playing the game, who's at quarterback, what has happened during the game.
Now, I wanted to throw, by the way, at least the Texers do not seem uber thrilled about having NFL Plus in general. Although we did get one person from the 972 that really likes it and also gives you access to all 22. Is one of the things about the NFL Plus new broadcast. They said they're hoping it gears towards the fantasy players as well. I don't know if this will be geared towards fantasy players or not, but it looks like Pat Freiermuth has re-aggravated his hamstring injury, and he will be out this weekend.
Oh.
So potential.
I'm sorry.
Did you guys talk trash about Tom Brady looking for a discount yesterday?
Why would we talk trash about
Tom
Brady?
He's the greatest quarterback of all time.
You're a big coupon cutter.
Actually,
Jerry, we learned last week, Jerry loves coupons.
That is true.
He says it that way?
Yes.
Kevin asked him if he get in his email when you get the coupon for your birthday.
Yeah.
If he used them, he was like, absolutely. He went on this 2-minute rant about how he uses coupons.
So
That was great.
Jim Irsay, who I'm not a big fan of, he went after Tom Brady because supposedly the report is Tom Brady, when he was looking to buy 10% in the Raiders, wanted to buy it for $175 million. That would put the valuation of the franchise at $1.75 billion, which is really, really, really low for an NFL franchise. And more reasonably, you'd probably be looking at a minimum of $525 million for a $5.25 billion valuation. And Jim Irsay said, yeah, we're trying to work through that because they're reviewing that part of the deal. And he goes, the number just has to be reasonable. All right, you can't get that much of a discount. I don't care who you are, which I appreciate, but if somehow you can get a $350 million discount on a 10%, if he was buying the whole team and he's like, hey, I want $6.35 billion, you're like, no deal, I'll give you $6 billion. I get that a little bit more.
Is he saying what, like, he's going to create more value for the franchise then, though? Like, that would... look, man, I'm going to walk in there with my 175, but I'm bringing my personality.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's going to work. If he said he would come back to the field right now, they might be like, yeah, okay.
Would they pay him $175 million?
They might think it's worth $175 million.
Probably so.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Game 5 is the turning point. Some things go bad and some things just fall apart. Where do you put the last two games? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece. Thanks for listening. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking Rangers right here, and we got to start with the shift in the lineup. Marcus Semien, still 1. Seager, still 2. Evan Carter, they had him there a few days ago, going to stick 3rd. Then it goes to Adolis Garcia. Then Leody Taveras is moving up to number 5.
5?
With Josh Young 6.
This screams desperation.
What? And then
No, it doesn't.
Nathaniel Lowe, Mitch Garver, and Jonah Heim to round out.
So nothing against Jonah Heim or Mitch Garver or Nate Lowe. They're batting their six hottest hitters. I won't say hottest because Marcus Semien is not one of the hottest. He's gotten some hits lately, so it's. But they're saying these are our 6 best hitters right now. We are putting our 6 best hitters batting 1 through 6. However order they put them in, we just named it. And they're saying the 7, 8, 9 will be the guys that we think right now are the guys that are least effective. The other thing, too, is this will be, not that Verlander throws 100 anymore, but Nate Lowe's struggling against anything over 90 miles an hour. And Jonah Heim seems to be, I don't know if this, I wonder if catching all of these games and not having much of a break, I wonder if he's breaking down.
Okay.
I don't know that. Not like he's physically breaking down, but his bat speed seems a little. Yesterday, my son was sitting there going, how come he's not catching up to any of the fastballs? And I'm like, I know that Nate Lowe struggles with that. That's it. It's the scouting report on Nate Lowe. If you throw 95 miles an hour, throw inside almost every time. Just hit the inside part of the plate and you should be successful. That's an easy scouting report. Now, there's other things that go into it, but I'm giving you a general scouting report. When it goes to Jonah Heim, it hasn't been, hey, he's not going to catch up to the fastball, so pump a lot of fastballs, especially on the inner half. We've seen him pull fastballs for home runs, but I'm just wondering, his bat speed seems a little slow. Is it 1? Is it he's tired from catching all of these games? Or 2, is there any way the injury is popping back up? Because he needs off-season surgery. Is there a possibility that he's fighting through a lot of pain right now? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
I don't know that either. All these guys are probably dealing with some sort, something that's, something from all season or something.
The other thing, too, is they felt like, hey, if we can get runners on base at the bottom of the lineup, the way Young and Taveras were doing, Marcus Semien will now have RBI opportunities. I'm not saying they're giving up on that, but they might be saying, hey, it's not working out. Guys are getting on base, and Marcus isn't getting big hits with runners in scoring position. So let's just take Taveras and Young and put them maybe more in RBI opportunities instead of getting on base opportunities, which they've done a great job of. And then Marcus Semien is not taking advantage of that situation. Maybe let's put those guys in positions to maybe knock in runs.
There's no way at all for the rest of the series that Simeon's not batting 1, right?
He was the leadoff hitter for 162 games. Yeah. I just don't think they're changing that.
Yeah, I just, in my mind, I'm like, man, Taveras, the way how hot he's been, how great would it be to have him start off if he can do it, But
fast.
But yeah, and the speed to go along with it, but Semien, yeah, that's probably one of those things where he's just like, no, those guys are going to find it at some point.
Now,
Seager found it yesterday.
I know that's true. I know we talked about what would happen if you got to Game 7. I want to. This might be too positive, but I'm seriously asking you guys: are we underselling just a little bit how dominant Montgomery and Eovaldi have been in the playoffs?
No, I think. Well, maybe we are.
Okay, because
I'll hear you out.
The Rangers are slight favorite today.
Okay,
but it's
wow.
It's really close. They're minus 115, so they're slight favorites. But I went back and I was looking at it. Is Montgomery in the playoffs 2-0, 2.08 ERA, 13 strikeouts, 2 walks, and then Eovaldi 3-0, 2.29 ERA, 24 strikeouts, 1 walk. So these two together, now I know they pitch in different styles,
right?
But these two have been absolutely incredible in the playoffs. I think I do see, and I realize the Astros lineup is heated up, and their lineup is awesome.
Yeah,
but I kind of do see why there could be a slight advantage to the Rangers today.
Yeah, and the thing is they have to do their job. There's no way in Game 1 you had Andrew Heaney warming up in the 4th inning, and Montgomery got out of that situation. Yeah. The game's over. I hate saying this. The Rangers game is over. If you have to warm somebody up in the 4th inning and bring them in, the game's over. Yeah. For the Astros, if you start hitting around Verlander a little bit and you score 2 runs early and he's in a big situation, he's at pitch number 27. He's given up a run in the 4th inning, and you have the bases loaded. They can bring in their bullpen and pick up 5 innings of work and not give up another run the rest of the game. We've seen it happen already in this series. They have 7, 8 quality arms in the pen. The Rangers have 3, and you have to have the lead after 6, so nobody else in your bullpen pitches besides, we've said it before, but Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. That's it. You cannot pitch any other human being in this game besides those 4 and expect to win.
Let me ask you this then. This is for both of y'all, and I really want to know this. I feel like y'all were kind of touching on this when we were talking about Marcus Semien. I understand that the Astros bullpen is excellent, obviously better than Rangers bullpen, but people still break through against bullpens sometimes, other offenses.
Right.
Let's say you get in a bad situation.
We
you
saw it
do
happen to us
fall
in
behind.
2011, you know?
Well, yes.
Gondo hadn't been hit. I just remember. That's the moment that I remember,
right.
Kevin. I'm sorry.
Who offensively do you need to step up? Like, while we're talking about the reshuffling of the lineup, I know Seager hit the home run yesterday, but do you go back to Seager? Is it Marcus Semien still?
Those guys have a combined salary of over $60 million this year.
So it's gotta
yes. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, it's a failure of a signing. Those guys have been great. If you hadn't assigned those 2 guys, you're not in the playoffs. So I'm not like trying to take a shot at those guys at all. But when you get paid that much money, that is it. Those 2 guys. Now, the other guys need to do their job and they'll have opportunities too. But I mean, that's who you're relying on. That's why you paid them that much money, is you need them to be Altuve and Alvarez. Altuve and Alvarez are the 2 guys on the other side because there's other guys that can affect the game. We saw it. Chaz and Abreu hit home runs yesterday. Other guys got on base. Candy Maldonado went from 0-2 to walking somehow. Just throw it down the middle. The guy has like a 10% chance of hitting it hard. So I would just say that the Rangers' 2 guys that have to come through, that every opportunity they get, they have to take advantage of, is Semien and Seager. Other guys, I need them to get on base, give those guys opportunities, but that's it. That's Altuve and Alvarez versus Semien and Seager.
I also need Evan Carter to be on base for Adolis at least twice tonight, or today. Sorry, I know maybe it does bleed into tonight, but I need him to, like, that's where I think run production can really come. I think that Adolis has kind of found hey, you know what? I don't have to try and pull everything out of the yard. I can drive things the other way. I can be effective in other ways. Of course, I want bases loaded and I want to park one, but I can do it this way too. So I need if those guys are not doing what Mike is saying, I need Evan Carter to be on base for Adolis to put 2 runs on the board.
I swear,
or at least have the opportunity to get the guys following him, Leote, Josh Young, to get that group to push them around.
I swear I'm not doing a bit right here. It's just because he has proven to be so good so fast. I would like to see more from Evan Carter. This series, 3 for 14 with 1 walk and 4 strikeouts. And he was so good leading into it. I think he had a hit in every other playoff game because we talked about the unreal rate at which he's gotten on base. So clearly the kid is awesome.
Yeah.
Kid. The man is awesome. I would like to see more from him in these next couple days because we've already seen when Evan Carter is rolling what a difference it makes for this offense.
It's going to be difficult the next couple games because he's probably not playing game 6.
Because he's the lefty.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe they bat him 9th, but
today.
Yeah. So, that's where today's a big game. And to your point, if you get base hit, and Evan Carter's up, that's a big at bat in the first inning to take the lead and or to move the guys over. Even I know he's not going to bunt. He probably never bunted in the minor leagues. He's super fast, but they just don't teach that anymore, which is fine. I'm not ragging on that. But if it's base hit Marcus Semien, base hit Corey Seager, and it's 1st and 2nd or 1st and 3rd with nobody out, worst case scenario, I want Carter's at bat to end with 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Mm-hmm. Now, that doesn't mean that Adolis isn't going to strike out because now it's all up to Adolis. So now it's, hey, pressure's on you to get these guys in. Evan Carter might have did his job in a way by getting it to 2nd and 3rd. He has a guy that a sac fly, a ground ball up the middle. They're not going to go infield in the first inning. So you can have a lot of ways to score there. So, but that's the first 2 guys getting on base. And it's not easy to get on base. It's like an on-base percentage of 400 is freaking amazing.
Oh, yeah.
So, you have a 40% chance of getting on base when you're going pretty good.
I know, you brought those two guys up, and that's what's been kind of brutal is most of work, it feels like, has had to be done with 2 outs. Doesn't it feel like every time we've had a moment, there's already 2 outs on the board?
I think that's baseball.
And
that's why the best teams that win it all, I'll always say this till the day I die, is how do you do with 2 outs? How do you pitch with 2 outs with runners on base? Because probably in an inning, a guy or two is going to get on base.
And they dominated Baltimore with 2 outs.
And probably you're going to have a lot of 2-out runners in scoring position situations.
That's what I'm saying, though, is to start the game, 2 outs stinks. And having, like you brought up Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, they have to be the ones to do it. I am wondering if Semien, is patience a thing that he can show just a little bit more. He's getting good pitches to drive, and he's putting them out there, and then all of a sudden, dudes are scooping up underneath them. It is a weird thing, but maybe a few more pitches. I don't know how to handle that because, again, some of these pitches are right in the place where he wants to hit. It's
so tough because being a pitcher, the pitcher dictates everything. It's the most amazing thing about this sport is the defense has the ball. And I'm not if I make my pitch, there's nothing you can do about it. If Verlander makes his pitch, if Montgomery makes his pitch on the other side, if those guys execute their pitches, maybe you get a single, maybe, right? Now, it's when you miss in the middle of the plate. It's when you get behind 2-0-3-1 that now the hitter shrinks his area that he's looking for a pitch, and then you get that pitch and you have to take advantage of it. So that it's going to be interesting because sometimes there's nothing you can do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, that's the tough thing about baseball is you're the offense, but you don't dictate anything. It's that pitcher dictating it to you until you maybe get into a favorable count and you eliminate the curveball because you're like, dude, he threw it in the dirt on 2-1. Now it's 3-1. He ain't throwing that pitch again. He didn't throw it close. I know what's coming now. I'm sitting dead red fastball, whether it's middle away, middle in. If he throws me that pitch and I'm looking for it, I better hit it hard.
Now, a sub part of this entire discussion is, Mike, I'm going to start with you first. What is the concern right now about what the crowd makeup for this game is going to be when we talked about those below face value tickets?
I think we're going to see more like the September crowd. I think we're going to get a 60% Rangers crowd and a 40% Astros crowd for this game. It's starting to look that way. Now, that being said, it's not the easiest thing if you're in Houston right now. Now, maybe you did it last night. Maybe you did it early this morning because it's about a 5-hour drive approximately. But there's a lot of
starts in less than 4 hours.
There's a lot of Astro fans though in Austin that are maybe like, hey, 2.5-hour drive. Just got tickets for 50% off. Right now, you can get a lot of Ranger fans. If you're like, I just couldn't pay $200 to sit in the outfield, you can sit in the outfield now for under $100. So it was face value because I paid for them. Is face value of $200 to get into this game today when they went on sale. They are now at anywhere between $80 and $120 to sit in 133, 132, over in section 29 and 30 that I was at. So there's a lot of ways right now. Standing room only tickets are down to $30 to $40. So even if you didn't want a seat and you're like, I will stand in the outfield, I'll stand in different areas of the building, you can get into the building now for under $50.
Wow.
Do it. All of you. All Rangers fans should be in the building today.
Especially the loud ones. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Are you saying like Bobby? Is that what you're trying to say? Because he's a loud Rangers fan.
If you could get
all
an
Bobbies?
army of Bobbies in there.
So, hold on, what you're saying is every coach would love a team full of Bobbies.
The coach would hate it. But from a fan perspective, you'd love it. Because Bobby would be like, well, actually, if you look at the EPA on that play, and he would be like, go run a lap.
Yeah, and while you're doing it, be quiet. If he can get up to 106 decibel level by himself, all right, this just by himself, Kevin.
Yes.
Can you imagine an entire stadium full of Bobbies?
Look,
like that would be 47,000 decibels.
Bad news is you're going to have some hearing loss. Good news is
we win.
Home field advantage. Coming up next, Corey, I hope you love this.
I hope to.
Tomorrow is International Sloth Day. Now, they mean that sloth the animal, but we're changing it up. It's combo platter. Give us a Ranger's opinion, and then what is the laziest thing that you do? 877-881-1053. Ranger's opinion, and then what is the laziest thing that you do? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready?
First offering to Seager is hit high and deep out into left center. Dubon ranging back to the track. He leaps. It's gone into the Houston bullpen. Corey Seager clubs his second home run of the postseason to tie things up at 3.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. That was the best moment yesterday for me and my boys. We were jumping up and down, high-fiving.
You think they were going to win at that point?
I don't want to say think they're going to win, but I was like, we have a chance, right? After the disappointment of the first inning when Seager hit the home run and tied it up, it was like, oh my gosh, like we're gonna fight and claw and do everything here to try to win this game until pitching happened again. But like that moment was the best moment yesterday for all Ranger fans because yes, Adolis' Garcia home run was nice. It made it 3-1. And the sac fly, that's nice. It's a sac fly. But when you hit a home run to tie the game up when it felt like to start the game, oh crap. That was the best moment. Everybody's jumping up and down, high-fiving, hugging. So that's the moment I'll take away with my boys, that moment of Corey Seager's home run. All the other moments after that, not very fun.
Okay, I'm hoping, well, I guess we'll just see where this segment goes because the prediction this time is Rangers. So tomorrow is International Sloth Day.
Okay.
Now, it is true they mean sloth the animal, but instead we're going to go sloth the activity or lack thereof. So give us a Rangers opinion, and then what is the laziest thing that you do?
The sloth isn't lazy, though. It's just
slow.
It's just very slow.
Is it?
What do you mean? You think it's intentionally being slow to get
it's
attention?
Just being slow because it's like, I don't want to go that fast. I can be slow.
Can a sloth hurt you?
Don't they have claws? Because they have big claws, right?
But they move so slow.
It'd just be like they were scratching your back, like a nice, like when your wife scratches your back or whatever. Like, God, that feels nice.
Your wife ever scratch your back, Kevin?
Sure.
It feels even
but
better
you don't
with
like
a
it, do
new
you?
pair of nails.
No, I like it fine.
Okay, I just didn't know because you don't like people touching you.
That actually is true. From the 214, the Rangers win today and take the series in 7. I'm too lazy to download the Odyssey app to Tolo, so I just stay in my truck. All right. I mean, I appreciate that you're listening
way,
one way or another.
Yeah. That's my brother from another mother.
That's how I am. Download apps.
Dude, hold on. I want to add on to what Mike's saying.
Oh.
Because, Mike, have you gotten all your passwords situated yet?
No, not at all.
He got an iPhone.
Oh, my God.
And he was like, I don't know any of my passwords. All you got to do is sit down and start just going through your passwords and reset them. And Mike's like, nah, it'll work itself out at some point.
What does that mean? How will it work itself out?
When I need the app, I will go to it and it'll say, hey, who are you? Would you like to sign in or create a new account? And I'm like, I already had an account, you moron. And then I hit the button and it says, enter your username. I'm like, well, screw you, man. Like, I'm supposed to know my username.
So that he just leaves
and then I hit
the app.
forgot. And then I have to go through the email or whatever.
Hold on. So you can foresee all of this already happening.
Right.
And instead of taking Corey's advice, knocking it all out now, you're like, I'm going to take it on a case-by-case basis and get mad again every single time.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I know you wanted me to have a different answer or something logical, but no, I'm just going to get ticked off when I need something from Dick's Sporting Goods, and then I don't have a login, and it's like flash sale. And I'm like, hey, you better keep this flash sale going because Fart Knocker doesn't know my username or password.
Do you understand the concept of flash sale? I'm not entirely sure you do. From the 469, my Rangers' opinion, and this Mike needs to apologize to that Tolo for telling him to bet $1,000 that Houston will not win the next 4 games.
The odds were in your favor, but guess what? If you did it, you would now have a much better chance
But you could still win.
of winning. I guess only $1,000. I feel like you should have gotten odds. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the person I felt like was just betting straight up $1,000 to win $1,000. And I'm like, you should have got better odds if you were betting on the Astros to win the next 4. That being said, Montgomery's really good. Evaldi's really good. They just have to get 18 to 27 outs themselves. If they cannot get 18 outs, the Rangers are going to lose each of those games.
Their laziest thing they do is pretend to sleep when the baby cries.
I don't think that's lazy. I think that's smart. Because here's the deal: when I was getting married and I had a baby on the way, different order. I was already married and had a baby on the way.
For the record, sometimes it doesn't happen in that.
No, I did it the way that Jesus likes.
But then your wife, not your wife, your girlfriend, your baby mama cheated on you with another man.
That is true.
Because she's like, I can't get pregnant again. Right?
The timeline of that is not accurate.
But to go back to my story here, is I was sitting there and my friend's dad, I said, do you have any advice for me? And it was better advice than our friend Cindy, who once said, just comb your hair differently. And I was like, what does that even mean? But he said, yeah, you have nothing. You have nothing that baby wants in the middle of the night. That baby wants food.
Yeah.
You don't need to get up. You don't have any bottles. She has all the milk. Let her get up. And so I did. I just continued to sleep. Now, does she bring it up a lot? Yeah. But guess who was sleeping and really benefited from that rest? Because he had to work and take care of mama. Me. So I think you're doing all right.
Okay.
Unless the baby's like 3 and you're just like, I'm just ignoring my child.
Now,
I have something.
Let me ask you questions about baseball.
Yeah, I like it.
Should I read a sports opinion that I know is fundamentally incorrect? It will not happen.
Tell me.
The Rangers will take games 4 and 5 by outscoring the Armpit 15-4. Okay, well, we already saw game 4. We
lost 10-3, man.
We didn't
or woman.
What was the score yesterday?
10-3. He just said that.
So we can't outscore them 15-4.
No, we can't. And then they said the laziest thing they do is not clean up the dog poop when I see it in the house.
In the house?
Sometimes dog poops in the house.
Get rid of that dog. It's obviously not meant to be a house dog. Or lock all the doors and be like, you're an outside dog.
Yeah, or a garage dog.
I don't want to clean the poop in the garage either. It smells.
Well,
because it's closed, you know. I need an open air poop dog. I need the dog to be like, I am now seeing the sky.
Yeah.
I can poop.
Or create a dog run in the backyard, and you can cover it, make it like a house, but make it more of a run.
Mike, what do you got for us today?
All right, I think it's my fault a little bit for yesterday's game. I keep referring to Martin Maldonado as Candy Maldonado.
He is.
By the way,
furious.
I didn't know this. There are 5 Candies that have played in the major leagues. So if you thought, is that the only Candy ever to play? No, there's 4 other Candies that have played. Candy Maldonado had a 254 batting average in his career, had 1,000 hits and 146 home runs. That's only things that Martin Maldonado can dream of doing. But we're pitching him like he's Candy Maldonado.
Okay, Mike, as long as you're taking blame. Corey, should I read this text or not read this text?
You can read it, I guess. It sounds like it's going to be against me.
It is against you.
You know who it's from?
It's from my mom. And she also thinks it was your fault. And she goes, well, I hope Mike is happy because he kept saying he hoped there'd be a game 5 so he could take his boys. Hope he's happy now.
Yes, I am. Hey, you can take a lot of people now. You can get tickets for 60% off if you go to Ticketmaster right now. By the way, Martin.
My mom doesn't talk trash about anybody, but she's like, I hope Mike's happy now. She gets emotional.
Because you've ticked off my son plenty of times.
That's so true.
All right. Candy, not Candy. Martin Maldonado. Yep. For this year, 191 batting average. He does have 15 home runs. He has a 258 on base percentage. For his career, I will take this back. He might be able to do this. He has 111 home runs. He has 685 hits. He ain't getting to 1,000 hits in his career. He's a 207 batting average for his career. You cannot walk him.
I agree.
You can't walk him ever, even if he hits a home run. I get he's hitting home runs against the Texas Rangers this year. And Astro fans are like, he ain't as bad as you think because I've seen him crush your team. Yes, I have too. And it's a miracle. It is the miracle beyond miracles that guy gets home runs. He can't even run to first base in 10 seconds. If he hits a ground ball, he goes, you know what? I might die of a heart attack. I am not going to run to first base. Watch him. Today, if he hits a ground ball as an out, he's like, you know what? Heart attack might happen if I run 90 feet because I am so out of shape. because he never runs there. So just throw him a strike. If you have to challenge him down the middle, I don't recommend it, but do that instead of walking him.
What is the laziest thing that you do?
Okay. This happened last night.
Oh, no.
It might not be the laziest, but this one comes to mind right now. So I fell asleep watching the Stars game. It was late in the third period, and I'd just fallen asleep. And I kind of felt my wife get out of bed real quick. And so it kind of woke me up, but not much. And then I heard her throwing up. And then I thought, should I get up and help?
How can you help? Hold her hair back?
Yeah,
That's
you
what
know,
do
just
when
like,
she's
do you
drunk.
need me? Do you need anything? Should I go get you something? And then I just thought, she seems to be handling it on her own. So I went back to sleep.
Oh my gosh, Mike.
You can't. Look, man, you were asleep.
I know. I'm telling you, I'm sorry. And then I totally forgot. And then in the morning when she's like, I don't feel good. Is there any way you can take the boys and this and that? I was like, oh, I did hear you throwing up last night.
What did she say to that?
I messed up by saying I remember hearing you throw up. I made a mistake by saying that. And I should have said, oh, you did? I'm so sorry. I didn't hear that.
I thought I heard you something going on,
Yeah,
but I was
I had a dream. I thought you might have got out of bed, but I thought I was dreaming. I don't know, stuff like that. So, yeah.
So she was mad, I'm assuming, after that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I told her there was ginger ale in the outdoor refrigerator. Go get it.
Doing some great work there, Mike. Doing some really great work.
Bring
Corey,
home a big old pizza or something today and be like, here you go.
I'm going to go to you in just 1 second, but I think you'll love this one from the 806. The Rangers win in 7, and I'm too lazy to use extra buttons on the microwave. So it's 66 seconds instead of 60. Or it's 111 seconds instead of 100. That just seems like something you would approve
My
of.
wife will constantly be like, why are there 4 seconds left on the
question.
microwave? And I'm like, because I needed 26 seconds. I didn't need 30. And she's like, well,
clear off the microwave.
Why? I got my stuff out and closed the microwave. Now you're asking me to do a third step.
So you're going to burden her with those extra seconds.
It must not be that much of a burden. She did it. Right? Is it burden? It's not burdening other people to have to do that.
It's burdensome.
It's so easy. You just push the button.
For exactly
It's
1
one in
minute.
the bush, 2 in the bird. One in hand in the bird is better. Birds and bushes is the same. Right?
A bird in your hand
is worth 2 in the bush.
Is worth 2 in right?
You couldn't have thought it was.
How's that
one
saying
of-
go?
No,
I just knew the 2 main words to
Hey,
use.
what does that mean? What does that phrase mean?
It means that you already have a dead bird in your hand, so why go try to get him out of the bush?
Yeah. You had dinner. Dog's probably
Yeah.
gonna get that one for you.
Yeah. I've caught a bird in my hand. I am freaking amazing.
Why did
Why
you
go
catch
get
a bird in your hand?
Because I don't want to go try to grab him out of the bush.
Yeah, those things. This is home.
Why? You just caught him in your hand and then what?
The bird.
I don't know, because I feel like maybe 2 birds in the bush might be better than 1.
The 2 birds in the bush are going to be tough because that's their home. They know it better than you do. You try and go in there, they're going to attack. You're going to be like, where's this coming from?
Yeah, but I got 2 hands.
Yeah, well, that's a good
So I
point.
can have 2 bushes.
But you
2
don't know
2 birds
But you don't have home field advantage.
in 1.
What the
My sports opinion.
We're on air right now.
My sports opinion.
That's where birds live, in trees and bushes.
That's true. Don't shoot birds out of the trees. That's where that's their home.
That was your mic
Well,
drop
you can
moment?
if it's hunting season. That's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, you got to wait for them to get in the air.
There's some that are in the ground, and you have a dog flush them out, and then you kill them.
Quail, yeah.
And then you get quail.
And duck.
Do you know you're still talking right now?
Yeah,
Kevin,
I do. It's almost time for Mike Likes It.
my sports opinion
God,
is
help
we forgot that the Astros are very good on the road and stink at home.
That's true.
So
I said this. We should forfeit today's game here last night.
What?
In the 7th inning, I said, should we just not forfeit the game totally, just say we forfeit playing in this stadium.
Okay.
So, and I'm not saying forfeit because Ray Davis wants the money from having, that and everything.
Sure.
He'll spend that, wisely on some pitcher next year in the bullpen. But don't forget that this is their MO. They stink at home. The Rangers can go pick this up. I think you need one at home against them. I really do.
Yeah.
But more importantly is you're going to be able to get one at their house too, because they are not good at it. The laziest thing I do, aside from not clearing the microwave. Which I think is stupid, is I ask my kids to let the dog out. If I'm sitting on the couch, I will ask a kid that's on the other side of the house. I'll be like, "Hey, Lucy, come here." And she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Can you let Landry out?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure." The other day, I asked her and she goes, "Why can't I just sit down and watch my tablet every once in a while?" And I was like, "You're getting a little smart mouth on you, aren't you?" I didn't say that, but I thought that. So that's the laziest thing I do is I will ask somebody somewhere else in the house to come let the dog out.
All right, I think you'll like this. It kind of fits. From the 2-4, you won't like the beginning part of it. The Rangers are going to blow it because they're a DFW sports team, and they said the laziest thing they do is make their boys get a beer from the fridge. But they made them, so that's allowed.
I've asked one time because the kid was next to the fridge, and I was in the pool, and I was like, I could see him because I can see my pool, the beer fridge from the pool, and I was like, "Hey, while you're there, can you just grab one of those for me?"
I'm on Twitch right now, and I said, "I think we got it." The saying, and they're like, "You nailed it, Mike. Perfect."
What you said was the right saying?
I think we ended up getting it right in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then doesn't that have an extra line is that you can kill those birds? Just you only have one rock to do it with?
To kill a mockingbird.
Something like that. All right, Kevin, back to you, man.
Isn't that book about killing a mockingbird?
You need to go back and reread that book.
Not exactly.
It's where a guy
freshman year of high school, go back to read that one.
Lenny squeezes it to death, I think.
That is of Mice and Men. We've had this conversation before.
One mice
I
in the
would
river.
much rather have a bird in my hand than a mouse. I am not squeezing that mouse. I am probably
bird will peck your
screaming
hand,
as loud as I can and dropping it.
My sports opinion.
Would you rather squeeze a bird or squeeze a mouse?
Mouse.
Has rabies or something.
My sports opinion.
Corey didn't answer.
Regardless of who wins today, the series is going to 7. So obviously, yeah, I realize the negative implications.
I think it is great. I really do, because for one, you get another Rangers win somewhere in there, is what you're saying.
Yep.
And then you get a Game 7. Game 7s are crazy. Like they're intense and they're awesome and they're fun, except for Game 7 of 2011 when we lost. Like we'd already spent it then.
Yeah, that was not fun.
But like Game 7s are a blast. I mean, win or lose, it's a lot of fun to go through, and I think it's great experience for guys like Josh Young and Evan Carter.
Oh, good. I thought you were going to say Eric
Tavares.
Nadel. Like he hasn't called many Game 7s in his career.
Leody Tavares. I think
about it. He's only called one Game 7 in his whole life. Eric Nadel.
Are you serious?
For the longest time, you weren't in the playoffs. Obviously, you didn't hit it in 96, 98, 99. 2010, neither. Wow. Okay.
So it would be experience for Eric.
All right. And I think the laziest thing I do is sometimes I don't fold my clothes and put them away. I'll just wear things because I know they're clean out of the laundry bin, or I'll fold them.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
Whoa, help me out here. Do you, before you put your clothes in a drawer, do you make sure they're folded, or are you okay with just throwing them in a?
No, I make sure they're folded.
So you will take the time to fold them.
I thought you were my son, and I was like, it drives me insane. I'm like, he just like, here's your laundry,
Where do
and
you
then he just
fold them?
starts throwing them in drawers.
Where do you fold the clothes?
Usually on top of this dresser. And so I just leave them on the dresser sometimes instead of putting them away.
Yes! Go fold them and then open your dresser drawer. And then you're already at that point.
Here's the thing.
You're already
Corey.
there.
My wife, being a lady, she takes up a lot more space. That dresser is not for me. That entire dresser it's the jesser.
Okay.
Right?
Oh,
Only her
gotcha.
stuff goes there.
Yeah.
I have been, she has 2 different dressers in that bedroom filled with
And
stuff.
she doesn't shut the drawers all the way either.
None of that space is for me. I'm relegated to the closet and the closet alone. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so we know how great Jordan Montgomery was in game 1, and he's going to have to be almost as good. I'm not going to say he has to put all zeros on the board. I think the Rangers are going to be able to score against Verlander. Am I saying they're going to score 5 or 6 runs? No, but I don't think that if Jordan Montgomery doesn't throw a complete game shutout, the Rangers are going to lose. I'm not trying to say that today, but I will repeat it. If Jordan Montgomery can't get 18 outs, the game's over. That's my feeling of it. That's my belief. It doesn't mean that I'm factually correct, but watching the Rangers play the last 2 games, Jordan Montgomery has to pitch 6 or more innings. If he cannot accomplish that, which is a lot to ask, but if he cannot accomplish that, I don't see how the Rangers win this game. I just don't.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that.
Because when people are getting mad at Bochy through like my phone or Twitter or whatever, it's the choices are Chris Stratton, John Gray, Will Smith, Cody Bradford, Martin Perez. Am I missing somebody? He doesn't have an option in the 5th inning to go to that you believe in.
Can I ask you a question about Martin Perez? Are you surprised, just general playoffs, before we get more specifically to this series, are you surprised we haven't seen more of him?
I think the reason that you're not is they don't believe he can ever make somebody miss a ball.
Okay, and that's exceedingly problematic.
It doesn't mean he can't get them out, but it just means that they know he will not get them to ever swing and miss. And this Astros team, when they make contact, seems to find a spot. And I don't think that they believe that he can really get soft contact. So now you're saying he's not going to make a miss and he's not going to get soft contact. We don't want to pitch him unless we're down by a lot. And unfortunately, here's the bad part about these last 2 games. Nobody proved that they can help. So you have Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc. And then you're like, well, what if Chapman, we don't want to pitch him back-to-back days. All right, you just saw everybody in the bullpen pitch that's active. Who do you believe should pitch the 8th inning if you think you're not happy with Chapman? Bochy just ran every guy out there for game 3 and 4, and none of them proved that they can get 3 outs in an inning without giving up runs. So that's the tough part. I guess Dane Dunning did a little bit.
Yeah.
But he got used yesterday enough that Dane Dunning cannot pitch today. In a weird way, I'll say it again.
Andrew
Heaney can pitch today. He only threw 20 pitches in the game. I get he warmed up and everything, but I don't know if you'd want to do this after yesterday. But if you got into trouble in the 5th inning, maybe Andrew Heaney is the person you put into the game. But I don't have confidence in that, so that's why I'm saying today, when the Rangers play, if Montgomery can get 18 or more outs, the Rangers have a very good chance of winning. If he can't get 18 outs, the Rangers are probably losing today. So that's a lot to put on a pitcher, but hey, he's your number 1.
I agree with you.
And this is what he has to do. How have guys fared against Jordan Montgomery overall? Jose Abreu is 5 for 17, no extra base hits. Jose Altuve, obviously a killer of this series right now, is 3 for 16. That's a 188 batting average and has not drawn a walk against him. So the good news is Jordan Montgomery, what he has stuff-wise, the way he's pitched Jose Altuve, he has really been able to keep him off balance. Remember, Yordan Alvarez, arguably the best hitter in all of baseball right now that's left in the playoffs. He is 1 for 6 and with 5 Ks. So besides the 1 hit, he struck out every time. He was 0 for 3. Not a lot of a big sample size, but so far Jordan Montgomery has been able to handle Yordan Alvarez in a short span of at-bats. Michael Brantley probably won't play, so I'll skip him. Alex Bregman is 4 for 16 with no extra base hits. Dubon is 1 for 8 with no extra base hits. Martin Maldonado, I can't believe this, but he is 3 for 5 with 2 home runs. So as horrible as he is as a major league hitter, he has hit Jordan Montgomery well in his 5 at-bats. Chaz McCormick is 3 for 8, but with no extra base hits. Jeremy Pena is 3 for 8, because I think Chaz is a stupid name.
Oh my God.
If you have Chaz as a name, I think it's a great name. Just Chaz McCormick.
Okay,
or Chaz Green.
Okay.
Jeremy Pena is 3 for 8 with no extra base hits, and Kyle Tucker, who is struggling tremendous. Out of all the things that were happening yesterday, Houston is crushing us.
Yeah.
Still, Kyle Tucker struggled at the plate. So, Kyle Tucker.
And they keep talking about, sorry, Mike, they keep talking about, oh, he really, they hope he gets it together soon. I'm like, good Lord, I hope not.
Yeah.
That lineup has already picked it up.
I was very nervous yesterday, Kevin, that he had that hit in game 3, and I was like, crap, that's the one that opened it up, but he still hadn't found it yet.
1 for 9 with no extra base hits off of Jordan Montgomery. So there's a lot of positive signs that Jordan Montgomery gives these Houston Astros hitters problems and issues. So he has to be on his game. He has to be executing his pitches. You should feel confident about it. He did it last game for 6 innings. Hopefully he does it again. He stays efficient. Watch those first innings. I don't think Houston's going to go up there and just take strikes. So I don't think they're just going to go up there. We got to get his pitch count up. But if he has, let's just say 0 runs, but he's throwing 43 pitches or something, or 45 pitches through 2 innings, that's danger for the Texas Rangers, even though it's 0-0, because if he's thrown 4 innings and he's at 80 pitches, it's just going to be tough for him to have the energy and stamina to get you to the 7th inning. He has to get the Rangers to the 7th inning or beyond. When we look at Justin Verlander, obviously the dude's going to have good numbers against a lot of people. Evan Carter's 1 for 3 with the double, obviously just the playoff game he's faced him. Adolis Garcia, he is 2 for 11 against him, so that's not great. Mitch Garver, who is in the lineup batting 8th today, he is 1 for 14 with no extra base hit. So if you're looking for Mitch Garver, this is interesting. It's not much better. Robbie Grossman is 4 for 23 with a double in his career. You guys made fun of this on Friday, and I'll do it again today. Austin Hedges is 1 for 1 with a 2,000 OPS. So
I know.
All right. This is just
Would you
a
rather
joke.
see him in the lineup for pitch?
Thank you.
Okay.
I need to say this before everything I say, I guess, if I'm doing this. This is just a joke. I am joking.
All right.
To everybody.
Thank you.
So you can mark that one when you want to put it somewhere. Is Austin Hedges might be used in early on, because I watched him pitch against the Houston Astros in that September 4th through September 6th situation, and he was the reliever who didn't give up any runs. So could you imagine if if Jordan Montgomery is in trouble in the 4th or 5th inning and Austin Hedges comes in, because we're like, look, he was successful in that September series. It's Austin Hedges 53-mile-an-hour time. That is called a joke. I am just being facetious and sarcastic and joking.
That would be amazing.
Okay, so there you go. Jonah Heim, 1 for 8, no extra base hits. Josh Young is 1 for 3. Nathaniel Lowe is 4 for 14, no extra base hits. Corey Seager is 6 for 23. That's a 261 batting average, but he only has 1 extra base hit. That is a home run. Marcus Semien has 46 at-bats against Justin Verlander.
He's solid, but not great.
Has a 304 batting average, 804 OPS, 2 home runs, a triple, and a double. And Leody Taveras, who is batting 5th today, is 3 for 6 with a triple and a home run and 2 walks.
Are you glad, because I know we've talked about Evan Carter for quite some time. Are you glad to see all the shine that's got put on Leody because of how well he's played?
Yes. Yeah, I think that, one, he's really taken his game to a level that the Rangers pumped up years ago that I was concerned about. Just looking at what he was doing in A-ball and AA, I'm just like, I just don't understand the Leody Taveras love. I'm not saying I hate him, but I'm not seeing the stats to back up the Leody Taveras is going to be a really good player in the major leagues. But I think he's just turned 25, if I have his age right. He is starting to turn into one of those guys that all teams want on their team. So that is a very good sign for the future of the Rangers, as I feel like this year, Leody obviously had a really tough August. We were talking not the best about him in August and wondering, should Evan Carter come up and take his spot? But then he had a really nice September. He's had a really nice playoff stretch. We see the value of him defensively. So very happy with Leody Taveras. And for the Rangers, I don't know how beneficial this is, because sometimes you say, hey, get their pitch count up and you get to their bullpen. But watching the Astros bullpen, I don't know, who do I want to face out of their bullpen? they're not perfect. They've given up runs in the series. The Rangers were able to score in Game 3 off of that bullpen. They were able to get to 5 runs after Javier gave up 2 runs. But I just look at it and go, the Astros can look at these games and go, if we get Montgomery or Eovaldi out before the 6th inning, we've won the game. They cannot get us out. But the Rangers, if Verlander gets in a little bit of trouble, this is why betting on the Astros, I would just say, gosh, if Verlander gets in a little bit of trouble and they have to go to their pen in the 4th or 5th inning, they could still be okay. It's death to the Texas Rangers.
And you know what I told you earlier, how close the betting odds were. They were minus 115 for the Rangers, and I now see places coming in at minus 110 for the Astros. So it's still really close, but advantage Astros.
Because of the off day, no matter what, I won't say no matter what, because if you throw a complete game, you throw a complete game. Leclerc's pitching the 9th inning. There's no doubt in my mind. He's pitching the 9th inning because he hasn't pitched in 3 days. He's ready to go. So if you are losing 5-4 in the 9th inning, he's going to try to keep it at 5-4. It's not going to be like, oh, I'm not using him because it's not a save situation. Aroldis Chapman most likely will pitch today. Spores most likely will pitch today. Now, if Montgomery eliminates those guys because you just keep rolling with them,
that means you're going to win the game.
But those 3 guys have had 3 days off. They are ready to go and will be used in today's game no matter the score.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, you can hear that Rangers-Astros Game 5 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, I thought that the interview with Ed Belfour was fantastic, and he had a couple things I want to go into real quick. And, Kevin, it brings on the question of what superstition are you rocking with tonight for the Rangers next on The Fan?
We are bringing party to you, Tolos. It's G-Bag Nation's tour to DFW. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were talking about this a little earlier. Bruce Bochy was just asked if there was a scenario in which he'd consider moving Simeon out of the leadoff spot, and he said no. He's our leadoff hitter. It's not an area I'm looking to change.
Okay, but he was looking to change the 3-hole.
Yep,
for sure. He was looking to get some more RBI production potentially, or runners on base.
Yep,
in the 5, and so he's made lots of moves to the lineup. And I mean, look at Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker made moves when he flew from Houston to here, and he was like, I got to change this lineup up a little bit, and he did.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot. He tried Kyle Tucker in front of Yordan Alvarez to be like, hey, you are supposed to throw strikes to the guy in front of Yordan Alvarez, right? So he's like, I'm going to get Kyle Tucker in a situation where they have to throw him strikes. Now, the Rangers haven't maybe followed that plan in this playoff series, but I would say when it comes to Marcus Semien, he was your leadoff hitter literally for all games this year because he didn't take a day off. 162 days, he was your leadoff hitter.
I was really impressed by that. She goes, wow.
I'm very impressed by that with today because, you'll hear Mark Cuban, and I won't call him any names here, but say, it's not up to the players. Everything's up to the players. Like, literally everything is up to the players. Don't give me that it's not up to the players in that situation. Guys will be like, hey, I need a day off, or they're giving you a day off. You're like, I accept. You think if Corey Seager said, I don't accept, they'd be like, too bad, Corey Seager, or they'd let the $35 million shortstop go, I am playing today. What do you think happens?
I think he's playing.
Or do you think Luka Doncic just doesn't want to play, and it's just confirmed that he doesn't want to play? Like, I mean, let's be honest here with those things. Don't lie to us and then expect you to say, oh, yeah, your lie is correct.
I don't know Simeon's how long his streak is at this point, but if we're basing it off of the 1 year 162.
Well, last year he wanted to and was furious.
Okay.
When they said we're going to give you a day off because you're struggling. Furious behind the scenes with that situation.
How many more years does he need to play to catch Cal Ripken's 26-32?
Till he's like 50 years old.
It's gonna be a minute.
I do think that there's something to the idea, and Mike, like, you were in the clubhouse, so you kind of get this. Like, I bet you would pretty much give anything else to be back in that, especially right when you were done with your career. There's got to be something to the idea of, I don't want to miss any of it, man. I want to be part of as much of this as I possibly can.
That wise content right there is the man who runs the C Block.
This is the C Block, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for a story. The question I want to ask everybody is, what superstition are you rocking with tonight that maybe you let go for the last few games? A lot of people, I was listening to G-Bag yesterday, and Dawson was like, I was wearing the same sweatshirt for like 5 days, and now I've snapped that, and I'm going with something different.
I went with red today. I had blue yesterday, and I'm like, I'm changing it to red.
Okay.
I'm a Ranger polo, so I'm wearing the same thing, a Ranger polo, but I switched the color.
Different color rally cap.
You're not wearing a hat.
Well, not because the game's not on.
And I'm not wearing.
Hold on. You wear a hat during the game at home?
What?
Or not necessarily.
You're not a hat guy.
If I need a rally cap, then we fight.
Okay, gotcha. What were you saying about your lid?
I wore the Texas Friday hat, the new one that they wear Friday and Saturday. It's not in the trash, but I ain't wearing it today.
Okay.
I'm wearing Bishop Lynch hat today. It's a random, right? I'm not even going to wear a Ranger hat. I'm going with non-Ranger hat to hope that all of my mojo going from blue to red and going from Texas Rangers to Bishop Lynch hat changes the situation.
I did throw on the Texas shirt that I haven't had in a long time. It's been stuck in a drawer and I didn't see it because, I don't know why. Maybe it just wasn't fitting right.
Isn't it weird that, let's be honest, none of this matters. Where it can't really affect the game.
Or does it? Let's go. Cut 20. You have 2 25s on here, Rigo. We're going to go to cut 26. And we're going to start with this. Ed Belfour was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby, but Sean was missing this morning. Ed Belfour was fantastic, by the way. It was really great to hear him talk.
He soared.
But he was telling a story he was talking about how helpful everybody else, it wasn't just the players that were doing it. All the guys, Mike, you call them clubbies,
Clubbies,
the the guys that were in the equipment management, everything.
Yeah.
They were all invested in making sure that the players were taken care of, that they were trying to win a championship. Whatever it took, it wasn't just the guys on the ice, it was also everybody else around. Here's one story, cut 26, about Pig.
Help us win every game that was possible. I'll tell you a story. When we were in Buffalo in the Stanley Cup Finals, and one of the trainers, his nickname was Pig, and we were in the third overtime period. I started getting kind of hungry, and I'm like, Pig, I need a milkshake. And Pig's like, oh my gosh, where am I going to get a milkshake? But he runs off, and we're in Buffalo, right? He runs up to the kitchen, and he gets a hold of kitchen staff. He's like, I need a milkshake. Do you guys have milkshakes? And they're like, no, we don't make milkshakes here. He goes, well, do you have ice cream? So he gets some ice cream, some vanilla, and he makes me a milkshake, in between periods. He runs back downstairs. I slurp on the milkshake. We go out and win the Stanley Cup. So that's dedicated to have one.
Isn't that like that? That's everybody's invested. Everybody's doing whatever. He's like, I don't know, but I got to get Eddie Belfour a freaking milkshake right now.
He knows that tip's coming his way.
I don't know if that's
it's $100 milkshake if I can figure it out.
Is that a thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the clubbies get extra cash.
That being said, he said ice and ice cream. When I make milkshakes at home for myself or family, I don't put ice with the ice cream. It's ice cream and milk, and then other flavorings if you don't want it to be like vanilla or the
Mike,
So,
I'm not sure Pig was like a guy that always makes milkshakes. All right, but
Does not sound like.
But wait
it,
a second.
does it?
Do people put ice? I don't think you're supposed to put ice in your ice cream milkshake, in your milkshake. Usually we just call them milkshakes. I just added words there. But you don't put ice in a milkshake?
I don't know.
You do?
I've never.
I'm looking at Kevy.
I can't say I've ever made a milkshake, honestly.
I've done it. No, Rigo, that's where I am. I'm with Corey. I'm not saying you're wrong. I was just thinking, I was like, I don't think I've ever
made a
milkshake. So I guess
pretty much milk and ice cream.
But again, if I want a milkshake, I'm going like Brahms, So like,
I don't think they put ice in their ice cream milkshake.
I don't know. I'll ask them. I'll ask.
I need to stop calling it an ice cream milkshake. It's a milkshake. Everybody knows ice cream's in it, Mike. Shut your mouth.
So I thought that was a fun story. But again, to add to this, and Mike, this goes back to superstitions. Let's go to cut 25, number 1.
I like that.
With the CD story.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had to have things a certain way. You put your and all of us were like that. We all went out in order on the ice. You had to do it the same way. We listened to the same songs. Another story about that. I didn't know about the story until way after the fact. Ludge shared with me. But we had the CD that we played every game. And we had to have that CD, and I don't know, Ludge blames Maddie for getting it. I don't know who forgot it, but somebody forgot to bring that CD on one of our road trips during the playoffs. And Ludge gets a hold of Vinnie Paul. Vinnie Paul was a big part of our team, and putting together the Dallas Stars song. And he's like, hey, Vinnie, oh my gosh, Maddie forgot the CD, and can you go down to the rink and grab it and somehow get it here in time? And so Vinny, of course, went down there and grabbed the CD and got on his private jet and flew it in for us, and it got there just in time for our warm-up.
Wow. Isn't that awesome, dude?
Holy moly.
Vinnie Paul,
Otherwise, we
from
would've
Pantera,
Yeah.
who I've partied with before, he was so invested in the team winning the cup that he's like, they call him up and say, can you bring a CD to us? Now imagine this. Nowadays, it's just like, dude, just pull it up on your Spotify playlist. A lot of people out there, there's some kids listening right now.
Spotify screwing me over with, hey, what's your password?
Yeah, who could have envisioned that happening, Mike?
There's some kids out there right now that are like, I don't know what a CD is, old man. What is he talking about?
I thought when you were teasing this, I'm like, he knows CD Lamb?
No.
Oh, that would be nice.
So part of mine is like, oh, we're talking about CDs like back in the day.
That goes along with like guys have their regimen. They whether or not it does help, whether or not it does anything, players, athletes have things that they feel is the thing that's going to help them through that day. And so, Mike, whenever we're talking about, we're doing nothing that's affecting anything on the field. But remember when we were talking about the energy that comes from rubbing your hands together, the heat that you get out of that?
Miyagi style.
Yeah, exactly.
Miyagi-Do. No, Miyagi-Do.
Everybody that's out there right now today that's really like trying to figure out what they're doing, that energy, it's going to travel, man. It's going to travel right into Globe Life Field and help those Rangers out and do their thing today. And from the 903, y'all are completely missing the big question. How did this guy get his nickname Pig? If this is the same Pig, all right, I will say I had a security guard that worked, or he was the bouncer at my bar whenever I was working in Uptown. His name was Pig, and he ran in that circle, that group of people who were around the Stars all the time. And every time I'd walk in, he did kind of look like a pig. I mean, I always say his nose kind of like sat up, and so it was kind of introduced himself as Pig. I didn't say, "Hey, you look like a pig." He said it. He would always call me Dale Murphy. And I was like, I don't know who Dale Murphy is, but I wore a Braves hat all the time, and he'd be like, you look like Dale Murphy. And I was like, so I eventually went to go look up Dale Murphy at the time, found out he was Bryce Harper, right? Is that what you called him?
Exactly.
So there, he was good 2 years. And aside from that, nobody really knew
Hot
him.
takes! Get your hot takes here!
So
hot takes better than the hot boys, right?
I do, but yeah, man, if you're out there today and you're like, you know what, I haven't been doing this. I did it the first couple games. Rangers won 7 games in a row. I'm pretty sure some people started building up a superstition or something, a regimen that they were going through on a daily basis that they want to be part of today. Do it. Get back into it. Wear it today. Whatever you got to do. I did wear this, though, Kevin. I did wear this shirt during the Toronto Blue Jays game. So maybe I shouldn't wear this shirt today.
7 years ago?
The one where I said that it was about to happen and then it did happen. So I don't know if that was Jinx powers or if that was the shirt.
I don't feel great about this anymore, Corey. Take your shirt off.
But remember y'all made me, right? No, I'm not taking. Why are you demanding me take my shirt off right now?
That's a markable moment.
Oh, man.
Anyway, Ed Belfour, awesome stuff there. And it's good to hear, too, like, Mike, I'm sure the clubbies right now, they're not just sitting there down in the clubhouse and like, oh, well, there's a game. They're invested, man. Everybody in that ballpark is invested in what's going on today. And that's why sports does something different, man. Sports brings people together in a way that
Would you be frustrated, though, if you were the clubby, a lower level clubby, and so after the guys exit the clubhouse, let's just say it's 3:55, they know they're going to have to be out there for the national anthem and everything. Your job is now to vacuum the floor for like in the first inning, you're just vacuuming.
Yes.
And then then the other guy is doing the laundry of all the batting practice stuff. So those guys, like during the game, at times they have free time, but a lot of times they're vacuuming, they're cleaning, they're doing different things. But the head clubby, he's just dictating.
Oh, really?
You gotta work your way up, though. You gotta be there, tenured. You do a great job with all those things, and then the next thing you know, you're head clubby.
Is he just kind of telling them and then walking up to the dugout and watching from there?
No.
Do they ever watch in the dugout?
They do, but not a lot because they are working. That guy's just making sure everything's running smoothly, and sometimes he's having to do things, but like he's just making sure. Everybody has their job. Everything's running on time. And if something doesn't run correctly, or if a guy asks for a special thing, that's where the head clubby is going to make sure that special thing, the milkshake, is going to get done. Or, sometimes it's like, I need this certain type of tobacco. I don't think many guys do tobacco anymore. You don't really see the cans of Copenhagen in the back pocket anymore.
I do, Kevin. How far down the ladder of the clubbies do you think where you have to start folding the jock straps of the players? Like, do you think that
you don't have to really? They're on strings. They're on loops. You don't have to fold those. They're on a loop with socks and underwear. But you do have to pick up the socks and underwear and jocks and dump them into the washer.
Yeah. That was connected to Austin Hedges' butt earlier. Now you got to pick it up.
If you're like, I would do anything to be part of the Rangers organization, then that's where it starts.
Would you ever be like, wow? Like if you're visiting clubby,
I made it to the big
and you're like, oh man, this is Yordan Alvarez jockstrap.
You
gonna pocket that?
You know what? I feel like that's a sarcastic question. I think the answer is yes.
It'd be cool, right?
Yes. Like if you saw Mike Trout or whoever, you'd be like, man.
Look at that jockstrap.
Yes.
Smells like Trout.
I swear I'm not kidding.
That's
about
bad.
that.
That's going to be bad. I do have one question, though, before we end this segment, Kevin. This is the last thing I have to say. If the strings on a...
Shohei doesn't wear underwear. That'd be like your favorite player, right? You're a non-underwear guy.
Yeah, for real. If the strings on a glove don't count, then why do the gloves in a back pocket count?
Well, Derek Holland's snarky response was as part of the uniform.
God.
Do you think Marcus Semien from now on will tuck his
None
batting
of those guys will
gloves
have batting gloves in their pocket.
into his pocket
Yes.
completely?
Yes, actually, I do.
I think they'll take them all out and hand them to the first base coach from now on. I think they're going to be like, nope,
That's
never
not a
letting that
bad
happen
idea
again.
either.
Not at all. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey, what would you think about a little NFL overreaction or not leading in to Masterpiece of the Week?
I love when we talk more NFL, Kevin.
All right, let's do it next right here on The Fan.
back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. But this segment is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Not good, comparatively speaking, as this ball is drilled down the left field line. Fair or foul? Fair ball! Home run, Adolis Garcia! He puts Texas on the board here. It's 3-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers game 5, 4:07 today. 3:30 pregame right here on 105 through the Fan. And the G-Bag Nation is out at Globe Life Field getting you ready for that game. And the second level in center field, right?
I've been there before. That's a good spot.
But we got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a second. But first, I wanted to kick out a little NFL overreaction or not, if we can. Corey?
By the way, the roof will be closed today.
Okay. Oh, good. I don't want anything the same as yesterday.
All right.
Right?
Well, I mean, Boach is still the manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I want as many things that can change as possible, but I'm great with Bochy. Overreaction or reality, the Lions are true Super Bowl contenders.
I think they are. I think they're as far. I will put them as far as they are contenders for the NFC Championship game, and that's as far as I'll go.
I'm with them. I think it's a little too quick yet.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality, the Los Angeles Rams are going to make the playoffs. Right now, they would actually be the last team in from the NFC, I do believe.
God, they'll let anybody in the playoffs, won't they?
In the NFC, they will.
Well, they made it easier. There are 7 teams now that get in, right?
That's true.
Yeah, baseball's the only one left that really makes it difficult for you.
Well, not as difficult.
They've moved in that direction as well.
Thank God they did it, right? Because the Rangers wouldn't have made the playoffs.
I'm dead serious, man. I love the idea of more teams get the opportunity for playoffs, but I understand that teams get upset. I think it's overreaction. I still think they're going to be held out.
I believe in Sean McVay. I don't think they have a chance once they get in the playoffs. Maybe I should believe more, but I do think that they will have to take on probably San Francisco or Philadelphia in the first round at that place. So I think that they can make it, but it won't be easy for them. It'll be one of the last weeks of the season. They'll be one of the lowest seeds, and then I don't think they'll be able to upset one of the higher-ranked teams.
NFL overreaction or reality, when we actually get close to 2028, NFL owners will still be cool with their guys being in the Olympics. Because there's a groundswell that all the owners are good with their players doing flag football and everything. That's all fine and well right now. But when it actually gets time, do you think they're going to be good with it?
No.
I think they will be. They just won't be with Micah Parsons. I think they're going to be totally cool with, let's just take right now, Trey Lance, quarterback of Flag Football USA. Totally cool with it.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Jalen Tolbert on Flag Football Team USA. Maybe it's Team Cowboys USA. I think they'll be totally fine with it. CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, they're not going to be cool with it.
Jose Leclerc. Like guys
he
that
might
are injured.
make it. You tell me who's representing the Dominican Republic on the flag football thing.
I will have to do some research and
I
get
didn't think
back
about
to you
that,
on
Mike.
that.
But it was more along the lines, Mike, of like guy that's kind of injured and probably needs to not do that, even though he wants to.
Yeah.
You know, I see where.
NFL.
I don't know. Are they just going to have 12 United States teams doing this?
I don't know, Mike. I will get back to you on that.
Can I answer something real quick?
Yes.
From the 817, what's the point of a retractable roof if it's only open when there's an eclipse? The reason the roof is there in the first place is because it's too hot to be a good fan in the middle of the summer. It's less about the fact that we play, it's more about the summer than it is right now.
I'm happy that the roof is closed today for this reason. I don't like when playoff games are determined off of the shadows of the hitters having trouble seeing. And so you're also taking out that today. Okay. Is that now you won't be like, well, the pitcher's in the sun for the next 2 innings, so you might as well put 2 zeros on the board for the most part. I know it's not always like that, but you do take that out of play, and that would be in play in this game where the hitter would be in the shade and the pitcher would be in the sun, which would make it a little bit more difficult for the hitters to hit.
So a couple people have brought this up. NFL overreaction or reality? You can put together your all-star team of flag football NFL players. They get 2 weeks to get ready. I'm going to give you my long-standing flag football team that's already been playing together.
If they are like the ones that play professionally for thousands of dollars and they win those, then the flag football team will win because they won't understand all the nuances and everything on offense and defense. So, yes, NFL players would get destroyed by the best flag football teams right now.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Patriots are terrible and will have a top 3 pick in the draft. 1-5 is worst Belichick's ever started as a head coach. They will have a top 3 pick in the draft.
Giants might.
I could see that.
Panthers will.
I could see that.
Bears? Broncos,
Bears, Cardinals.
They'll have a top 5 pick for sure. Top 3, maybe.
I just don't know if Belichick won't work hard enough to get that to happen.
I think he's smart enough to understand that if I get Caleb Williams, or I'm sorry, the Notre Dame quarterback.
Oh, not the North Carolina.
North Carolina. It could be North.
May.
Okay. If I get one of the top quarterbacks, I have a chance to do this again for a 5 or 10 year run. Sure. I think he's smart enough to know how it really works. I think it's the bad organizations that win late and then take themselves out of position to set them up for a decade.
If you had to guess right now, top 3 picks will be, I don't need the order, just the 3 teams, and don't worry about who gets what pick, just the 3 worst records.
I think, and just because I don't know what other teams like are playing each other that could cross paths, but I'm going to go with Broncos, Giants, and Panthers. That's where I am right now.
I'm going
with you on the Panthers.
I'm going to go with Cardinals, Panthers, Patriots.
The Giants don't have an offensive line. Their offensive line is all injured.
Bears.
And with the Broncos, I think that Sean Payton's like, I'm going to try and get me a top pick because he knows he has nothing
and
there.
It does feel like the race to the bottom of this league is out of control this
year.
year.
How come you guys don't think the Cardinals are one of the 3? I mean, going in the season, didn't everybody think they were the worst?
The only reason is just because there's been so much talk about Kyler coming back, and I wonder if that will be the 1-2 wins that still terrible, but separates them from the bottom.
They've been competitive. It's been weird how they have still been competitive in games, but that's one of the factors for me right now, too.
Yeah, who the hell did that team even beat?
They beat the Cowboys.
It was the Cowboys, Kevin.
12 points, I think.
That is correct.
It was a tough loss.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
All right,
The Fan.
Here we go, my favorite part.
It's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
What's
Mr.
up,
Bob
Rico?
Dabalina beat us, if I don't recall correctly.
He did.
All right, so first up, we got Mike detailing his little field trip to the Coca-Cola factory back in the day.
Coca-Cola. So I think it is Georgia,
Yeah,
right?
it is Atlanta, Georgia. I've gone to I've taken the tour. It's pretty boring.
So maybe it is maybe it is the fact that
God.
it's the cane sugar that just changes the difference rather than just the shape of whatever it comes in.
How do you think a tour of how they make Coca-Cola? I remember doing that when I was playing in Columbus when I was 19 years old.
What, they didn't show you the cocaine part? Is that why?
Well,
that was an old
they
thing.
actually mentioned, early on the ingredients of Coca-Cola, and there was a little bit of Coke in it, like cane. I don't know why I stuttered there, but I did. Okay. So anyways, all right, what else? And then you're there for an hour and a half, and they're like,
okay.
hey, would you like to taste Coca-Cola? I'm like, this isn't an experience. I've tasted.
The way you're just like, and then there's an hour and a half left on the tour. I'm like, damn, that was pretty funny.
How long should a tour be?
Hour.
Just matters what you're touring.
Mm-hmm.
Does it? I'm just kidding, Mike. Mike, I'm kidding.
It does.
Like a tour of the station. How long should that be?
10 minutes at most.
I can see that.
A good 20 minutes because you still have La Grande. You gotta show some love over there.
This room. Like I want to go tour 105.3 The Fan.
Corey's like, there's a couch. We call it the Goose.
It's the Goose. That's what everybody calls
somebody
it.
needs to vacuum under those cushions.
Back to you, Rigo.
All right, Kevin, you got an interesting gift last week.
The gift is a bag of white powder. I will say for the record, if this was actual cocaine, that's a valuable gift.
Look, how much did that go for on the street?
How valuable?
I want to clarify.
Per gram, or do you gram it?
Dollars, yes. I want to clarify. I wasn't hoping it was cocaine instead. It was just that would be worth a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a conversation with one of the Tolos out there about the ethical concerns of like going to sell that if I donated all the money to my possibilities. And it was a fun conversation. I'm fine. If I miss another...
Kind of like Pablo Escobar. He built schools with the cocaine money, but...
Yeah, but
he
then
also had
like
to kill
all of
people.
the murders and stuff, like I don't want to go that far. And I just want to warn everybody. If I miss another day really soon, I'm fine, okay?
That's what you would say under certain circumstances.
But when I also... Well, never mind. Y'all tricked me that last time. Go to the next one because I almost said the wrong thing.
Yeah, you almost did. What do you
Talk
call
about
it?
your crack now, huh? You cracked out.
That wasn't a drop either. That was live.
No, it was not. All right, I'm going to the next clip.
Because no one's ever got in trouble for selling drugs,
Nope,
right?
not in Texas.
I think that should be on Corey. I want to know more about what that means.
I just say things sometimes.
Plenty of people are in prison for selling drugs.
Yeah.
Plenty.
You can always come back from it.
Dude,
though.
I got a lot of thoughts on that. Maybe I need a drug podcast.
Oh.
Do it.
What would you call it?
Druggy Corey.
That's
Corey on coke.
Druggy majors.
Smell it through the bag, baby. I don't know, man. But yeah, we could discuss like why and the how.
Nuggets.
Danky Nuggets. Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
All right, we were talking. I guess Kevin and Corey, you guys were talking about Notre Dame and the Catholics here.
I care less about Notre Dame, honestly.
Oh,
like
take that, Catholic.
Well, that's nothing against the Catholics. It's just Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
This is the gold. This is the fake Rudy story.
It's a real there's a real person named Rudy Rudiger, and he did walk on, and he did play in that game.
Yeah,
I still don't understand why they think they're so
really
so good. They don't need a.
Well, that's not part of the movie because he didn't do it in college.
They don't need to be in a.
Did it later in life. They didn't go in later in life.
That's a good point.
Rudy started making some bad decisions.
That's a good point. Man, I remember one time. I don't want to get in trouble, but hopefully it's fine. I remember one time down at the Super Bowl, Ben and Skin were going to have Rudy on. And I said, hey, are you going to ask him about stealing all that money from all those people and going to jail and stuff? And they go, no. Why would we ask that? I was like, oh, I don't know. Felt relevant.
Why would you ask that? That's going to be a bad interview.
I'm not saying you start
That's
the interview with that.
That's the one. You remember the other day I was like, we've never had anybody actually hang up on us in an interview. Kevin, if we ever interview Rudy, I will let you do that.
I just want to know
so
what
that
happened.
he will hang up on us or get up
We'll
and
never
walk
get
off.
Joe Montana if you do it.
Yes, we will. He does not care for him, if I understand that correctly.
Because he took his spot as #1 Notre Damer.
If we went down, so we're going to the Vegas Super Bowl.
There's a lot of really good suggestions for your drug.
Where there's a lot
podcast,
of drugs in Vegas. And G-Bag got Joe Montana. Would you be like, I want to be part of this interview? Like,
would you give all interviews up just to have Joe?
Yes.
Like when we had Broadus.
Do you call him Super Joe?
Remember Broadus did the Jim McMahon interview? I mean,
true.
like we were there, but that was
that's
Broadus's
true.
show, baby.
There's a lot of people on that show, though. That'd be tough.
There's a lot
Fine.
of microphones.
What would you think about Major Druggy?
We need
or Cokie Majors?
No, it's Corey. That's my name.
But like for the podcast purposes.
My dad did used to work for Coca-Cola. He worked for Coca-Cola.
I understand what he's saying. He worked for Coca-Cola to get his Coke. Like he had to find a way to make money to get Coke, and that's what he did. It all went together. It all came together for him.
It's Coca-Cola.
Back to you, Rigo.
All right, we couldn't let the segment go past without getting Mikey B on, and at least one more.
today, I'm feeling very good.
Oh my gosh. I'm expecting 3. To your point, I'm expecting 3 innings. Anything over 3 innings means he's pitching well enough and the pitch count is down low
Yes.
enough. Super duper gravy. I don't know if it's cream or brown. People have their opinions on cream gravy and brown gravy. I like them both, but I like them on, different pieces of food.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that I was wrong. Did he pitch into the 4th inning till he got taken out, or was it the 3rd? Yeah, I was totally wrong on that because he did pitch into the 4th and it didn't go too well.
Rigo, is there anything else you would like to submit?
I'll submit one more here from Corey here about being blindfolded.
Have you had this opportunity where you've been blindfolded and taken somewhere where you
Oh,
don't
my
know?
goodness.
Not like, Kevin, what are you doing right now?
My goodness.
I mean, okay, just
Look, Mike didn't know where he was going on vacation with his wife, all right? She could have blindfolded him and said, you sit there in the car, we're driving the whole time. And then they get to their destination, she unblindfolds him, much like my wife did for me when we went to Hooters that time. And then it's a big surprise.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Sadie Hawkins dance.
Was that a big surprise for you? Okay.
Hey, look at all the boobs.
They were covered up.
I just feel like
70% of it.
I just feel like if you say somebody gets blindfolded and taken into a car and not told where you're going, it's probably a bad situation.
He was going
How
out of
old were you
town.
guys?
18. Yeah, 18.
And she wanted to take you to.
Her and her friend were like, the other 2 girls, all 3 girls, decided to take all of us guys as surprises to Hooters.
All right.
I'm voting for that one.
I'm
Corey
voting
being
for the
blindsided.
Coca-Cola shop
Okay.
tour.
I'm voting for the one that was the first one that was like a minute and a half.
That was good.
The Coca-Cola one, right?
There it is.
There you go.
Well, hold on. Rigo can vote on my side.
Rigo.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'll vote for the cream.
Okay, well, that didn't help me out
The
at
brown
all.
or
The
cream
brown
gravy?
Or cream, yeah, the brown or cream gravy.
Gravy is fantastic.
All right, can you give us a cut from the Coca-Cola story, as that has won for Masterpiece of the Week? Maybe.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Maybe not.
Of how they make
You're so
Coca-Cola.
dismissive of
I
that.
remember doing that when I was playing in Columbus when I was 19 years old.
What, they didn't show you
for
the cocaine part? Is that why?
Well,
That was an old
they
thing.
actually mentioned, early on the ingredients of Coca-Cola, and there was a little bit of Coke in it, like cane.
All right, that's good.
I still don't know why I did that.
Sometimes you do things, Mike.
I thought in your mind you were like, I'm going to say this really cool way, and then it happened, and you're like, oh.
That didn't quite work out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
That seems to happen sometimes on this show.
Yes, it does. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live out at Globe Life Field. We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. We take you out to Globe Life Field for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We are amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am concerned because we've gotten multiple texts saying they're at the game and they see a lot of Astros fans. Can you give us an early report on any of this crowd?
Can confirm. As soon as I was driving in with Brian today, Eric was right in front of us as we pulled into the parking lot. It seemed like all we saw was the disgusting orange jerseys of Astro fans. Now, around our broadcasting area,
you got. I'm looking down here from our perch. It's not overwhelming.
Yes,
it might be a little more than yesterday.
I don't know. This lady's got some creative overalls walking right by
that's
us
the
right
thing.
now.
They wear just like the craziest things. We've got
loud.
Astro
Yeah.
suit
It's
jackets, and it's eye popping.
Yeah, they're more creative, you know.
Yep,
they're definitely into being artistic a little bit more, and they pull off some interesting looks. But you know what? I'm not here for that, Hagee. I want to let you guys know that MLB sent out a memo to all media members saying you can't wear any Rangers gear.
Yeah,
you got to be impartial. So, I'm not here for that. I'm not a reporter. I'm not a beat writer. I do a radio show, and we talk about the Rangers, and we want the Rangers to win. So I'm looking to get my face painted right now. Get my face painted, see what MLB thinks.
Dude,
of it.
let's do it, man.
Yes, I love that.
I still wore my Rangers polo. I said, go bleep yourself. You guys have a commissioner that doesn't even care about the World Series trophy. You're not going to tell me what to wear.
Yeah.
Let's go, Wolchuk.
That's a
Maybe
good
the
ass
most
point.
Texas Rangers thing I've ever heard.
Man,
I love it, man. I love they're out there all fired up. Although Kevin doesn't love that y'all are out there. I'm just saying.
I know.
Yeah,
dude,
he's being
I
a
heard
hater.
that.
It's just because he's not out here. It's not us. We were here
about
for
every
Clinch
day,
Day.
Hagee, you know
we were
what I'm saying?
ALDS
Every day.
clinchers. Our show was out
It's
here.
about being there at the job every day. Saw my dad laying in bed. I knew he was sick.
What
but he
is
was
a
out there
virus?
every
What
day.
is an illness?
Yeah. We lose our voice. We come out here and we do ball. You know what I'm saying, Hagee?
I do.
Yeah.
These last 2 days have concerned me when you guys have been out there, though. What are you going to do today to change the Rangers' fortunes?
Well, I actually heard you say that today, and so to make you feel better about my presence here, I am wearing Star Wars pants.
Oh,
currently.
great.
So I feel like that's the best thing I can do.
Very impartial.
That is very impartial.
I think everybody likes Star Wars.
Well,
you'd be surprised.
Well,
Here's
here's
not even like Jedi or Sith. He's playing it right down the middle. Just Star Wars.
I support
There's
space.
C-3PO pants.
Well, does Star Wars mean space, which means Houston?
Well, that would be no. That would certainly be unfortunate if you connected the dots that way.
I don't.
Thank
just
you.
asking.
Thank God.
It actually
Good
is the
rebel.
clarification question, though, Hagee.
These are my
Thank
rebel
you.
pants.
Thank you. All right. I know you guys got a lot to get to, especially since you're out at the ballpark. But real quick, I'm hoping you can tell everybody about tomorrow.
Man, thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. It is the 2023 Tour Day DFW. And for the 12th year in a row, we're going to jump in a vehicle and make a giant lap around North Texas, handing out free G-Bag Nation flags to every Tolo we see. All you have to do is get to the Whataburger that's on our route. I believe we're going to stop at 12 of them. It starts in Mesquite. It goes to Hutchins and Waxahachie and Midlothian and Alvarado and Burleson and Fort Worth, Denton, Highland Village, Carrollton. And then back in Garland is where it concludes. From 10 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., we're going to be stopping in Whataburger locations and handing out G-Bag Nation flags. It's a sweet flag, and it says Pure Gold as always on it. So I think people are going to love it. I just want to take pictures with you, shake your hand you a flag, and thank you for listening to the show and the station over the years.
And I know the schedule has been put out there. I'm willing to bet we can all retweet or put it out again this evening and in the morning.
just doing that right now, as a matter of fact.
Excellent. You guys got a prediction for just today's game?
Oh, yeah, today's game, this is great. We got exactly what we need there. Montgomery is going to do a much better job of shutting down Alvarez, and, I'm feeling a nice 4-2 Rangers victory here.
I like that. Monty, certainly I agree. I think he goes 7 in this one. I think your bullpen, the guys that are in the circle of trust for Boch, come in, get the job done. Chapman and Leclerc Give me Rangers 6-2.
Ooh, okay. I was going to go 6-5. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a nail biter, but I like the idea of where this bullpen is from a rest standpoint. I think they're going to go get a victory today.
I like the victory aspect of it. I think this is like a 3-2 game.
Nail biter.
I think both pitchers are going to, everybody's going to be fighting for inches, as they say in these games. And I think it's going to come down to maybe some mistakes defensively. Can somebody have a throwing error? Can you have a wild pitch? Is there something that's going to allow somebody to get in scoring position and you scratch or run? I think this is a 3-2 game win for the Rangers.
All right. I like the positivity and the predictions. Go see the G-Bag Nation at Globe Life Field. Hopefully you're going to the game and you are a Rangers fan. Corey, what is your prediction for this evening?
I'm going to go 6-4 Rangers tonight.
Oh, I like that. I'll say 5-3 Rangers. So a lot of Rangers picks up in here. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say mess them up, Montgomery.
Mess them up, Montgomery.
They are three lifelong DFW guys talking sports.
Free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live at Globe Life Field, where we did not need our brooms this week. And now we need our unheralded ace, Jordan Montgomery, to go on out there and put us in his backpack. What do you say, Tolos? Let's get you 90 minutes of sports broadcasting here. Good broadcasting about games. It is the G-Bag Nation. It's a football Friday. It's a Flagtober Friday with Tour Day DFW tomorrow. Get the entire schedule at G-Bag Nation there on the Twitter X. It's a Game 5 Friday, and it's an electric atmosphere here in the waiting at Globe Life Field. The one request is I've been gathering intel from my sources around this yard for the last hour or so. Got here early so I could have a hurtado feast. We need to take a much more proactive approach as fans and as supporters.
Yeah, I agree.
And get it going from the time you're doing basically the introductions of the players. That's when it's got to get insane. If you wait on the players to give you the boost, you might not get it as you saw last night. They need you right now to elevate them, okay? Many of those players down there, they're not Corey Seager. They might feel like their backs are against the wall. They haven't been in this situation, okay? You erupt with applause and appreciation and scream your lungs out. It is going to give them an adrenaline boost. That is the adrenaline boost they need to make sure we reverse the momentum this afternoon. That's where my mind is right now, guys. My energy is positive. I'm more optimistic than I was going into Game 3 or Game 4. I think you put your foot down, and it's a big old foot there by the big man Jordan Montgomery this afternoon. Where are you guys at with it?
I think you are freaking on point right now, man.
Thank
Absolutely. You. Absolutely. The place last week was on fire, and you could see from the start what it did to the players on the field. And at some point now, as a fan, you feel like, hey, how can we help this thing? Well, you can. If you're in the building, and the Astros fans, they've made some noise.
They've kind of drowned you out at times.
Yeah, there's been some times where I'm like, geez, dude, we gotta just get out ahead of it, as you said. And it's not about, oh, well, they haven't done anything right now. This is appreciation for the fact that we're here today.
Yeah.
What a season it's been. They deserve a standing ovation for 9 innings.
Yes.
So from the jump, I think you're right. Get this place rolling, and then once that first inning's over and Monty gets out of it like an animal with the bagel still on the board, I do think it's going to get ridiculous in here.
Yeah, and they should feel confident with Jordan Montgomery out there, right? Montgomery is the only answer for Yordan Alvarez, it seems like, in Major League Baseball. You're all right. Coming here with crotch first confidence. This is a pivotal Game 5. We need all the good vibes. Inside, internally, as Ranger fans, are we a little nervous? You're damn right we are.
Yeah.
But outside, we need to just be showing we are thrilled, we are passionate, and we need to bring our boys all the love and support that they can handle on that diamond today.
Listen, it's okay to be concerned. You know, it was a traumatic second half of the season. I understand, but something you got to understand, Brian, this baseball team has not lost 3 in a row since September 18th.
Right.
That whole slumping and streaking and
over
losing
a month.
5 in a row,
Right.
that ain't happening anymore. That's not this team's identity
that's
right
not,
now.
You're absolutely right there. And everybody here is, I mean, you're spot on. You know, you could be nervous about what's about to happen, but the way to alleviate those nerves is to show passion about it, to yell, to scream, to we're going to hang on every pitch today. We're going to hang on every bat. We're going to hang on every ball that's hit in the air or hit on the ground. But make sure that you're the reason. Give everything you got today. That's the whole plan today is leave it out on the field, leave it in the stands. You know, don't have any regrets when you walk to your car tonight. You be the reason when you're listening to Jarrett's postgame show, you're the reason why this thing went a different direction today. Yeah, they've beat you up the last couple of nights. Don't let them do it today. Don't you be the reason that happens.
Don't let them take your heart.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
don't let
show
them take
your Ranger pride.
Yes. I love it. I mean, hey, this is a huge challenge today. Astros, they play great in this yard, but today is different.
Yeah.
Today, we're the best team in baseball.
Yeah, that sets the tone for me for sure. The lineup a little bit different. Simeon and Seager 1-2, Evan Carter 3. We're used to that. And now a Garcia 4, Taveras 5.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Look at this.
There you go.
Taveras is on fire at the plate, and maybe that's the guy that needs to be there. Josh Young 6th. coming off a 2-bomb-ski performance there in Game 3. You do have Nathaniel Lowe, 7, Mitch Garver, 8, and Jonah Heim, 9 there with, of course, Jordan Montgomery, the left-handed pitcher, the starting pitcher out there, going to battle the Astros, hopefully slow them down. Guys, I got to be honest with you. I am going to be here, but I might not look at the game, actually. I don't know what I'm going to do, because last night, get in the truck to head to soccer practice. I'm scrambling out of here trying to get to soccer practice. Instantly, all hell's breaking loose, right? All hell broke loose the entire drive to soccer practice. Get out of truck. I'm Googling. I'm watching the game cast. Like, come on, remember your techniques. Checking my phone. As practice is going on, home run, Garcia.
Yeah.
Home run, Seager.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm like, shoot, yeah, boy. I'm strutting to the parking lot at the end of practice there at about 8:30.
Strut.
Crotch first, feeling great.
He is song.
Hell, I ain't missed much of the game. It's still the 3rd inning.
We're right there.
This is fantastic. So, just fire up the truck, thanks to D&M Leasing. First thing I freaking hear, there's a long fly ball. That's going to be a sac fly. 1 run is in. Altuve rounds 3rd. Next thing I hear, freaking Alvarez. There's a home run. Oh, geez. And we're down 4 just like that.
Yeah.
So maybe just looking at I'm willing to do anything.
Of course you are.
Well, as we all are. Yesterday, tried to switch up the mojo, did nothing. Maybe not watching. As you go through something like what we've been through, you question everything. So that's where.
Yes.
I know one thing. We're moving to a
Friday.
different spot in the stadium.
There you go.
We got these badges. And it's up to us to find the spot.
Yep,
we got to find the spot that will bring the magic tonight.
Well, Bruce Bochy last night, quote, I always like my chances with this club. They've battled all year at 877-881-1053. I think, part of you has to have anxiety because it is baseball. When you win 90, you lose 72 games. It's like, man, what exactly should I expect? I don't know. But what you need to know is there's one kind of specific pitch that foils Yordan Alvarez. Jordan Montgomery throws that son of a gun, the 12-6 curveball. It's his best pitch.
Yeah.
And if he's got that going today, just neutralizing Alvarez. Or maybe, hey, can we just have 1 RBI tonight from Alvarez? Something in that, I think, gives you a major leg up in trying to figure out what it's going to take to get this win here. You can also look at the fact the Rangers have the best chin in baseball, okay? They are essentially Rocky Balboa. They have been battered. They have been abused, sometimes for consecutive rounds. And at times, they get knocked down twice in a row. I think both Clubber Lang and Drago did that to Rocky, where they knocked him down, and he got back up like you want to fight, and boom, right back down. Good thing there were no TKO rules in those, the one championship bout against Lang. I know the fight against Drago was just an exhibition there in Russia. But the point holds. The Cowboys, I think, have the best chin in sports. They can appear to be completely bludgeoned. They're open wounds on their faces, and somehow they will get up and throw the knockout punch. And whether it's Creed or Lang or Drago, that's the kind of tenacity, I believe, and resiliency, I believe, this team embodies on a daily basis.
I'm with you, and they've shown it even getting down in these games. Like yesterday, right? You're down 3-0. They battle back. They tie it up. They get down 7-3. 5th inning, it seems like you got a rally going. Then, unfortunately, Corey Seager hits into that double play. You get Simeon tagged out by literally the fingertip of his batting.
That was crazy.
It was bizarre.
That was bizarre.
And I went ahead and I was looking at the MLB rules, and it's true. To touch as that is considered a piece of the uniform. Jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, that doesn't count if a player touches that. But the glove on the back hanging out of the pants counted.
Yeah, it looks cool. I just don't know.
Had some bad luck.
Are you going to change your tucking routine here?
I think maybe you just hand it straight. You just hand it straight to the first base coach and get them hell out of here.
You have to have your gloves. You just fold them. You fold them in like a napkin. and just put it in your back pocket and make sure nothing's sticking out.
It still creates a bit of a additional bulge there that you probably don't want.
Right.
You know?
Well, if you're going to carry your gloves, fold them.
bulge.
Yeah.
If you're going to carry them, fold them. That's all I say.
Okay.
I feel like Luck's eventually, you're going to get that. I mean, you've hit some hard balls that have just unfortunately gone right to Dubon there in center field.
It felt like every time last night.
Sometimes these things are going to need to drop for you. The roof is going to be closed today. Hopefully today with Monty on the hill offensively, they're able to get some of the luck the Astros have had on their side the previous 2 games.
I mean, even the line drive from Seager to start that play.
Yep.
Dude,
smokes the ball.
I thought he was about to hit another homer.
Yeah. Yes, the luck unfortunately swung against you. I texted my dad at some point in game 1 or game 2. I was like, man, the Rangers are playing great and they're getting a lot of breaks. And last night it just felt like maybe, the breaks are going against you in such a powerful way that it is hard to overcome that when you also have to beat the champions. Okay, Cowboys bye week, of course. It is a football Friday. We have G-Bag Survivor coming up here at 2:20. We'll all try to pick a game or face a bet payoff. And it's getting a little bit slim pickings. It's starting to get there where you're kind of squinting, being like, have I taken this team? Have I taken that team? I think there is a pretty solid pick, and I'm feeling confident. But nobody has a bet payoff today.
No,
nobody does.
Yeah. So congratulations there, guys. Now
that would have been tough.
That would have been awful.
Right here, right now, at the ballpark.
Imagine me being in a Speedo here
on a Do Your Part Friday here
at
Globe Life Field.
That would be great. I don't know if
it would have been great. It would not have been great.
I mean, it would have been neutral. So I don't think MLB could have had too much of
it would have been
dispute with it.
Instead of the Ranger polo that I'm wearing right now, giving them the middle finger. Don't tell me what I can and can't wear.
Okay, so I think the story with the Cowboys, they're just doing nothing here at the deadline. And I know as a media member with the Cowboys, everybody is just kind of supposed to talk nice and act like there's a chance if things go their way. But I just feel like, this house is catching on fire since the Jets game. You're 2-2. Your defense isn't there. You see the Diggs impact. You can't run the ball. Michael Gallup isn't good. Like, pick a spot to improve significantly.
Yeah.
And they don't want to. Go get a corner, a wide receiver, a linebacker, a running back. And let me say this on a Football Friday. If they're going to waste their draft picks like they did this last spring, you might as well trade them all and get good players now. That's the way I'm looking at this. We don't need Mozzie Smith. We don't need Schoonmaker. Overshown, good pick, got hurt. Bad luck there.
Sure.
But we got to go for it. I think we'll talk with Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. I bet he'll give me the player acquisitions 365-day-a-year business. There's no reason to believe they're going to get aggressive, right, Brian? Are you hearing anything?
Would you be willing to bet a bet payoff if he says something other than it's 24/7, 365? Would you be willing to?
Dude, no. You're in the clear on this, bro.
He might be listening. He might be, but somebody would tell him, like, just don't say this, and he'll have to do that.
Yeah.
I would like to see you put a bet payoff on the line for this one.
I mean, it's a surefire deal. I mean, it's clockwork for him. Would you be interested? What's the question? The team, actually say the question that you're going to say to Steven. Like, how are you going to say it?
Steven, it's the bye week, a lot of good downtime, one more game until the trade deadline. Are you more urgent about trying to make something happen here over the next 10 days?
Yeah, 365. I think that's just it's going to be natural for him.
That is almost leading the witness. Almost leading the witness there.
I think it comes down to
execution. I think if he asked the question that way, he might be safe. I think that's kind of one of those phrases that is always in Stephen Jones' mind.
Yep.
And I've reached out to my guys, the guys and gals, the Gang of Seven.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure it out. I've asked them. I said, hey. And if you're new to the program, my Gang of Seven guys are the ones, the general managers and the player personnel folks that do this for a living.
That have violated RICO laws, commit felonies, intimidate witnesses.
Exactly.
It's Brian's Gang of Seven.
That's my gig. But I've asked them, and they're trying to. I'm trying to get back with them about, do they think the Cowboys will be aggressive? How aggressive will they be at the trade deadline? I'm kind of getting a little bit, and we'll do it at 2:40 at Krusty's Corner. Okay. I got some thoughts there on that for sure.
Nice. Maybe there's like another washed up corner or wide receiver who's long in the tooth and not the same player that they could get people excited with that don't make much money. Stars won in Anaheim 3-2. They'll host the Flyers tomorrow. A nice little start here at 2-0-1 for your home hockey team. We're going to talk Mavericks with you a lot throughout the season. Today it's a little bit of a challenge, but Jason Kidd talking ahead of tonight's preseason game that Kyrie Irving is playing in, by the way. He said he's still looking at only 3 players who are guaranteed starters, Luka and Grant Williams being the others. They've managed to cobble together a very interesting collection of guys. It'll be interesting to see what sticks. Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, Derek Jones Jr., Seth Curry, Hardaway, Lively. Dante Exum is back from Europe. He's shooting it better and is still one of the best defenders at 6'6" that you'll find. Rashawn Holmes, Dwight Powell, Markieff Morris, Maxi Kleba. So I feel like they have more credible names, less guys who are only on the roster because they're with the Mavericks. More veteran players, more basketball IQ collectively. They just need the chemistry to come together and have this thing gel very quickly. We'll be gelling with you tomorrow, Flagtober 2023. You can get the entire schedule 105throughthefan.com/Flagtober. We're at GBag Nation on Twitter, X, Mesquite and Hutchins and Waxahachie, all surrounding municipalities. If you're within 15 miles of any of these spots, we need to see you and hand you a 2023 GBag Nation flag. Thank you for listening. Alvarado and Burleson and Fort Worth and Denton, Highland Village, Carrollton, and ending in Garland at 7:30. It's going to be 10 hours of handing out flags and catching up with you guys. G-Bag Survivors coming up next. We'll pick a game, a guaranteed winner. Then the G-Bag of the day is coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat Twin Peaks with you, though, baby. It's a great night and a great weekend to go in and watch sports. And, Twin Peaks has the sports on wall-to-wall TVs. first pitch will be at 4 o'clock as Montgomery's going to battle Verlander. A pivotal Game 5, although in baseball, the Game 5 winner only does it like 63% of the time. When they're tied 2-2 in baseball, going up 3-2 is not that big of an advantage. Okay, it is time for some G-Bag Survivor, where each week we all pick a game, and if we're wrong, we got to do a bet payoff. I'm going to do something fairly risky here, guys, just because I feel like I can get away with one. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, you do have Buffalo. That's your biggest favorite of the week, and I have not taken the Bills yet, so I could. They are at New England, where they're in some sort of a crisis meltdown. Bill Belichick might get himself fired. But I'm going to go not only in division, but on the road in division with a pretty mediocre to slightly below average quarterback in Sam Howell. That is right. I'm taking the Commanders, who are a 2.5-point road favorite, to go into New York and beat the Giants, as Daniel Jones is questionable. I am terrified. Howell has an interception problem. But if he limits the interceptions, which is a significant challenge for him, he's pretty efficient.
You are in for what is to be an extremely stressful Sunday. Even more so than probably the rest of us. They're all stressful. It's always stressful. It's rare that you get a boat race and you feel great about it by halftime. But we had the Commanders because I like that quite a bit. If I hadn't already burned the Commanders, maybe it was week 1. I think it was against the Cardinals.
Arizona. Week 1 you did,
yeah. So if I hadn't burned them, I think you're onto something, because the status of the Giants' offensive line is so disgusting.
Yes.
Due to injury. It's a mash unit. It was bad, and now it's a mash unit, so it's really, really bad.
They just lost another one. I think Shane Lemieux got hurt yesterday in practice.
He did. So and
that
Commanders front seven, that's just they're gonna bully him a little bit.
I think it's a good pick. I mean, I went Commanders to knock off the Eagles, and they took that game to overtime, almost happened. So I think you're going to be covered there with the Commanders to get the win over the Giants.
Yeah, that sounds good, but I'm really broken up that guy got hurt. I
know you are. He was one of your guys.
It really jams me up, when you hear about something like that happening. But huge opportunity for Washington. They could get above 500.
I know. Holy crap, that is nuts.
This is a pretty dang good team, I guess, in Washington. And I don't know. Maybe they'll end up finishing second. I look forward to Cowboys Commanders here before too long. It's time now, though, to hear Wolchuk's pick of the week.
Yeah, this is certainly a tough week. I think the Bills might be the one that's most enticing, but I'm going to rock with the Seahawks at home against the Cardinals. The only team the Arizona Cardinals have somehow been able to beat is the Dallas Cowboys, and they're not playing the Cowboys this week. Cowboys can't lose. Thank goodness. We get an anxiety-free weekend of watching football. Seattle at home, I like that. They also played really well against Cincinnati last week, held Joe Burrow to just 185 passing yards. Unless Dobbs runs around, I think Geno Smith and that offense is going to be able to put up enough points. I think they'll run the ball well. I'll take Seattle. I don't know if they'll cover the 7. I could see that one being competitive. It's a divisional game.
I saw 8. I thought it was still 8.
It's down to 7 now. Maybe it's moved up to 8. But I'm going to take Seattle at home to knock off their division rival Cardinals.
Pete Carroll might be old and crusty, and he does stuff that the analytics people are just like, what the hell are you doing? But, man, this guy knows how to win.
Yep.
He knew Geno Smith was better than Russell Wilson. He's always putting together a defense and run-first approach that gets results. They're about to move to 4-2.
And they might be the best play-action team in the sport. Geno apparently 75% completion percentage on play-action, 11 passing touchdowns via play-action this year. So they are crushing it with that.
That's good stuff. I'm going to rock with the heavy favorite, Monday Night Football. Big-time bounce back for the San Francisco 49ers of Santa Clara. They're playing the Vikings. It's in Minnesota, but there's no Justin Jefferson. It's primetime Kirk Cousins, and it's sour taste in a 49er mouth that is very physical and going to want to go show out in front of
their guys are probably all going to play. They're probably not even going to miss any time.
Right.
That sounds like lock of the decade.
It feels like lock of the decade for me. Broadus, maybe you want to co-sign
what's that pay on the money line? If I mortgaged my home and just took all that money and bet Niners, I think I'd pick up 20
What is the
grand
spread
or so.
on that?
7. Niners are 7-point road favorites.
Brian?
So I'm feeling good.
I'm taking this Buffalo Bills. I think there's just too much chaos going on in New England right now. I think there's questions, obviously, about Bill Belichick, the direction of the team. The owner's starting to come down on him. The fans are starting to come down. This is an obvious desperate team theory. I just don't think that New England's good enough to even be a desperate team and put up a great fight against Buffalo.
Wow, they're so bad they can't even take advantage of desperate team theory.
Yeah,
that's when you know you hit borderline rock bottom.
If you're not good enough to even take advantage of desperate team theory, then you're not good enough. Yeah, give me the Bills on the road here. I think the Bills have to keep winning. The Dolphins have to keep winning. The Jets are now starting to, play some decent football. So you can't lose to a team like the New England Patriots. So
well, and Walchuk, the other thing that Broadus has going for him this weekend, choosing the Bills.
Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Like the Buffalo Bills.
I hope the end of it. I hope the end of it is
dude.
Right.
Sunday night though, are the Eagles going to beat the Dolphins?
Okay, that's the game of the week.
They're wearing the Kelly Greens.
Oh, they're. No. I'm liking the Dolphins' chances. I know we were talking about this last night. It seems like a game like Miami would lose. They're going East Coast. They're playing against a
hostile,
good team.
A little bit chilly.
Yeah,
grass, not turf.
With the secondary problems the Eagles have had, and look, maybe offensively they're able to take it to the Miami defense as well. But I just really like Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle in those matchups downfield against that Eagles secondary.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the real Dick Fangio to please stand up. Because that Dolphin defense right now, it was supposed to be, oh my gosh, Mike McDaniel, the wizard play caller offensively. He just brought in the grand wizard himself defensively, Mr. Dick Fangio. And Fangs has not really brought great life to the Dolphin defense right now. So I do worry. He's
coaching like he's retired down there.
I do worry.
He might have one foot out the door.
That's the problem because they gave him he got like close to head coach money.
Yeah.
So he's like, sure, go ahead and fire me, dude.
I might take Miami if I hadn't taken them already. That's how good I feel about the beating.
I love that. I love that.
Okay, that's exciting. What do you guys think that line is? Do you already know?
I think
probably
it's
Eagles
by
2.
I was thinking 3 maybe, but 2 could be
2.5. Eagles by 2.5.
Well, we'll split the difference.
It's a football Friday. It's a Flagtober Friday. We'll be out and about tomorrow. Perfect day for the World Series or the ALCS to take a day off. Because tomorrow, Tour Day DFW, and we have boxes and boxes of flags. We're taking them all around North Texas and handing them out to you. Pregame's coming up in 1 hour. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, check 1, check 2. Say you know what to do. It's Friday vibes when we give it to you.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah.
Friday vibes. Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie. Yesterday felt like Friday vibes for real. It really did. Yeah.
It was the rare Thursday that feels like the Friday, man.
It is.
Thursday, Friday.
Kind of feels like a butt-naked Wednesday.
Butt naked. Hey, so remember yesterday during LA Live when I felt confident about the Rangers winning that night?
Yeah.
Yep.
Turns out I was looking at the wrong date on the damn calendar.
Damn right, Lucas.
I knew there was something wrong.
I was just looking at the wrong date. I think the pages got stuck together or something.
Man, you're not alone. We had a guy come up to us yesterday and say he bought tickets. He lives in Midlothian. He bought tickets for the game the day before, and he only realized it at 1:30 afternoon yesterday when he was on the way to the game today. And so he had to rebuy tickets at yesterday's game.
Ouch. Well, you know what? It'll be good tonight. I feel it happening tonight.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel great.
I checked the calendar. I rechecked the calendar this time. I made sure the dates was right. It said 2023 and all that other good stuff. It was October. I was like, okay, yeah, this is the right one.
Yeah.
All right. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far is Sean Sharif. He got lost in the sauce, or, well, let's say, he had no idea what nutmeg is. Nutmegging someone.
Right.
Not the seasoning, but the sauce. You know, dribbling the ball between somebody's leg, getting them lost out there, in competition. Sean had no idea what it was called. He thought it was something else.
Did you see Wemby peg the player yesterday?
Whoa, geez, Sean.
Is that what it's called when you go through, you throw the ball through their legs? In soccer, we would be like, he got pegged. Or
nope.
Is that the correct term?
Yeah, I would not use them.
Okay. Let me try to think of it.
Please do.
So there's a soccer defender, and I kick the ball through his legs, and I go around in that move. What is that?
That's weed.
That's not pegging?
No, it's not.
Help me, Fantex.
Help me.
I really
do. What?
Meg.
What? I don't know. What did Wemby do to Reggie Bullock?
He took the basketball and he threw it through his legs and went around him and caught it.
But that's called what? He was what?
I'm not going to keep
He was doing what to Bullock?
I'm not going to keep saying
one more time.
Is it nutmegging? Nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
Nutmegging. Man says, so he pegged? Did you see a guy who pegged him last night? It's amazing.
It's a nut peg.
Yeah, it's a nut peg. 877, whatever. You little nutmeg here. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Let's go to comedian. Well, I have some curveballs. Some curveballs for you on a Tolo Friday, Baseball Friday. You know what I mean? Little curveballs coming from comedians right here. One's a wannabe comedian and one is an actual comedian. We'll go with the real comedian first. His name is comedian Dustin Nickerson.
Okay.
He takes a shot at the Houston crowd. I think he was at the Improv down there in Houston. Don't get me in the line because I really don't know which club he was at. But here we go.
Houston, you may not want to hear this, but every time I drive by that stadium downtown, I'm like, what a bunch of cheaters. You liars, you scam artists, you cheaters. Yeah. Oh, I'm not talking about the Astros. I'm talking about Joel Osteen's church.
Well done.
Yeah. Someone should have hit a trash can for that curveball, huh?
Yeah. That was a good punchline.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Didn't see the curveball right there.
Did not see that one.
Didn't see the curveball.
I was like,
Didn't
wow,
see
he's
it.
just going to troll.
Yep.
I wonder what he's got for the Rockets fans.
True. If you haven't seen the show Righteous Gemstones on HBO,
so good.
Very worth it.
Baby Billy.
Baby Billy. Yes, Baby Billy.
Baby Billy's Bible bonkers.
Baby Billy's Bible bonkers.
Yeah, Baby Billy Bible bonkers. I find Baby Billy's wife attractive, man.
She is.
Okay.
And she keeps pumping out those kids, man.
In a weird kind of way.
It is
Find her
weird.
attractive. Let's go to another wannabe comedian right here, and I say that respectfully. His name is Cherd. He's a Tolo. We're not going to do what you're drinking and what you're thinking here this Friday, but I do have some what you're drinking and what you're thinking here from Cherd. He threw a curveball at us. He needed some advice from the G-Bag Nation.
So I got a friend that's married to a girl and been married to her for close to 10 years. Got kids, starting to feel like she's not the right one, but is a little worried about pulling the plug. Family's involved, everything involved. What do I tell this guy?
Oof. That's a tough one. I mean, I'm kind of a stick it out for the kids kind of guy, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I would say this.
How would you feel that she's not the right one?
Yeah.
There's have to be something she's doing.
Yeah. Now she's cheating on you or something.
Or just being hella disrespectful.
Yeah.
Never cleans up, super lazy or something like that.
Well, here's the thing. You guys know these people.
Oh.
You guys know these people.
Oh, well, I don't know that should we put them on blast?
No. The wife is Dak Prescott, and my friend is the Cowboys organization.
Hilarious!
Well done, sure.
Man.
That was awesome.
Gosh, we were so reflective on that, too.
Oh, so good. Yeah, we kind of calmed down, tried to serious it out.
You were serious.
Like
you guys were way serious.
They got Dr. Phil and everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, can you tell us about this partner and how long they've been together?
She's just messy, doesn't clean up, lazy as hell.
Yeah, that was me being all personal.
That was. What were you doing there? What were you doing?
I was venting.
Quit projecting on me, Lucius.
I was venting, bro.
You couldn't have written it better, though. That was sitcom quality right there.
Nah, that was great. And hopefully you guys can hear this one right here. This is CB24 News in Toronto. Okay. They're at like a kids' breakfast type of situation. They're out there feeding the kids for breakfast. One of the reporters was talking to the kids, and the kids said that you look better on television, lady.
Great time. I had to pull this one aside. Hi, what's your name? Giovanni. Okay, Giovanni, tell everybody at home what you just said to me.
I told her that she looks better on a CP24 than in person.
Really? I love the honesty. No offense taken. You're so adorable. Thank you so much.
That's true.
Is that true?
No.
No. Oh, you think I look better in person?
No.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Thank you. I've been insulted by these kids. All of them think I'm ugly in person.
Dang. Man, there's a couple Houston TV gals that have been up here this week, and if they look better on TV, that would be amazing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I heard you saying. What's that one that covers? She's on the Get Up.
Joy Taylor?
No. There's another one.
Molly Carum?
No.
Kimberly Alexander?
I don't know. That's not it. Somebody on the fan text will get me, man.
Oh, man, yeah.
I followed her on
watch
Instagram this morning. I had to stop ironing. I said, what's her name? All right, let's vote, y'all. We can get on out of here on the Fridays.
Thank you, sir. Is it our champion there, Sean Sharif? Is it the comedian Curveball's pretty good there? Churd from SoCal, sometimes in Dallas with the relationship phone call. Or is it the news in Toronto? I'm going to go with Churd myself. There, Chief, how about you?
I am too, man. That was great.
What do you say, Lucius?
Jessica Mendoza.
Jessica
baseball
Mendoza,
lady.
yes.
Baseball lady.
She's very good.
Yeah, she's really good at baseball, too. I was checking out her
is.
Instagram.
She is.
She's got a nice little form on the swing and everything.
She's awesome.
She's a baseball lady.
I think she's a
for
former
sure.
pro softball player.
Sports lady.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with the Churd curveball right there.
Oh, curveball?
Yeah.
Okay, curveball. What do you say?
Sharif. I'm going to go with Sean.
Okay. We're sitting here at...
Are we at 3 to 1?
3-1?
I'll go with Sean. Yeah.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Comedian Curveballs featuring a professional comedian and a phone caller. They're Churd and SoCal. Great Tolo. We're coming back with Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking us today, Brian?
Yeah, there's some thoughts about this Cowboys trade deadline coming up. Let's get into that next.
Okay, I wanted to chat with you about my friends at the Frankels before we do anything else. You know, it's a very fun time right now, heading for pivotal Game 5. Very exciting time.
you Tolos. It's G-Bag Nation's Tour to DFW. 12 stops tomorrow, including 11 Whataburgers throughout North Texas. Grab our 2023 G-Bag one-of-a-kind flag with some quality fellowship. For the Tour to DFW location near you, go to 1053thefan.com/flagtober.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Man, that was an insane break as we're live here at the Globe talking with Rangers fans and Tolos. Guy walks up on me named John the Tolo, okay? And he's got an orange Astros shirt on, so I'm like, okay, here we go. Here's a listener that's an Astros fan. We'll have a little conversation, yada, 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 whatever. I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's like, oh, I'm here with my friend, man. Sorry about the shirt. I said, what's going on? He's like, my friend, he's got seats in the second row. Maybe wear the shirt to get the seat. I said, well, you did the right thing, John. Okay,
Absolutely.
right?
Awesome.
You're wearing an Astros shirt if that's the experience.
No question.
$500 seats. He's in the house, but if you see John in row 2, that is not an Astros fan, okay? That's the Rangers fan making the ultimate sacrifice to support his team.
Attaboy.
Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
How far would you guys take that? Okay, you got to go to, say, Commanders, Philadelphia, Giants.
This guy.
Floor seats, Mavs playing in San Antonio. Something like, how far do you go on that?
All the way.
Okay, initially I thought I would wear it to the game and then flip him off and go to the pro shop or the clubhouse or whatever and get some gear. But if this guy's got resources like that, I might be shooting myself in the foot in the future.
Yeah, this
so you're wearing the shirt the whole time?
Yeah.
But he
I
had
my
on a
Ranger
spring
shirt on
training.
underneath.
It was a spring training Astros shirt.
Yeah.
It was a hand-me-down from his guy.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, you're still cheering. I mean, everybody's gonna be looking at you funny when they see you mother bleeping the Astros. You know what I'm saying?
What's this guy's deal?
Like, you can't control the way, like, how I'm presenting myself with my cheering. You can't convince me to cheer for the Astros. So, but I'm showing up and I'll wear whatever weird stuff I need to wear to get into the building in a hugely important
It
game.
looks like you showed up as an Astros fan, but you were so inspired by Ranger greatness, you turned right there in your seat when you saw what a real baseball team was.
Krusty is not about that. Krusty's not going to do that. I'm not going to show up like
wearing a Crimson Tide jersey.
I told you that story about me being from Dallas and sitting in the 49ers suite.
Yeah.
And I wore Packer stuff.
Yeah.
Just to kind of be, but I would have given anything to have Cowboy gear on that day.
Wow. So you're the person that you and I both make fun of in the Miller Lite West Plaza of AT&T Stadium on a game day.
It's a Patriots-Cowboy game. They're in a Bears jersey.
When an irrelevant jersey walks through the friggin' security.
That's what I'm saying. I would have loved to have had Cowboy gear, and I was working for the Packers. We're out there for the East-West game. Those are the only clothes I had.
I got it.
Those are the only clothes I had, but I don't think I'm rocking another team's shirt.
I don't think I could ever wear
I'm not
Eagles
going to do
gear.
it. I don't care if it's for floor seats.
To go sit in the best seat in the house.
I don't think I could ever rock an Eagles shirt.
In a playoff game,
I think
Cowboys and Eagles.
Like the Commanders, who the hell cares? They're irrelevant.
Yeah, there's no way I'd wear an Eagles
The
shirt.
gang green, I couldn't do the Eagles stuff. I think that's where I got it.
Even if they made it the Kelly green one?
I can't do it.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe I'd like urinate on it or vomit on it or I don't know, something. to
Spill
make me
stuff
feel
on
better.
it. Yeah, I got you. All right. By the way, if we're doing our tours tomorrow, I will be in Hutchins, I will be in Waxahachie, and I will be in Midlothian.
Yes, sir.
So,
Tour Day DFW starts at 10 a.m. It concludes at 7:30 in Garland. And we're making a big lap. You can go to @GBagNation on Twitter, on the Twitter X, get the whole sked.
Get a picture here right now, young man. All right, here we go. All right. Some of the teams. Oh, here we got another picture here. Hi, how we doing?
Hey, yeah, live radio.
Go Rangers.
The
Go
vibes
Rangers.
are great today.
Dude, they are.
Much
And-
better than
And
last
we are
night.
seeing a lot of Ranger fans. At least we're posted up here at in the center field 200 level. A lot of Ranger fans.
Everybody gets fired up for day baseball. Broadus, you can
We
co-sign that
play
better
good
than
day
anybody.
baseball.
Day
We
baseball?
play
Rangers
play damn good
Adolis
day baseball.
Garcia plays damn good.
We play good day baseball.
I'm not seeing enough cold beer flowing.
I know. Me and Walter are about to fix
Let's
that.
get
We're gonna
committed.
I'll buy one for you because I want that plastic cup.
Okay,
Open the
buy
beers,
one
guys.
card.
Sounds
Sounds
great.
great.
All right, here we go.
Liquid
I'm going to talk about a little
enthusiasm.
trade possibilities. This comes from our buddy and friend of the program who absolutely loves us, Charles Robinson. out at Yahoo.
What's up, Charles?
Charles Robinson.
Chuck Robbie.
Charles threw some stuff out there. He wrote a big story about he overheard as the NFL trade deadline shoppers. These guys are going to be shoppers. 2 teams he was talking about. 1, Detroit Lions. 2, your Dallas Cowboys.
How about it?
Wow. Charles Robinson. This is what Charles Robinson is saying. He's saying, I don't know who's been running their mouth inside the organization, but there's definitely a belief in some other front offices that Dallas is going to be making calls on defensive additions. It could be a linebacker or a corner depth piece. Okay, are we okay with what the Cowboys, are there other pieces that you'd like to maybe look at other than a linebacker or a cornerback if you're going to go play in this game?
I think it needs to be defense. Like this is how you're going to win. The only way this version of the Cowboys is going to win is because their defense is so freaking dominant. And we had the numbers yesterday where across the league offenses are sort of down. So this is a year where you could kind of come over the top and say, man, we did it with our defense. And I think you're going to have to get another corner if that's the move.
Yeah, I think, and you mentioned corner. I think the only other spot I'd look at is linebacker, right?
Yeah,
and
the linebacker corners for the 2
linebacker and corner, right? And you're so banged up at linebacker. Corner's the one that makes a difference. I didn't think that I would say safety. I felt like that was one of your deepest groups, but because of the fact that now Marquise Bell and even a guy like Wanye Thomas, who's a safety, right? They're playing more linebacker. If there's not a linebacker you like, and there is a safety, maybe it is a Justin Simmons from the Broncos that you think would be an upgrade, because I think you can upgrade. And you were on this, Brian. I know you got a lot of backlash. You can upgrade over Malik Hooker. You really can.
I felt, hey, it's just observation what I saw watching Hooker play. I'm sitting there thinking they could be better at free safety.
And Donovan Wilson's taken a step back, it seems.
It's been a struggle.
They just paid Donovan Wilson.
They did.
They just paid Malik Hooker.
I
They're
know.
not going to admit to the world the guys we just paid a few months ago we're having to replace right now.
Felt like I was ahead of the game on that one. I really do.
I still think you can do it.
Okay.
To Brian's question, though, is start any position. Dan Quinn can make it work.
Yep.
All right.
I don't need an edge.
That's why you don't go offense, because I don't believe the coaching staff's going to be able to figure out how to work that player in.
Listen, great defenses don't have just replacement guys at linebacker, though.
Okay.
Don't overlook that.
This is what Charles has also said. He says, I've seen speculation about about loving Broncos cornerback Patrick Surtain. Okay.
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
But that feels like the Cowboys also loving Justin Jefferson. It's meaningless and makes little sense from the standpoint of compensation, which will make Surtain the highest paid corner in the NFL. So are you were willing to do that, right? We're willing to
give up a bunch of picks.
Are you willing to give up a 1 if you had the opportunity to go get Patrick Surtain?
I'm willing to give up a 1 because let's say you want to take a corner in the draft and not knowing, and obviously we haven't looked at it, and Brian, I know we love our picks here. That's a player that's better than anyone you're going to be getting in hopefully the 20s where the Cowboys are picking. I think it's worth it. And he would immediately be, including Trayvon Diggs, in my opinion, the best corner on your roster for years to come.
But that's much more than 1 first-round pick. We're not
right. We're talking multiple. That's going to be 2.
2 first-round picks.
That's going to be 2.
If you hadn't have just paid Trayvon Diggs, I'd say, okay, this is the succession plan. You could let Trayvon move on, but now that's not really an option.
What about flipping Surtain in March?
You give up 2 first-round picks, and then you hope another team's willing to basically give them back to you in the offseason. I mean, I think it's a great idea.
I'll take a half season of Surtain. If I got to downgrade the second one from a 1 to a 3, I'm like, crap, that stinks. Yeah. We don't have the money for him, but we need another corner right now.
There's creative ways you can work around that.
Yeah. Trade Diggs, keep Surtain.
It'd be pretty cool. I would think it'd be not something that you see often, if ever, where it's like thinking that way, but I think that's badass.
I like what you're going there. I'm going to have to ask some questions about that because I'm sure there's some salary cap ramifications with there where you're taking a player, you're doing this, but,
sure,
you're carrying on. But I like ideas of trying to move on from guys. In the last minute or so here, if this is what Charles, this is how he kind of concludes. If anything, I think what Dallas is going to be looking at is equitable mid-level deal that could either help with depth at linebacker, like we mentioned, or secondary. I do not see it being a blowout pursuit.
Okay.
I just want to remind you
what they do.
Yeah, I just want to remind you that Charles Robinson has a great relationship with Jerry Jones.
So, I mean, that would take Surtain out of the picture.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I'd like to
we'd have
see
be
him
looking at other
I would
corner
like to see him go after somebody like Surtain because I'll play Surtain opposite of Diggs next year.
Yeah, because you won't have Gilmore.
But
and
then
you
you
have
put
Bland
Bland in the
inside.
slot.
You got the three best corners in football.
I think that would be a good thing to do.
I would be willing to move on from quarterback. You know, and
You said quarterback.
I would be willing to move on from quarterback.
You've already got
this
that in place.
offseason.
Trey Lance is your guy there.
Yeah,
that's your deal right there.
I'm just wondering, as an organization, do we feel like this group is close enough that a trade for one or two players will push us over the top and maybe change our plans? Because if you win the Super Bowl, now you're bringing as many players as you can back.
It did for the Lions. They were like 1-6 last year and made the trade for Hawkinson, and all of a sudden they've been on a 13-5 run.
Is there a catalyst player out there?
Yeah.
I think you got to look for those guys and then challenge the coaches to make it work. Stephen Jones will join us. We'll ask him with the trade deadline coming up on Halloween. How active and how urgent are they? It's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because you want your edge back. You want to feel great. I mean, right now, if you're in
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, our second and final hour of today's show. As Rangers pregame is 28 minutes away now. The first pitch is coming up in 1 hour. Hopefully a little bit better start than last night. What was that, 4 hits to open up the game for the Astros in a row?
Sure was.
So that was rough. Neither the Scherzer or the Heaney plan worked to perfection. But the great thing about baseball, if, things aren't going your way, is your team shifts in a very dramatic way day to day, depending on the next day's starting pitcher. And it turns out, I think we have the best starting pitcher in baseball that nobody knows is actually an ace. And that'd be your main man, Jordan Montgomery, who's also a hoss. And he's made 2 of the best defensive plays that you'll ever see from a pitcher in the postseason already.
Yes,
he's probably just getting started.
He's a dancing bear. He's sneaky athletic. He's been an absolute horse on the mound, and his death ball has been absolute dynamite. And I wonder how much he has to. We have another fully uniformed Elvis jersey.
Full Elvis Andrews uniform.
I like that quite a bit. Giving me some Rowdy C vibes on this Friday. But yeah, Monty's a stud, and that death ball is crazy. And like you mentioned earlier, with the way he's been able to use that to his advantage versus Alvarez has been super impressive. I wonder what, like, when you go inside baseball and what they're looking at of, like, okay, this is the things that worked the first time around. What do we need to tweak? What do we need to change? And then because the lineup starts to familiarize itself, so what type of different things does Monty want to throw at him today? It's going to be exciting.
Just saw a Ron Washington jersey as well, so the yard is filling up as we are now 1 hour from the first pitch as Stephen Jones joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good, guys. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. Are you getting ready to watch the baseball game like us?
I sure am. Got to get back on track here, but I know we can do it.
Yes, sir.
Get those Rangers rolling. My son's actually going to be out of the game.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll high-five him if we see him. Now, beyond that bye week plans, what do you got going on yourself?
Well, I'm actually just traveled. I'm on the road and going to take a little breather, just like the players and the coaches, and take a deep breath and get ready to get after it Monday morning.
Now, is Monday morning getting after it specifically for you with the trade deadline coming up? You look at this roster, are there things that you feel urgently about that you want to get addressed before the deadline?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that's just, really in the works or, that's really got our attention right now. Obviously, we really like our roster, and we've only been getting healthier the last couple of weeks. So, if something presented itself that made a lot of sense, then we'd certainly do that. I know this time last year we had a chance to get Cooks and it didn't work out, but we got him in the off season. So we ultimately ended up getting him. But right now I wouldn't say there's anything that's in the works or hot and heavy.
Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Philly takes on Miami this week. I know for myself heading into a bye, it's an interesting time to scoreboard watch. Is that a top priority for you as well, or is it still too early in the season to be getting into that scoreboard watching?
No, we love to watch it. I mean, I love to watch college football. I'll be glued in tomorrow looking at future NFL players, and then absolutely enjoy, not having the pressure of worrying about a game and being able to watch other teams, especially teams that are, we're going to be facing or competing against. And, if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, you should always root AFC against NFC, no question. And then you kind of pick and choose from there based on who's doing what. But that Miami-Philly game is going to be very interesting and very entertaining. I can't wait to watch it.
Stephen, as we're out here at Globe Life Field, the road team has won every game of this series. I think you guys have now won 10 straight home games at AT&T Stadium. Do you think you're building quite the home field advantage there?
I think we are. My hat's off to our fans. They're amazing. I think, really give us an advantage. I think our team's play style, what they respond to, certainly they respond to that energy. Defense especially. Mike and company out there, when they make plays and fans love it, I think they feed off that. And I do think we have a serious home field advantage right now, and no question we play much better at home than we do on the road.
Stephen, your offensive line, you finally got everybody together that you've been looking forward to the last couple of weeks. When you sit down and evaluate with your coaches, how have you seen your offensive line progressed, and what do you look forward to most once we get past this bye?
I think the biggest thing is the continued continuity. I mean, anytime, Brian, you know this, whether it's a basketball team of 5, an offensive line of 5, for those guys to be able to work together week in and week out is a huge advantage. Now, not everybody gets to do that in this league. I mean, that's a physical league, and you're going to have injuries, but we've gotten to have 2 games now, and I think they'll only get better playing together and working together. And, I think someone even mentioned it may not be the case, but maybe since we drafted Tyler, it's the first time we've had our projected starting 5 linemen in the lineup together starting a week ago. So to have those 5 guys 2 weeks in a row, and now we'll have them for 3 weeks in a row, and hopefully will only continue to make this offense work better. Obviously, it'll give Dak more confidence to continue to sit in that pocket, not that he doesn't already, and make the plays down the field that can make a difference.
Stephen, is there some concern about your running game, though? Is the continuity or the lack of, is that a direct reflection of maybe why some of the struggles with the running game?
Well, we got to continue to execute and get better in everything we do, both sides, all 3 phases for that matter. But certainly having that group together, in my opinion, is going to make our running game only better as they work together and work at that. The one thing I am really fired up about is Mike's willingness to continue to stick with that running game, even though you struggle. People know we want to run the football. There's no question about it. And they come in the game knowing that they need to stop the run, not unlike we are against most teams. So first priority is stop the other team's run. And so we just have to continue to grind it. And I love the fact that we stick with it. I think it's complementary football to our defense in terms of time of possession and keeping our defense fresh. So I think it's just a matter of continue to get better as the season goes forward and continue to execute.
Steven, it looks like we're going to get some flag football action in the Olympics come 2028. Mike is already talking about how he's fired up for it. Is that something the NFL is going to embrace? The Cowboys are going to be excited to see, hey, there's some of our players potentially competing for gold medals.
Well, I think it's a huge deal for our game to have it be an Olympic sport. I think it's not only great for our players. I know I've read where Des Bryant wants to get in the middle of something like that. And, for guys like him are still in great shape, want to play. And then the other thing is women. I think,
exactly.
It's a great thing that women are going to, continue to embrace our game. May have a little fun here, but Taylor Swift, I think, brought a lot of young women's attention to the game of football with her friendship with Kelsey. And I think all that's great for our game. We want to continue to increase our fan base as we move forward, and that's nothing but good news for football.
I'd like to see her at split end myself. I think she could take the top off the defense.
I think I'll leave that one alone.
All right.
Well played.
Have a great weekend, sir. We'll catch you up with you next week.
All right, guys. Nice being on. Y'all have a good weekend. Go Rangers.
You too.
Go
yes,
Rangers.
Sir.
Go Rangers.
There's Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, yes, we are live at the Globe. Jared Sandler is here, I believe, with his nephew and his brother. Bobby Belt is here. Tolo's everywhere surrounding us. We want to see you here. If you're walking in, please do say hi as Jared Sandler jumps on with you next on The Fan.
The Rangers are about to get themselves a victory, and so can you at the all-new Platinum Ford store in Terrell, courtesy of Gilchrist Automotive. That's right there between I-20 and Highway I-80. It's the beautiful facility located just minutes from the Metroplex. Worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. Car, truck, or SUV, whatever it is, they got you taken care of. General Manager Adam Vinci, big-time Tolo. He wants to roll out that VIP red carpet for you, get you the vehicle of your dreams for the deal of your dreams. And I was in the car business actually for quite some time. I've never seen a facility like this. The customer service, everything is so streamlined. They're efficient, and they're going to take care of you at the highest level. You could go right now and get a F-150 all new, the Lariat, 4-wheel drive, $10K off MSRP. Maybe it's the SUV, the Expedition, or the Edge, and you want to get $8 to $10K off MSRP, 0% for 60 months on the 2023 Ford Edge SEL all-wheel drive right now. All sorts of great deals, and the massive selection of over 30 Super Duties in stock and on the ground available for immediate delivery as well. F450s, 350s, 250s. If you need that power stroke, Platinum Ford has you covered. You can customize at PlatinumFord.com, or you can just drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's
go-to against him. You just can't walk that guy. And, especially when you think about you're walking him now in front of the top of the order, and it just kind of went downhill from there.
What's the adjustment with the gloves in the back pocket? We just stuffing them deep down?
I've never seen that before.
Crazy.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
Like a pinky finger?
Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't even like multiple fingers of the knuckles. It was one little loose. Crazy.
So no adjustment on that?
I mean, I'm curious to see if Marcus Simeon gets on base, or is he going to stuff it? I mean, maybe.
Fold the gloves.
Up.
So if things don't go the Rangers' way tonight, we're still in good shape because Houston's not going to see the ball incredibly well and have all this mojo in their yard for some reason.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you do go back to their place. They have struggled there, and you got Nathan Eovaldi pitching Game 6, and then you just got to open up the fridge and see what's left for Game 7 if it gets to that point. So I think the Rangers would like to avoid that. They can take today and then I guess not tomorrow, Sunday, but if you have a chance at the Game 7, you figure it out and see what you can do.
Right on. Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Thank you so much for your time, and have fun tonight.
Let's get a win, guys.
Let's get a win, baby.
Turn those frowns upside down.
Let's go.
Get the dub.
Let's go.
Hell yeah, Jared. Let's get a win. I love this broadcast crew. Sandler and Hicks and Nadell, they've done such an excellent job. And last night, as the Rangers, things aren't going their way, they have a cool and calm about them. There's no panic, there's no venting, there's no whining, there's no complaining. It's one of the best calls in all of sport, and I appreciate they wanted to salute them. I don't know if we're gonna do this again here this season. Tomorrow, of course, is a day off in the CS, and we are going to be doing Flagtober 2023, the Tour Day DFW. It's ready to rock, and we're all very excited about it. It starts at Mesquite. You can go to 1053thefan.com/Flagtober and get the details. Lucius, I'm going to need a countdown because something weird happened to my clock again. You know how that happens sometimes? For Carter Freeman and Jared Sandler and Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, I'm Dawson. You're going home with the nation at ease.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit.
Babe, it's Classic Truck Month, and we're out to be the #1 dealer in America, and the time to buy is right now.
So it's safe to say big savings on new Chevy trucks?
That's right. We're racing with grit to offer more than anyone. Right now, you can lock in an unprecedented $10,000 off MSRP. That's $37,000 for a new Silverado.
Sounds like going anywhere else would be settling for less.
Only Classic Chevrolet has grit to offer $10,000 off and the largest selection of Silverados in America.
I love that. And they can come see you today to get max value for their trade.
We want to buy your current vehicle more than ever.
Claim your upgrade before it's gone at ClassicChevrolet.com. Find new roads.
On select 1,500 models, stock number PZ23543, MSRP $47,015, Chevrolet Consumer Cash $1,750, select market cash $1,000, classic dealer discount $72.65, plus tax, title, license, and $150 dealer dock fee. Expires 10/31/23.
RJ Choppy here for Boomer Jacks. Who loves football? That's right, me too. And Boomer Jacks is the best place to catch all the college and pro football action. And it's not just for weekends. Any day of the week is a great time to head for Boomer Jacks. You also got baseball playoffs coming up, wall-to-wall TVs, ice cold beer, drink specials starting at just $3 all day, every day. It's the best happy hour in DFW, the best place to watch your favorite team. 16 DFW Boomer Jacks locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Don't miss huge savings on hot tubs and swim spas at Southern Leisure's Battle of the Brands Expo in Arlington, Flower Mound, and Richardson. Now through October 28th, get 0% APR financing, factory rebates, and free installation. For more info, visit southernleisurespas.com. That's southernleisurespas.com.
Celebrate your home team with gear from Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shop in store or online at academy.com for officially licensed team gear from Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and more. Have fun out there.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Woo-hoo! Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. eBay Motors has everything you need to keep your ride or die alive. From superchargers, brakes, exhaust kits, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors levels your baby up to its peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Dallas's American Airlines Center for the final time this year. 6:30 this Monday. You'll see the Monday Night Raw return of Logan Paul. Sami Zayn goes one-on-one with Drew McIntyre. Plus World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins.
This is Seth freaking Rollins time, baby.
NXT Champion Becky Lynch. And many more superstars in action. Tickets start at $20. Available now at Ticketmaster.
Did you fall a little short on your fitness goals to get in shape over the summer? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. You still have time to get your edge back before you see family and friends over the holidays. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider.
The following is a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
You're listening to 100,000 watts of Rangers baseball on KRLD FM, KRLD HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. We are 105.3 The Fan.
Hello there, everybody. This is Eric Nadel speaking to you from Globe Life Field in Arlington, along with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler and our engineer Ken Mendez. Ross Lubinsky is back in master control today as we get ready for Game 5 of the American League Championship Series between the Rangers and the Astros. It's a rematch of Game 1, which the Rangers won 2-0 in Houston behind Jordan Montgomery, the 30-year-old left-hander who went 6 1/3 scoreless innings that day, out-dueling 40-year-old Justin Verlander, who was good but not quite good enough. He gave up 2 runs in 6 2/3. The